Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1681 through 1700 of the previous episode. Qin Mu uses his advanced knowledge of algebra and the Tao of reincarnation to orchestrate a brilliant, peaceful counter-strategy. He deliberately presents a humble surrender proposal to Heavenly Emperor Hao, cleverly using it to divide the interests among the heavenly venerables and drag out negotiations. Concurrently, he arranges for the human race's secret migration to a hidden, chaotic space. While the heavenly court is distracted by the bureaucratic delay and internal power struggles, Qin Mu completes his 72 palaces architecture, unifying his techniques to achieve the powerful chaos realm. Standing as the new pillar of the human race, Qin Mu successfully neutralizes the immediate cosmic threats and coordinates a massive defensive front to secure eternal peace's long-term survival. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1701. The most important part of this battle was hard to say whether it was on Qin Mu's side or Carefree Village's side. Because no matter which place was defeated, eternal peace and origin world would fall. When Heavenly Venerate Cloud walked down Carefree Village, Heavenly Venerate Moon, God King Langer, Heavenly Venerate Nether, Supreme Beginning, and Lan Yutian also welcomed their opponents. Heavenly Venerate Yu and Heavenly Venerate Langyi flew up and went to stop the Ancestor God King, who was trying to fly past Carefree Village and lead the son of Xuandu to attack Eternal Peace. Heavenly Venerate Yu also went up against Heavenly Venerate Su, who had charged into Yudu of Origin World. Taishur was still very familiar with blocking the two ancient gods of Taiji. The three of them each took out their companion's supreme treasures and tried to persuade each other. As for Lan Yutian, he met Madame Yuan Mu in a daze, making people's hearts palpitate. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked towards Heavenly Emperor Hao. Heavenly Venerates and Tao practitioners walked in the sky one after another. Below them was a surging torrent of gods and devils, spreading out from the three sides of Carefree Village. The battlefield even extended to Supreme Emperor Heaven, and the entire Supreme Emperor Heaven was ablaze with flames of war. This time, the Heavenly Court's offensive was extremely terrifying. They used their full strength. Even with the Heavenly Pavilion taking charge of the overall situation, even with Yan Yunxi, Zhuocha, and Han Tang each taking charge of one side, and even with Founding Emperor Yu personally taking charge. But with the three masters of the Heaven Court taking action, the flames of war still reached Carefree Village. Heavenly Venerate Yun ignored all of this and went up to meet Heavenly Emperor Hao. Heavenly Emperor Hao was a man at the moment, and second young master was only surprised that Qin Mu had killed the 8 ancient god clones of Hall Master Spirit Officer in such a short time, so she came out to take a look. However, she wasn't interested in the great battle of Carefree Village. Thus, she gave her body to Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. Yun, you are just a defeated opponent of mine. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's gaze landed on Heavenly Emperor Yun's face, then moved away from his face to look at Supreme Clarity Realm, which was the highest level of Carefree Village. What an exquisite scheme, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said leisurely. Every part of Hall Master Spirit Officer's corporeal body had already transformed into an ancient god. He could send his clones to kill the leaders of Carefree Village, Eternal Peace, Heavenly Een Buddha Realm, Tao Sect and Beast Realm. This was to attack and save him. Heavenly Venerate Mu has a weakness, and that is to place too much importance on family and friendship. I've seen his weakness a long time ago. As long as there's a weakness, it's not invincible. He smiled. Regardless of whether Hall Master Lingguan can kill these mainstays of eternal peace or not, my strategy has already been achieved. That is to make the amorous Heavenly Venerate Mu have no choice but to leave Carefree Village to go and save them. He isn't in Carefree Village, so Carefree Village won't be able to stop me and my army. This battle will bring peace to Carefree Village. Heavenly Venerate Yun said indifferently. Heavenly Venerate Hao, but you have forgotten that I'm still here. You also have a weakness, Heavenly Venerate Yun. Behind Heavenly Monarch Hao, Absolute Beginning slowly walked over. Heavenly Monarch Hao was calm and composed. Brother Yun, your weakness is to be ruthless and endure patiently. Ruthlessness makes it hard to gain the loyalty of others. Forbearance means giving in. I used this weakness of yours to defeat you in the Long Han era. You cannot obtain the help of Heavenly Venerate Fire, Lang Xian, Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heavenly Consort Qing, and the others. On the other hand, I know how to get along with them and how to form a community of interests with them. Your forbearance means that in order to achieve your goal, you will choose to compromise and give up more interests. That's why I can slowly nibble away the Heaven Alliance that you worked so hard to build. Seize the power of the Heaven Alliance and push you out. Heavenly Emperor Haotian laughed. Are you convinced? Heavenly Emperor Yun smiled and shook his head. I've never been convinced. Heavenly Emperor Haotian chuckled. Retired Emperor, he's yours. Brother Yun, please give way. I want to go to Heavenly Emperor Qin Ye's palace to take a look and sit down. Tai Chu walked forward. Behind him, the branches of the Dao tree swayed as he walked towards Heavenly Emperor Yun. Heavenly Emperor Yun was still blocking him and Heavenly Emperor Haotian. Heavenly Emperor Haotian frowned and laughed. Brother Yun, are you planning to stop me and Retired Emperor at the same time? At this moment, Tai Chu suddenly stopped and looked at his own shadow and Heavenly Venerate Yun's shadow. The Ancestor God King and countless suns flew over Carefree Village. There were many suns in the sky and the sunlight was extremely scorching. Even the heavenly river was boiling. Because there were too many suns in the sky, they did not have any shadows at this moment. However, Tai Chu realized that he and Heavenly Venerate Yun had shadows, and their shadows were connected. Tai Chu's eyes twitched. As he reached out his hand to pull out his sword, the Khanate One Qi burst out. At this moment, the saber light in the shadow lit up and raised the saber from Tai Chu's crotch. Qi. Tai Chu was split into two. Shangjun appeared and slashed up Tai Chu's body. Then the saber light rained down and cut Tai Chu's body into pieces. Back then, Tai Chu's body was the body of the ancient god Heavenly Monarch, known as the strongest body. But now, he was chopped into countless pieces by Shangjun's saber light. What Shangjun shattered was not only Absolute Beginning's mortal body, but also Absolute Beginning's immortal soul. As an existence who achieved Tao through killing, Shangjun's first move was an unparalleled killing move. Even someone like Absolute Beginning who achieved Tao could not block it. Shangjun's figure flew out from the falling pieces of flesh in the air, and headed straight for the Tao tree of Absolute Beginning's Ichi Great All Heaven. At this moment, his killing intent was even stronger than the killing intent of the billions of gods and demons in the battlefield of Carefree Village. It was terrifying and terrifying. On Tai Chu's Tao tree, the Tao flower spun and the innate Qi burst forth. Boundless Tao might met Shangjun. At the same time, Tai Chu's body and Yuan Shan that were cut into countless pieces suddenly dissipated and turned into the innate Qi that merged together to form a body and Yuan Shan. Qi. The saber light was stunning as it split open the Tao flowers and cut down the Tao tree. Shangjun used all his strength to slash down and the tree stump and roots of the Tao tree were split apart along with the innate Qi. Very good. Absolute Beginning's voice came from behind him. As an assassin, you are very impressive. However, you are immersed in the Tao of slaughter and have no understanding of the innate five maxims. The Absolute Beginning Tao of the five maxims is divided into the innate One Qi and the divine sense. Be it the physical body, the primordial spirit, the great all heaven of the One Qi, and the Tao tree, Tao flowers and Tao fruits, they are all the innate One Qi. Shangjun turned around. Absolute Beginning stood in front of him, and behind him, Absolute Beginning's Tao tree suddenly dispersed and turned into the innate One Qi. Then the innate One Qi gathered again and turned into a Tao tree. The Tao flower also hung on the tree. And the split One Qi Great All Heaven also turned into the innate One Qi, and then appeared again. Behind Absolute Beginning's head, the heavenly palaces formed the great heavenly court. There were 72 treasure palaces guarding it, and their gazes fell on Shangjun. You are not Celestial Master Mu after all, he said indifferently. Celestial Master Mu was able to plot against me and injure my great Tao, causing me to suffer severe Tao injuries. As for you, you know nothing about Absolute Beginning's Tao and innate Qi. You are just a machine that only knows how to kill. Shangjun, you can't do anything to me. Shangjun lowered his palm and retracted his killing intent. His gaze landed on Absolute Beginning's body. Absolute Beginning's heart tightened. The place Shangjun was looking at was the Tao injury Qin Mu had left for him when he had fought for the soul of East Emperor's Green Dragon. The Tao of Absolute Beginning, innately One Qi. I have indeed never killed it before. Shangjun said dryly. I want to give it a try. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he had no choice but to focus all his attention on it. If Shangjun attacked again, it would definitely be aimed at the Dao injury Qin Mu had left for him. Thankfully, this killer can't hide anymore. In a head-on confrontation, he's inferior to me. Absolute Beginning thought to himself. Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven frowned and turned his head to look at Absolute Beginning before withdrawing his gaze. Brother Yun, it seems like you do have some tricks. Unfortunately, you are walking the path of upper grade versus upper grade, middle grade versus middle grade, and lower grade versus lower grade. If you fight with me, you will definitely die. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and said, Actually, I am helping Brother Hao. Brother Hao, you have cultivated the great all-heaven of One Qi, and the Absolute Beginning has also cultivated the great all-heaven of One Qi. As for me, I am inheriting the great all-heaven of the Supreme Emperor's divine sense. When the great all-heaven of divine sense and the great all-heaven of One Qi combine, it will be the complete Tao of the Absolute Beginning. He formed a sword spell with his left hand and gently stroked the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword. The primordial stone between his brows emitted a faint light. He smiled and said, By combining the great overarching heaven and the divine sense of the great overarching heaven, we can achieve the Absolute Beginning Tao in one go. The power of the Absolute Beginning Tao is second only to Tai Yi. In this universe we are invincible. This is the reason why the ancient god Absolute Beginning has always been fighting with me. As long as he achieves the Absolute Beginning Tao, he can make you abdicate and continue to be your illegitimate child. And Brother Hao, you also have the great all-heaven of One Qi. Heavenly Emperor Hao's eyes lit up. You have moved my heart. Brother Yun, you have indeed moved my heart. The retired emperor is still a wily old fox. If he succeeds, it will indeed be a problem for me. His great all-heaven of One Qi floated over and said with a smile, After I attain the Tao of the Absolute Beginning, I will definitely bury Brother Yun in glory. That's easy to say. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled very happily. Boom! Their great all-heaven collided. When these two great all-heaven met, it was like a golden wind, jade dew, dry wood, and blazing fire. As soon as they came into contact, they began to blend together. At the same time, the heavenly court behind Heavenly Monarch Hao's head swayed. The 72 palaces of the 36 heavenly palaces stood tall. Not only that, there was also a purple cloud palace that shone brightly. This purple cloud hall was dazzling. Far more dazzling than the skyscraping hall that the others had cultivated. It was a projection given to Heavenly Emperor Haotian by the fourth young master Zi Shao. It contained extremely powerful power. His mana was much stronger than Heavenly Emperor Yun's. Heavenly Emperor Haotian shook his sleeves, and many halls flew out from the ancestral court of Yujing City. They suppressed Heavenly Emperor Yun's divine sense, great overarching heaven, and suppressed the power of the divine sense, great overarching heaven. He was sure to win this battle. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was the first to attack. His moves and divine arts were wide open and powerful, showing the power of achieving Tao with strength. He did not need to fight with Heavenly Emperor Yun. His mana was too powerful, and he could completely crush Heavenly Emperor Yun with his power. Heavenly Emperor Yun, on the other hand, was much more cautious. He did his best to use his divine arts and divine arts. At the same time, the power of the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword in his hand was also stimulated to the extreme. His moves changed even more, but he was still being pushed back by Heavenly Emperor Haotian's attacks. Not only that, his divine sense, the Great Firmament, was also being suppressed by the Great Firmament of One Qi. Heavenly Emperor Haotian felt that his cultivation base were constantly improving, and his heart was filled with joy. He was going to win this battle. Qi. Heavenly Venerate Yun thrust his sword forward. The 33 heavens of the founding emperor's sword principle was in his hands, and its subtlety was no less than founding Emperor Qin Ye's. Together with the power of the primordial emperor sword, the power of this sword was multiplied. Heavenly Emperor Haotian laughed out loud and smashed the 33rd heaven of the way of the sword with one punch. His two fingers clamped on the tip of the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword. Heavenly Emperor Yun thrust forward with all his might, but the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword did not move at all. Neither did Heavenly Emperor Haotian's two fingers. He smiled and said, "Brother Yun, it's time for you to go on your way." He pushed forward with the absolute beginning Emperor sword in his hands. The hilt of the sword crashed into Heavenly Emperor Yun's chest with a thud. It broke a few ribs and pierced into Heavenly Emperor Yun's chest. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Yun revealed a smile. The light from the primordial stone between his brows instantly became many times brighter. A violent divine sense rushed into the space between Heavenly Emperor Yun's brows. Little Doyle. Heavenly Emperor Yun's mind was slightly muddled for a moment. Then he recovered and chuckled. However, in the instant he was in a daze. Heavenly Emperor Yun did everything he could to activate his divine ability. It was the Supreme Divine Sense Domain. The Supreme Divine Sense Domain exploded and solidified everything, buying Heavenly Emperor Yun a short time. Red Rope Knot. He allowed the absolute beginning Emperor sword to pierce through his chest, and his hands quickly formed a seal toward Heavenly Emperor Haotian's glabella. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was caught off guard by him. Just as the red rope knot was about to reach his glabella, his appearance and body suddenly began to change rapidly, from male to female, from Heavenly Emperor Haotian to Second Young Master. Teacher specially created this divine ability to deal with me. Second Young Master Wuji let out a shrill and angry cry. Before Heavenly Emperor Yun's red knot divine ability could reach her forehead, it was broken by her terrifying and boundless power. Heavenly Emperor Yun's palm was even covered with flesh and blood, turning into piles of bones. Second Young Master was stunned for a moment. It's not the red knot? She was extremely afraid of the red knot. She thought that it was a divine ability specially created by the master of the Mycroft Palace to kill her. When she saw Celestial Master Yun use it, she was furious and took over the body of Heavenly Emperor Haotian. She planned to kill Celestial Master Yun herself. However, the red knot was just a facade. It was broken by her aura before it could touch her. The white bones that were formed by Heavenly Venerate Yun's hands were already in front of her. The divine ability hidden under the red rope knot suddenly exploded. Not easy divine ability. This divine ability did not have any power. It passed through Second Young Master's body. Second Young Master was slightly stunned. He flicked his finger and hit the tip of the absolute beginning Emperor sword. Heavenly Venerate Yun flew backward and was nailed to his Dao tree with a thud. Second Young Master touched his body but didn't find anything strange. Heavenly Venerate Yun grabbed the blade and pulled out the absolute beginning Emperor sword. He fell to the ground with a thud. I'm good at imitation and learning. The red knot is too profound and I can't learn it. I can only imitate its shape, but I can learn most of the difficult skills. Celestial Master Yun held the absolute beginning Emperor sword and slowly got up. He looked up at the Second Young Master and grinned. Second Young Master, Celestial Master Mu asked me to send you on your way. With you? The Second Young Master sneered. With me? Celestial Master Yun straightened his back and reached into his chest. He took out a few ribs that had been inserted into his heart and threw them on the ground. He said calmly, with this absolute beginning Great All Heaven formed by the combination of the One Chi Great All Heaven and the Divine Sense Great All Heaven, and, with a wave of his sleeve, the ancestral halls that were suppressed in the great cosmic heaven of consciousness flew out and were swept away by his sleeve, and the ultimate void space that is specialized in breaking the path of the ultimate. Heavenly Venerate Yun stomped his feet heavily. The two great cosmic heaven flew up and entered the ultimate void space. The cold and silent wind blew and collided violently with the hot and silent wind around the Second Young Master. The Second Young Master's expression changed slightly. He immediately planned to retreat behind the scenes and let Heavenly Emperor take control of this body. She possessed one of Heavenly Emperor's two Dao bodies. The Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master were worried that she would release her true body if she separated from Heavenly Emperor, so they sealed her in Heavenly Emperor's body. Even so, the Second Young Master was still stronger than Heavenly Emperor. He would often appear and push Heavenly Emperor's primordial spirit and consciousness to the side. She could also let the Heavenly Emperor control her body at any time. Just as Heavenly Emperor Yun said, the ultimate void and her great Tao of the sinkhole countered each other. Hence, it was the best decision to let the Heavenly Emperor deal with Heavenly Emperor Yun. As long as the Heavenly Emperor came out, he could take back his One Chi Great All Heaven. At that time the One-Chi Great All Heaven would fuse with the Divine Sense Great All Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Yun would definitely not be able to compete with the Heavenly Emperor. However, there was a problem this time. When the second young master tried to switch with Heavenly Emperor Haotian, the power of the Bai divine power hidden in her body suddenly burst out, preventing her from switching with Heavenly Emperor Haotian. No matter how hard she tried, it was the same. The second young master was surprised. He raised his head and looked at Heavenly Venerate Yun opposite him. He asked in puzzlement, "You risked your life just now and used the fake red rope not to lure me out. Then you used the Bai divine power to seal Heavenly Emperor Haotian. Was that all for now?" Heavenly Master Yun shook the primordial emperor sword and said with a smile, "This is my plan." The merging of the Great All Heaven of One Chi and the Great All Heaven of the Divine Sense continued. As the merging deepened, his cultivation and cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. The power of the primordial emperor sword in his hand also increased. As long as the two Great All Heaven merged and became the Great All Heaven of Primordial, he would be able to seize Heavenly Emperor Haotian's cultivation base and help him attain the Tao of Primordial, becoming the strongest existence in the world. Previously, he did not have any chance of winning against Second Young Master. Now, he already had a 10% chance of winning. If the two great overarching heavens were to completely merge, then he would have a 70% chance of winning. Victory and defeat depended on the details. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was indeed an extremely terrifying opponent. However, because he had defeated Heavenly Master Yun once in the past, he had the mentality of a victor. In addition, his cultivation base was much higher than Heavenly Master Yun's, causing him to be negligent and look down on him. Heavenly Emperor Haotian's attack was not wrong. What was wrong was that he had underestimated his enemy. He looked down on Heavenly Emperor Yun, causing Heavenly Emperor Yun to have the opportunity to use the second young master's weakness to lure her out with the red knot. Then, he would use the Bai divine ability to seal Heavenly Emperor Haotian. Since Heavenly Emperor Haotian could not come out, Heavenly Emperor Yun would have the possibility to seize the One-Chi Great All Heaven and cultivate the Primordial Great All Heaven. He would also have the chance to win the battle with the second young master, even if the chance of winning was not high. The second young master stopped trying to bring out Heavenly Emperor Haotian. He said, "This is the supernatural power of a blasphemer. It is indeed extraordinary. Your scheme is also outstanding. The ultimate void and the Tao of ultimate are indeed incompatible. You pulled me into the ultimate void, and indeed you can use the ultimate void to destroy me. Unfortunately, you have forgotten my identity." Her expression was calm. She said lightly, "I am the second young master of the Miluo Palace. All young masters have reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect after learning teachers' mantras and abhijnas. Compared to the mantras and abhijnas of the Miluo Palace, you so-called heavenly venerates and so-called Tao achievers are still barbarians in the primitive jungle." She walked towards Heavenly Venerate Yun. Her face was filled with a fervent desire to destroy everything. "How pitiful. You must have come to kill me with the determination to die. You schemed for a long time before you came up with this idea. You think that you have a small chance of winning. You think that you can stall for time. After fusing with the two great Luo heavens and attaining the Tao, you have the possibility of killing me." The aura on her body suddenly changed. Primordial chaos Yuan Qi emerged from her body. The cold wind and the heat wind in her body were melting away, removing her cultivation base. But now, the appearance of primordial chaos Yuan Qi slowed down the trend, and it even showed signs of stopping. Heavenly Venerate Yun's pupils constricted. How pitiful. Although I don't agree with teacher's philosophy, teacher's Taoist skills and abhijnas are indeed profound and unfathomable. Therefore, I studied him very seriously and gained a lot of understanding. Second young master Wuji looked at his expression and chuckled. Undermining his confidence and belief, he said leisurely, "You previously thought that you had a chance of winning, but now you don't have any chance at all? What a pitiful person. Even if you used your life to exchange for my death, you would only be killing one of my clones. It wouldn't have any effect on my original body. Moreover, you can't be killed at all. You've exhausted all your wisdom in your life, wanting to attain the Tao and transcend. You've also given up everything to kill me, yet it's actually so laughable. Such a pitiful person. Let me end this lowly life of yours." She made a bold move. Fellow Taoist Taiji, no matter what, we are still the fifth supreme of the innate realm and are of the same breath. Why do we have to kill our own people? The people of Carefree Village had already moved away to eternal peace. The 33 heavens were already empty, leaving only the empty divine cities. The armies of the various divine cities also charged toward the heavens below, fighting a bloody battle with heavenly court. At this moment, in Chiming and Yangtian, the bodies of two ancient Taiji gods fused together and turned into an incomparably huge ancient god that stood between the heavens and the earth. The sun, moon, and stars were above their heads, and the Taiji sand table had already turned into a huge divine weapon. Under their urging, boundless power burst forth. The earth of Heilongtian was torn apart, and the mountains were ground into pieces, transforming into billowing sand and dust that strengthened the might of the sand table. Ancient God Taiji's opponent was a little fatty that was rapidly rolling about in the sand. At times he would violently clash with Ancient God Taiji, causing his skin and flesh to split open. At other times the clear sky mirror behind his head would shine brightly, causing him to transform into clear sky. He dodged Ancient God Taiji's attack. The two ancient gods of Taiji could do nothing to him. Fellow Taoists, we are of one mind. The little fatty attacked them. The two ancient gods of Taiji were truly enraged. They mobilized all of their cultivation bases, and the Taiji sand table suddenly transformed into 28 heavenly realms. It was as if 28 Taiji diagrams had been spread out, overlapping under their snake tails. Tai Shi, you have no face and no skin. You say that we are of the same breath, but you are using all kinds of vicious moves to attack us. You don't understand the general situation, and you can't see the situation. Forget it, today we will fight to the death with you. Do you dare to enter our Taiji diagram? Tai Shi stopped and cautiously sized up the 28 heavenly realms Taiji diagram. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, are you walking the path of Tao Realm? Tao Realm is opened up by founding emperor. You don't forget to dig wells when you eat water. You have obtained the benefits of founding Emperor Qin's business, but you came to kill his Carefree Village. You are not worthy of being called basket. The Taiji ancient god split into two and transformed into Heavenly Venerate Taiyang. Heavenly Venerate Taiyin. The Heavenly Venerate Taiyang's face flushed red with shame. Heavenly Venerate Taiyin sneered and said, It's useless to talk about that. Do you dare to come in? Tai Shi opened his short legs and walked into the 28th heavenly realm. He said with a smile, Why wouldn't I dare? I'd like to see how brilliant the two of you are when you step into the Tao in the mortal world. At the same time, the world barrier of Heavenly Shady World suddenly broke down. A huge ancestral court jade platform broke through the barrier of Heavenly Shady World and appeared on the surface of the sea of Heavenly Shady World. The army of Heavenly Court kept flying up from the jade platform and invading Heavenly Shady World. Heavenly Shady World was the territory of eternal peace. There were many people of eternal peace living here. They had built a unique civilization that belonged to Heavenly Shady World and cultivated the paths, skills, and divine arts of Heavenly Shady World. Ever since the Great War broke out, the lives of the people were plunged into misery, the destruction of the heavens one by one, and countless souls turned into black sand. Heavenly Shade World had become bigger and bigger. Now, Heavenly Shade World had become the biggest heavens that belonged to the origin world. The Sea of Heavenly Shade had also expanded by dozens of times. However, when the ancestral court's Jade Lake fell, it suppressed the Sea of Heavenly Shade to the point where it was unable to rise. Countless gods and devils of Heavenly Court stepped on the surface of the sea and rushed toward the land of Heavenly Shade World. This wave of invasion could be said to be the first time Heavenly Court had stepped on Eternal Peace's territory. Consort Heavenly Een stretched out her hand to grab the ocean and shook it forcefully. The surface of the ocean instantly trembled violently, and the gods and devils of Heavenly Court who were charging at the forefront were suddenly swallowed by the ocean. However, the power of the ancestral court's Jade Lake was simply too strong. The generals of Heavenly Court on the Jade platform led many saints to work together to activate the Jade Lake, instantly suppressing the trembling ocean surface. If Consort Heavenly Een tried to flip the surface of the ocean again, she wouldn't be able to do so. I don't want to turn my divine arts into a weapon to kill all living beings. Consort Tianyin's body trembled when she suddenly recalled how Qin Mu had asked her for the technique of the cult emperor throne. He had once said that she would face such a situation sooner or later, and she would have to make a choice then. But now she had to make a choice. She turned back to look at the god cities of heavenly Een world. There were only a few gods and devils in those cities, but behind them were all the living beings of heavenly Een world. Among them were the people of eternal peace, but there were many people that she had personally created to personally enlighten and mold the souls of the living beings. She was their mother, their heavenly mother. Consort Heavenly Shade turned her head back and tears flowed down her face. The paths, skills, and divine arts erupted, and the god and devil army of Heavenly Court that rushed up the coast to attack her in Heavenly Shade World's divine city suddenly had black sand rolling in their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and their primordial spirits shattered. They turned into black sand and fused into the heaven and earth of the heavenly Een world. This trend was like a plague. It followed the surface of the sea and headed straight for the ancestral court's jade platform. All the gods and demons had no way of resisting the terrifying power of the Tao arts of the heavenly Een world. The gods and demons quickly turned into shells. They had no souls, no spirits, and their corpses sank into the sea of the heavenly Een world. Consort Tianyin felt pain in her heart. She could not bear it. Although she was an ancient god of the heavenly Een world, she had only killed one person ever since she was resurrected, and that was Son of Heaven Een. She had never been able to deal with other creatures, but this time she had no choice but to take action. The heavenly court had too many gods and demons, and the shady firmament world didn't have many gods and demons. She had no way to resist them. She had to ensure the safety of her people. The jade altar of the ancestral court shone brightly. The general guarding the jade altar activated the power of the jade altar and blocked Consort Tianyin's divine ability. Before the power of Consort Tianyin's attack could reach the jade lake of the ancestral court, it was broken. Consort Tianyin, your Tao is indeed boundless. On the jade lake of the ancestral court, the army of the heavenly court formed a formation. Duke Ming, Duke Li, Duke Yu, Archduke, and Duke Su each took a step forward. Duke Li praised. His Majesty ordered us to come to the flat sky Een world. If we wanted to take down Consort Tianyin, I'm afraid we would suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, we don't have to fight to the death with Consort Tianyin this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly sounded. An ancient god landed on the jade lake of the ancestral court. His entire body was pitch black. He slowly stood up and looked across the sea with Empress Shady Heaven. His voice shook, the sea was covered in ripples. Spiritual official greets Empress Shady Heaven. Empress, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Empress for standing on the wrong team. Xiao. A strange sound of air being torn apart was heard. A figure passed through the jade platform. The pitch-black ancient god and the figure disappeared without a trace. Boom! The shady firmament world shook violently. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw a large hole in the sky above the shady firmament world. The ancient god called the spiritual official was torn into pieces and fell from the sky. His corpse fell into the sea with a plop. Waves were stirred up. Who is this spiritual official? Consort Tianyin was at a loss. The spiritual official had suddenly appeared. He looked very powerful and frightening, but he had suddenly died for no reason. She was at a loss. This person looks very powerful. Who killed him? She quickly put this strange matter aside and wholeheartedly dealt with the army of the 7 chancellors of the Heaven Court who had charged into the Tianyin world. The 7 chancellors of Heavenly Court were the most ancient experts on the Emperor's throne, and they were also the 7 that were rarely replaced. They could be said to be the 7 elders of Heavenly Court and the meritorious ministers of the Emperor in the era of Long Han. They were in charge of the 7 policies of Heavenly Court: politics, war, law, fire, fiend prison, water prison, and sway. They were extremely powerful. Even without that spirit official, it would be extremely difficult to deal with just the 7 chancellors, let alone the ancestral court Jade Lake. Heavenly Shady World must never fall into the hands of Heavenly Court, or else they will release black sand and turn it into a ghost of death. The entire eternal peace and even the origin world will turn into great ruins. The battle of Heavenly Shady had officially begun. On Carefree Village's Supreme Purity Realm, Lan Yutian was sitting beside Madame Yuanmu in boredom. Madame Yuanmu seemed to have met with some problem. She was still laughing and talking to him just a moment ago, but she suddenly fell into a daze and didn't move for a long time. After a moment, Madame Yuanmu woke up and continued the topic. She giggled and said, "Who would have thought that the handsome and valiant Heavenly Lord Royal back then would become a little fatty now? My sister must be very sad to see you." Lan Yuqian raised his head and rolled his eyes at her. He threw the small stone in his hand out and said, "You're no longer fat. Yuanmu, you've been schemed against." Madame Yuanmu asked curiously, "I was ambushed by someone? Why didn't I know?" "You'll always be absent-minded. After being absent-minded, you'll forget about being absent-minded," Lan Yuqian said seriously. "When you came to look for me just now, you were already absent-minded twice in a short period of time. Every time you were absent-minded, the time taken for one word 12 seconds and 3 flashes, you'll wake up." Madame Yuanmu blinked her eyes. She did not feel her mind wandering at all. Lan Yuqian held his chin, he thought. "You must have been hit by someone else's supernatural power. If I wanted to kill you, I would definitely be able to kill you. But I also felt that there was a strange power in your body that was sealed by you. If I killed you, I would release that power. At that time, I will definitely not be able to defeat you. Even if we gang up on you, I will not be able to defeat you." Madame Yuanmu saw him squatting on the ground with a fierce look in his eyes and was about to attack. Lan Yuqian said, "As long as you have the intention to kill, you will be absent-minded. I think you have been struck by my brother's reincarnation divine ability. Every time you have the intention to kill, you will be reincarnated. I don't know if my guess is correct." He raised his head. Madame Yuanmu's eyes revealed a fierce light, but she stood there in a daze without moving. Clearly, she had entered an absent-minded state again. "Whether it is correct or not, as long as I enter your consciousness to take a look, I will know." Lan Yuqian's spiritual sense fluctuated. With a swoosh, he entered Madame Yuanmu's consciousness. A moment later, he came to Madame Yuanmu's mind. Looking around, he could not help but be shocked. Madame Yuanmu did not reincarnate once when she had the intention to kill, as he had expected. Instead, she reincarnated 960 times. Not only that, he also saw that in the depths of Madame Yuanmu's sea of thoughts, the Empress's consciousness was lurking. It was like a pitch-black hole hidden under the sea, constantly expanding. Clearly, the danger he sensed came from this. If he killed Yuanmu, Empress Dowager would be released, unable to be suppressed. Therefore, Yuanmu absolutely couldn't move, or else he would release Empress Dowager. Yuanmu was a method created by someone to suppress Empress Dowager. And that person was definitely Qin Mu. And the reason why Madame Yuanmu had reincarnated again and again was probably because Empress Dowager was too strong, so Qin Mu couldn't completely suppress her. A flaw appeared in the divine art of reincarnation. Lan Yuqian retracted his divine consciousness and opened his eyes wide. After a moment he muttered, "My brother is really ruthless. His path of reincarnation has already reached an inconceivable degree. I can't understand it." Madame Yuanmu was no longer a danger to him, but the divine art of reincarnation left behind by Qin Mu would sooner or later be worn down by Empress. At that time, the Empress would completely fuse with Madame Yuanmu and become a true goddess of sinkhole, slaughtering everyone in all directions. It was extremely dangerous. Lan Yuqian cupped his chin and thought, "However, my brother can plot against Empress Dowager and cause her to get stuck. Every time she gets stuck, I'm not in any danger. Since that's the case, why don't I think about how to plant other divine arts in Empress Dowager's body? Even if Empress Dowager escapes in the future, it won't be that dangerous." He racked his brains and racked his brains. Supreme Purity Realm was truly as its name suggested. It was extremely peaceful. Meanwhile, the other heavens in Carefree Village were fighting even more ferociously. However, in Yudu of the Origin World, which overlapped with Carefree Village and Eternal Peace, Yutian Supremacy was fighting against Heavenly Venerate Void. The battle was also abnormally fierce. Fengdu could no longer hold on. King Yama led the ghosts and gods of Fengdu to fight against the Yudu devil monsters and devil gods. And they were already attacked into the god cities of Fengdu. King Yama abandoned several god cities consecutively, and defended the 8th god city with his life while Fengdu only had 9 god cities. The 8th divine city was also in danger. Under the attacks of countless Yudu devils and devils, the entire divine city was already riddled with holes. The street battles were also unusually tense. As more and more devils and devils came, King Yama had no choice but to give up on the 8th divine city. At this moment, Heavenly King Tianshu charged into Yudu and led many devil gods to come to support him. This was to temporarily relieve the pressure on Fengdu. On the other side of the battlefield, Heavenly Venerate Yu transformed into a young man and summoned the Life and Death Book. He held a lantern in his hand and stepped on a paper boat, battling against Heavenly Venerate Su, who held the underworld river whip in his hand. Both of them were famous for their vast immortal souls, and their immortal souls were extremely powerful. In the vast and boundless Yudu of the origin world, they fought with all their might. The long whip, the river, the golden light of the Life and Death Book, and the lantern danced in the air. With each step they crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Heavenly Venerate Yudu's primordial spirit was a little stronger. All these years, he had tried to bring his strengths to the extreme, striving to achieve the attainment of the Tao with his primordial spirit. The power of his primordial spirit had become increasingly powerful. However, Heavenly Venerate Su had taken advantage of the strength of his physical body. Furthermore, after refining the Earth Count's physical body and obtaining the incomplete Great Tao of Yudu, his mana had improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, he had the guidance of the Spirit Officer Hall Master for more than 10 years. His improvement was divine. The battle between the two of them was filled with excitement. The Tao techniques of Yudu were originally known for being strange and treacherous. In their hands, the strangeness of Yudu was displayed to the fullest. Suddenly, the two of them killed their way to the hinterland of eternal peace. From afar, they could see an incomparably huge 6-paths heavenly wheel revolving around a towering figure. It was none other than Qin Fengqing. The small Earth Count Qin Fengqing closed his eyes and opened the vertical eye between his brows to maintain the safety of Yudu in the origin world. If Yudu invaded and he didn't maintain Yudu in the origin world, the devil gods and monsters in Yudu wouldn't charge into Yudu in the origin world, but would ascend to the world of the living and charge into eternal peace. It would definitely lead to a bloody massacre. He spread his 6 arms and the 6 heavenly wheels revolved around him. His gaze shone on the heavenly wheels and all kinds of magnificent characters and runes on the heavenly wheels flashed and changed continuously, causing the great Tao of Yudu in the origin world to change. Strange Tao sounds came from the heavenly wheels, and the souls of gods and devils that had died in battle flew over from the battlefield surrounding Carefree Village, and were drawn by the 6 heavenly wheels. Even the other 10,000 worlds in the heavens were affected by the 6 heavenly wheels. Heavenly Venerate Su's heart trembled when he saw Qin Fengqing. He waved his underworld river whip, and the underworld river surged toward Qin Fengqing, who was in the 6 heavenly wheels. As long as Qin Fengqing was severely injured and his body was destroyed, Yudu would immediately become Yudu. Once Yudu of the origin world was destroyed, Yudu's devil gods and devils would be able to charge straight into eternal peace and turn eternal peace into hell on earth. Don't even think about it. Heavenly Venerate Yu blocked in front of the underworld river whip. His corporeal body was shattered by the underworld river whip and turned into countless heavenly venerates flying in all directions, while his primordial spirit leaped up and blasted Heavenly Venerate Void's primordial spirit out of his body with a palm. The two of them could not do anything to each other in a short period of time. They stabilized their formation and stared at each other cautiously. Suddenly demonic chi surged over. A demon god with the head of a bull and the body of a human descended from the sky and landed in front of Qin Fengqing in the Yudu of the origin world with a thump. The demon god looked like an earth count, but it was somewhat different. However, there was a vertical eye between its brows. It looked around before its gaze landed on Qin Fengqing, who was in the 6 heavenly wheels. It said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Fengqing, Spirit Official is here to greet you." Bang! The Earth Count Ancient God suddenly exploded. The power of the Heavenly Tao rippled at this moment, causing Heavenly Venerate Yu and Heavenly Venerate Su to be bewildered. The Earth Count Ancient God was extremely powerful. First, it was attacked by a terrifying power, and then it was wiped out by the power of the Heavenly Tao. The two of them hurriedly looked over and saw a teleportation light carrying a human figure as it sprinted away. Its speed was so fast that it left a deep black mark in Yudu of Origin World. Following that, the human figure leaped out of Yudu of Origin World and vanished. Heavenly Venerate Void and Heavenly Venerate Yu both looked away with astonishment in their hearts. However, they had to determine the victor of this battle, and they couldn't afford to be distracted. At the same time, Qin Mu leaped out of Yudu of Origin World. The expression of the clone of ancient god spirit official, who was rushing toward the land of the northern border, changed drastically. He sensed the death of his ancient god clone from Carefree Village and Jade Cliff Pass of South Sea. He couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat. His speed was too fast and the distance was too far. Each of the ancient god clones was an independent body, so it was only now that he sensed the death of the other clones. With such speed, only 7th Young Master can kill 13 of my avatars in such a short period of time. At the same time, the avatars of the Spirit Officer Ancient God who had rushed to the Great Thunderclap Temple and arrived at the foot of the mountain also sensed the death of the 12 avatars at the same time. He could not sense the Dark Sky World and the Yuan World because they were independent worlds. 7th Young Master is attacking me. His speed is so fast. At that moment, the other two ancient gods had already seen Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho. They were raising their heads to look at the Ancestor God King, who was fighting Heavenly Venerate Moon and Langbao in the sky. The Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho were preparing to launch a sneak attack. They should be planning to sneak attack the Ancestor God King. The faces of the clones of ancient god spirit official who had rushed to Eternal Peace Dao Sect, Capital City, Eternal Peace Primordial Wood, and other places also changed drastically. The death of the clones couldn't be hidden from their senses. However, Qin Mu's speed was too fast, so his senses couldn't keep up with his speed. This resulted in a strange scene that happened in a split second. 7th Young Master is chasing after my clone at such a speed, and his body and magic power might not be able to withstand it. But even so, my clone isn't his match. He found me because I was too ostentatious, but if I hid my tracks, he would run back and forth if he couldn't find me. If he kills me at this speed, he will soon be so tired that he will vomit blood and be completely exhausted. The avatars of ancient god spirit officials immediately retracted their auras and went into hiding. Under the Great Thunderclap Temple, ancient god spirit officials transformed into a great monk and walked up Mount Meru unhurriedly. The Great Thunderclap Temple on Mount Meru was the residence of the world-entering Buddha, the guardian of this place, Zhang Kong Rulai. Above the Great Thunderclap Temple was the 20th heaven of the Buddhist world, and the 20th heaven was the residence of the Great Brahma, Heavenly King Buddha. At the same time, the Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho prepared to sneak attack the Ancestor God King, while the other two spirit officials and ancient gods prepared to kill the two of them. Boom! Qin Mu leaped out from Yudu in the Origin World and appeared in front of the Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho. The expressions of the two ancient gods changed drastically, and they escaped in different directions. Wang. Qin Mu's divine consciousness burst forth and crashed into the brains of the two ancient gods. Layer after layer of reincarnation divine art spread out, and like another 6 paths heavenly wheel, they enveloped the two ancient gods. The expression of the ancient god monk who was climbing the mountain changed drastically. He sensed that 2 more of his clones had disappeared. The corners of the eyes of the ancient god monk twitched, and he walked past Zhang Kong Rulai, who was sleeping soundly, into the 20 heavens of the Buddha realm. At the same time, Qin Mu went straight to Great Thunderclap Monastery. Senior Brother Wei is leading the Yulin army and has the power to fight against Heavenly Venerate, so I can temporarily protect myself, he thought to himself. The Xuanwu 2 emperors are guarding their ancestral land, and they are extremely powerful. They can resist the 2 avatars of the Spirit Officer Palace Lord for a period of time. I can't afford to delay. I don't have time to find the 3 avatars of the Spirit Officer and Ancient God here, so I'll let them resist for a while. The 20 heavens of the Buddhist world were extremely vast. The 20 heavens were the realm of the Buddha. The great Brahma Heavenly King and Buddha used their great wisdom to create the heart study and reach the Tathagata realm. They cultivated from the Yamalua realm all the way to the great Brahma realm. Their state of mind improved, and their cultivation also improved. For example, the state of mind of Deshur Heavenly King and Buddha Li Yuran was the state of mind of Deshur Heavenly Realm, which was second only to the great Brahma realm. It was extremely difficult to cultivate to the great Brahma realm. Although Deshur Heavenly King and Buddha Li Yuran cultivated to the throne realm, they did not cultivate to the great Brahma realm. They were still very far from the great Brahma realm. The improvement of the state of mind was the most difficult. The ancient god monk passed through the layers of heavens in the Buddhist world and arrived at Deshur heavenly realm. Suddenly he felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a huge head rising from the 20th heaven of the Buddhist world. The light of reincarnation revolved behind his head and enveloped the entire 20th heaven of the Buddhist world. That body was even bigger than the 20th heaven of the Buddhist world and taller than Mount Dashu. Just the head alone was bigger than the heavens. Seventh young master. The ancient god monk's heart skipped a beat and he calmed his mind. He changed his appearance so that even a Tao practitioner would not be able to tell. I have too many clones, and I've already rushed to different places. It's impossible for me to come back and reassemble my corporeal body to fight seventh young master. There's only one way to go, and as long as seventh young master is delayed for a moment, he will slow down. He was very sure that his ancient god clone would definitely be unable to escape, and would be caught by Qinmu sooner or later. However, as long as Qinmu wasted a moment here, it would be enough to form a chain reaction. In a moment, his other clone would be able to enter Dao sect and kill Dao ancestor. By the time Qinmu arrived at Dao sect, his other clones had already killed Wei Suifeng and Northern Emperor Xuanwu. By the time Qinmu arrived at the land of the northern borders, primordial lord of earth virtue, Gong Sunli, Emperor Yanfeng, and the rest were already dead. This was one slow step. If Qinmu wasted even a little bit of time, it would cause unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, Qinmu's figure vanished. The ancient god monk was stunned. Seventh young master has given up? He's prepared to give up the life of great Brahma, heavenly king and Buddha to go to Dao sect or other places to chase after my other clones? Isn't seventh young master too naive? He can't find me here, nor can he find my other clones in other places. He will still show signs of slowing down one step at a time. He relaxed and walked towards the Brahma heavenly realm. The ancient god monk found the Brahma heavenly king Buddha and greeted him. King Buddha, greetings from the spiritual official. He then rose up and took the life of the Brahma heavenly king Buddha in one move. The ancient god monk killed the king Buddha and destroyed his soul. Even his soul black sand no longer existed. He chuckled and said, "The great Brahma king Buddha's ability is only seventh young master is too naive. He can't find me here, and he can't find my other avatars in other places. He will still be able to slow down one step at a time." He relaxed and looked up. He saw the great Brahma realm above the Deshur heavenly realm. The ancient god monk found the great Brahma king Buddha and killed him with one move, turning his soul into chaos. He smiled and said, "The great Brahma king Buddha's ability is just so seventh young master." Not long after, the ancient god monk raised his head to look at the great Brahma realm and walked towards the great Brahma realm. "Venerable one, there is an outsider monk here." The Brahma heavenly king Buddha was sitting in Yudu in the Brahma realm. When he heard this, he separated himself from the group of Buddhas and came to the divinatory heavenly realm. He saw a ferocious-looking monk standing there with a smile on his face, not moving at all. The Brahma heavenly king Buddha carefully examined him. He said, "This person was affected by the reincarnation and dream realm of heavenly venerate Mu. He kept on reincarnating in the dream realm. His cultivation is extremely high. Heavenly venerate Mu can't kill him with this divine ability alone. He can only trap him." He raised his head and looked into the distance. Heavenly venerate Mu is conserving his strength. He is already unable to use his strongest divine ability to kill this monk. Is it too late, or does he lack mana? Or does he have both? He had a worried expression on his face as he instructed the Buddhas to descend the mountain. He said, "This monk is indeed not from our Buddhist sect. I'm afraid he is a monk from the heavenly court or the ancestral court. Since he is able to come here, it means that the heavens' power has already invaded this place and not just from Yudu. Now that the human world is hell, you can all go down the mountain. The human world is not empty. Don't come back." All the Buddhas were respectful. One of the Buddhas took the initiative to extinguish the Buddhist light behind his head and said, "The great Brahma is blocking the Yudu demon god alone. Can he withstand it?" The great Brahma heavenly king said, "As long as the heavenly venerate doesn't come personally, I have my own way to save my life. There's no need to worry about me. Go quickly." All the Buddhas left the mountain and left the Buddhist realm. When they arrived at the Great Thunderclap Temple, they shouted, "Senior Brother Zhang Kong, wake up!" The demon ape that was sleeping in the Great Thunderclap Temple woke up. All the Buddhas said, "The world has already turned into hell and is about to be destroyed. We should eliminate the compassion in our hearts and subdue demons and devils. Senior brother, do you want to go?" The devil ape said, "Let's go together." He looked up at Great Brahma heavenly realm, where the light of Buddha shone eternally and shone brightly. However, his hair fluttered in the wind, and a faint worry appeared on his resolute face. All the Buddhas hugged him and left. The 20 heavens of the Buddha realm and Great Thunderclap Monastery instantly became empty. Only the ancient temple and ancient bell were left, along with the ancient god monk who was standing in Deshur heavenly realm with a smile on his face. The bell chimed loudly. At the highest level of the Buddha realm in Great Brahma heaven realm, there was a place called Yudu. It was where Qin Mu had transformed into a small earth count and slaughtered everyone, threatening to get rid of the old Buddha and become the earth count of the Buddha realm himself. The Buddha realm originally didn't have Yudu, so there was no pain from birth, aging, sickness, or death. However, Qin Mu had caused a huge ruckus and helped the old Buddha cleanse the forces that the heaven had placed in the Buddha realm. Thus Yudu was here, and Yudu's devil gods and devils could directly reach this place. At that moment, Great Brahma heavenly king and Buddha were sitting in Yudu. Countless devil gods and devils swarmed like a tide and pounced on the old Buddha. Yudu's devil gods and devils were formed from the evil thoughts of all living beings. They were the filth in the thoughts, and devil chi was the most filth of vital chi, looking from Yudu and Yudu in the origin world. At that moment, Great Brahma heavenly king was like a mountain that was shining brightly in the heart of eternal peace. No matter how many devil gods and devils swarmed over, they couldn't move his body. There were 17 halos at the back of his head, and one of them was the first heavenly palace. The Buddha's light transformed the devil nature and devil thoughts of the devils and devils, turning them into fire. He was the final checkpoint to protect eternal peace and prevent Yudu from invading. If he was defeated, the devil gods and devils of Yudu would rush into Great Brahma realm in one go. They would whistle down from Great Brahma realm, and darkness would envelop the 20 heavens of the Buddha realm. It would then drown Great Thunderclap Monastery and flood all over eternal peace. Great Brahma king and Buddha were as steady as Mount Meru, unmoving as they gradually entered their dreams. The consumption of his cultivation increased, but the number of dead and injured devils and devils also increased. Gradually, the number of devils and devils that rushed over decreased. Great monk! Suddenly a voice sounded. Great Brahma king and Buddha woke up from their dreams. They raised their heads and saw an army of less than 50,000 gods and devils rushing over from Yudu. Heavenly Court's divine strategy guards? The Great Brahma heavenly king Buddha stood up and asked. The leading general bowed slightly and said, "The divine strategies left guard commander, Yubi Jun from the east, greets the great monk. His Majesty has ordered me to take the great monk's life. Everyone, get into formation." The heavenly court's divine strategies left guards and 50,000 gods and devils set up a formation. One heavenly palace after another rose up from the ground, as if the heavenly Lord of Emptiness had personally come. The Brahma heavenly king Buddha sighed. The origin is from the cultivation of both nature and Buddha. How can one be in the first place if one is confused? If one is enlightened, one will instantly become a Buddha, and if one is confused, one will fall into all calamities. The devil ape, is the devil ape that surrenders to the heart. Zhang Kong, you will understand this point. Everyone, please. Yu Bijuan bowed and said, I was once indebted to the great monk in the early years. Today, I will leave the great monk's corpse intact. She straightened her back and unfurled the command flag. The army of the left guards of divine strategy covered it and drowned Great Brahma, Heavenly King and Buddha. Qin Mu had killed another clone of spirit official at the foot of Kunlun Mountain of Dao sect. But Dao ancestor wasn't in Kunlun. He was currently in Eternal Peace's manufacturing factory, designing a divine weapon with Dao master Lin Xian. Qin Mu went straight for Eternal Peace primordial wood. While he was running, Yudu's divine art had already erupted, and he was one step ahead of him in the sky above Eternal Peace primordial wood and the capital city. His divine art transformed into a life and death book that shone with golden light. Just as the life and death book locked onto the two clones of the spirit official that had already arrived, Qin Mu's figure arrived. He killed one of the clones of the ancient god in front of Dao Wen Courtyard of Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace and another in the Imperial Palace of Shangjing City. His figure rushed toward the East Sea, and at that moment huge waves rose from the surface of the sea. Among the surging waves, the nest of 10,000 dragons exploded. It was a sacred ground that had risen from the ancestral court, and was formed from the qi and blood of the universe. In the immemorial era, the Creator had worshipped there and given birth to a sacred being that controlled qi and blood, the Eastern Emperor's green dragon. Now that the 10,000 dragon nest had exploded, the flow of qi and blood instantly poured out and filled the surface of the sea, turning the huge waves red and surging towards eternal peace. In the huge waves, two huge divine dragons were fighting, and one of the green dragons suddenly split into pieces and died an unnatural death. Qin Mu flicked his finger, and a lotus leaf appeared. It landed on the top of the waves, and the huge waves instantly calmed down. Qin Mu flew over, but he didn't kill the green dragon. Instead, he went straight for the army led by Jiang Baigui. There, the numerous eternal peace god and devil armies formed a formation, and used all kinds of formations to lock down the dragon-headed ancient god. Jiang Baigui was the eye of the formation, and the 72 treasured palaces of 36 heavenly palaces came out at the same time. Together with the armies, they formed a complete formation of the great heavenly court and worked together to kill the dragon-headed ancient god. Qin Mu instantly stopped and counterattacked the other divine dragon. Seventh young master, you have already lost this battle. Hall Master Spirit Official's voice came from the divine dragon's mouth as he shouted, if you can save North Emperor and Wei Suifeng, you won't be able to save West Emperor, let alone the Lord of the Beast Realm in South Heaven. Even if you have a choice, you won't be able to save everyone. Bang! He was smashed into pieces by Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't stop for a moment and left. On his way to Kandi, he suddenly saw the 20 heavens of Buddha realm appearing in the sky above Great Thunderclap Monastery in the heart of eternal peace. The 20 heavens surrounded Mount Dashu. The sky was high and the clouds were faint. It was a majestic sight. Suddenly, a dot of black ink appeared on Great Brahma heavenly realm. It was like a black ink halo spreading out, dyeing the entire Great Brahma heavenly realm pitch black. The black ink then surged toward Deshur heavenly realm, Duowen heavenly realm, and country supporting heavenly realm. Very soon, the 20 heavenly realms surrounding Great Meru Mountain were dyed pitch black. The darkness surged downwards and towards Great Thunderclap Monastery. Qin Mu's body trembled slightly and he didn't continue to look. He continued to rush towards the northern border. In Eternal Peace's Golden River Manufacturing Factory, Dao Ancestor raised his head and looked in the direction of Great Thunderclap Monastery. Suddenly tears flowed down his face. The old Buddha who had been begging for him with the black iron alms bowl in his hand, and the great monk who had accompanied him for 1,000,000 years should be gone. Dao Father. Lin Xian revealed an inquisitive look. The Dao Father turned his head away. It's fine. Continue working. Meanwhile, the Buddhas who had left the Buddhist world were also looking back. Zhang Kongrulai didn't look at the situation in the Buddhist world. Instead, he continued to walk forward with his staff. In a muffled voice he said, advance to the west. There are 21 clones of ancient god spirit official that have died in my hands. One of them is trapped by me while the other is trapped by junior brother Jiang Baigui. These two ancient gods of spirit official don't have much power left. In that case, there are still 7 left. Qin Mu rushed towards the land of the northern border. His speed had already slowed down a little from the beginning, causing his heart to sink. West Earth might not be able to make it in time. With his current speed, even if he abandoned Wei Suifeng and Black Tortoise and went straight for West Earth, the 2 ancient god clones of the spirit official would have already arrived there. But I have to kill these 2 ancient god clones. Otherwise, after they kill Yuting and West Emperor White Tiger, they will turn around and kill First Ancestor, Dao Ancestor, and the rest. Hopefully, Yuting and the West Emperor will be able to hold on. Yuting is the #1 celestial master after all. He was as fast as lightning. There were 3 ancient gods in the northern borderlands, dealing with Emperor Xuanwu and Wei Suifeng respectively. There were 2 in the West Earth, one in the South Heaven or the Beast World to deal with the dragon Qilin, and the last one to rush to the ancestral court. The dragon Qilin can choose not to save him. He can use his summoning divine ability to forcefully pull him from the South Heaven or the Beast World, causing the clone of the spirit officer Ancient God to miss. But that Ancient God spirit official must die as well, so I can't leave him behind. However, the most crucial thing is still the clone of Ancient God that went to the ancestral court. In the northern border, when Qinmu rushed there, he saw snow and ice. The ground was frozen and it was white. Huge snow and ice divine cities floated in the sky, and icebergs floated among the cities. Black Tortoise Great Swamp appeared in this desolate land, and the heavenly river was also attracted by it. This great swamp was the ancestral land of Black Tortoise and 2 emperors, and it was extremely magnificent. Among the 4 emperors of ancient gods, Black Tortoise and 2 emperors were the strongest. These 2 ancient gods were the strongest race of creators in the immemorial era. They were the gods that Jiyu clan had worshipped. At that moment, on the heavenly river in this great swamp, a huge ship was galloping in the river, pressing down on the water. Wei Suifeng led the imperial guards to set up the formation of Great Heavenly Court on the huge ship. This was the newest formation map of Eternal Peace. With Eternal Peace's skilled craftsmen, they had only created 4 formation maps, and one of them had been taken by Emperor Yue. It was used in the Battle of Carefree Village. Wei Suifeng had one on his side, Zhang Baigui had one, and Yu Ting had the other. As for that huge ship, it was the one that Wei Suifeng had designed to break the Heavenly River Navy's Heavenly River Futu. It was also an incomparably heavy weapon. Even with the support of 2 heavy weapons, Wei Suifeng and the Yulin Royal Guards found it extremely difficult to face the spiritual official Palace Lord's ancient god clone. The formation could be broken at any time. On the other side, the Black Tortoise had merged and revealed its true body. It was fighting against 2 spiritual official clones in the Great Swamp. One of the husband and wife was the Black Tortoise, and the other was Tong Shi. Soaring snake coiled around the Black Tortoise, and the Black Tortoise spread out its incomparably thick limbs. It sprinted in the Great Swamp as if it was flying, stepping on the Black Tortoise formation map to mobilize the power of the Great Swamp. It used the body of an ancient god to fight against the 2 ancient god clones, slaughtering them until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The Great Swamp was also almost shattered into pieces. The corporeal bodies of Black Tortoise and Black Tortoise were tattered, and they resisted with all their might. The husband and wife had combined skills, but the clone of the spirit official was also a combined skill. It was even more tyrannical than the husband and wife. If they weren't in the ancestral land, they would have been killed by the spirit official long ago. Qinmu rushed over and suddenly cut into the space between the 2 clones of the spirit official and ancient god. He didn't dodge, but used his corporeal body to block the combined attack of the clones of the spirit official, allowing the divine arts of the 2 ancient gods to land on his body. His hands were placed on the left and right of the eyebrows of the 2 ancient gods, and the power of the red knot instantly exploded. The 2 ancient gods grunted and fell from the sky. Just as they landed, the power of the red knot had already shattered their primordial spirits. Qinmu's footsteps didn't stop as he tore through the sky. Wei Suifeng was originally overjoyed when he saw Qinmu coming, but when he saw that Qinmu hadn't rushed over to his side and disappeared in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help becoming furious. I'm still eldest senior brother after all, and he actually left me to die. After 2 emperors of Black Tortoise were saved, they couldn't be bothered and immediately came over to help him. They worked together to kill the clone of ancient god spirit official. There are still 4 left. But it's already too late for West Earth. Qinmu became more and more anxious, but it was useless no matter how anxious he was. The journey from the northern border to West Earth was originally a long one, so it would take some time. Hall Master Spirit Officer's clone had started ahead of him, and his speed was extremely fast. In addition, he had traversed almost all the war zones in Eternal Peace, so the Spirit Officer would definitely have reached West Earth by now. West Earth. The flames of war had already reached High Heavens. High Heavens was Su Shenghua's hometown, but it had already been taken over by White Emperor. When White Emperor saw the army of West Emperor coming, he retreated to defend High Heavens and avoided the battle. After the Western Emperor's White Tiger descended, the Battle of High Heavens began. The White Emperor activated the Ancestral Court's West Heavens Gate, and used it as the Gate of High Heavens. He defended high heavens with his life and waited for the heavenly court's reinforcements. The Western Emperor forcefully attacked, but it was blocked by this gate. He was unable to attack high heavens. Yu Ting immediately led the women of West Earth, who were proficient in spirit summoning arts, forward. They each activated their own divine abilities, intending to summon the spirit of the West Heaven's Gate. At that moment, a handsome ancient god appeared in the heavens above high heavens. At the same time, the sky suddenly shook violently, and the void tore apart. A huge void mother beast carrying a dragon Qilin descended from the sky, and behind it were countless primordial beasts that had descended on West Earth. When the ancient god saw this, he was astonished. The master of the beast realm. He's actually not in South Heaven and has come to West Earth. But that's fine, I didn't go to look for him anyway. Since I'm here, I'll take care of him, Yu Ting and West Emperor in one go. When Qin Mu rushed to West Earth, he saw Spirit Official's ancient god clone being trapped. This ancient god clone was handsome and had high abilities. He could be said to be a top existence among celestial venerables, but he was trapped by Yu Ting's formation. The fourth complete formation map of the Great Heavenly Court that Blind had led the formation experts of Eternal Peace to design was in Yu Ting's hands. Yu Ting had surrounded him and saw that the power of the formation couldn't kill him, so he invited the West Emperor White Tiger to enter the formation personally and beat this ancient god into a pulp. As for high heavens, they were blocked by the beast army led by the Dragon Qilin in West Heaven Gate, and couldn't come out to save him. Why is Fatty Dragon here? Furthermore, why is there only the clone of a spirit official here? Qin Mu stopped and sweat poured out of his body. His divine consciousness fluctuated as he made contact with the Dragon Qilin. The two of them communicated with each other with their divine consciousness in an instant. There was indeed only one clone of Hall Master Spirit Official. When he had come here not long ago, Yu Ting had already known that the Heavenly Court wouldn't let West Earth off, so she had already set up the formation. She was prepared to deal with the enemies at the back at any time. The clone of Spirit Official had taken the initiative to enter the trap he had set up. It could be said that he had walked right into the trap and was caught red-handed. As for the Dragon Qilin, it was because Bai Yuqiong had already gained a firm foothold in South Heaven, and had the help of Crown Prince Yuming and numerous huge beasts and divine arts practitioners. It was enough to fight against Shang Pingyin, and there was no need for him to stay in South Heaven, so he had immediately rushed over to save West Earth. In other words, Hall Master Spirit Official didn't go to South Heaven at the moment and should have sent 2 clones to West Earth, but he only sent 1. Qin Mu frowned. Logically speaking, in order to be safe, Hall Master Spirit Official should have sent 2 ancient god clones to kill Yu Ting and West Emperor White Tiger. In her territory, the West Emperor White Tiger was also in existence of celestial venerable level. Even though Yu Ting's battle prowess was only at the level of Celestial Master, his intelligence was extremely high and he was the first existence to crack the Green Glass Heaven Stronghold formation. There had once been people in the Heaven Court who praised him for being able to fight against 3 masters alone. The 3 masters here referred to the 3 masters: Divine Master, Earth Master and Water Master. Hall Master Spirit Officer's 2 ancient god clones could easily get rid of the 2 of them, but sending just 1 clone was a little too much. If Spirit Officer didn't go to South Heaven, then one of the remaining 3 clones would have to go to the World Tree of the Ancestral Court. The other 2 clones should also go to the World Tree. Even though Qin Mu was extremely tired, his mind became clearer. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had invited him to kill the leaders of the armies of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village, but Spirit Official had his own goal, which was to go to the Ancestral Court and unseal the seals under the World Tree of the Ancestral Court so that the prehistoric smugglers could enter this universe and cause a calamity. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven has his plans, and Spirit Official has his own plans. In order to verify my guess, there's only one way. His body suddenly moved and rushed into the formation of the Great Heavenly Court that Yu Ting had laid down. When West Emperor White Tiger saw this, he immediately stopped his attack while Yu Ting continued to maintain the formation to prevent Spirit Official's clone from escaping. The pressure on Spirit Official's clone lightened, and he saw Qin Mu standing in front of him. His expression couldn't help changing slightly. He then laughed out loud. "7th young master, your speed is peerless in the world, but I'm not slow either. You have yet to reach the Tao after all. So you are not a young master of Miluo Palace. You have already lost this battle. Third young master and fourth young master will definitely descend and send you to the prehistoric universe, making you the seventh young master. At that time, seventh young master will still have to thank me. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and pointed. Spirit officer hurriedly tried to block, but he missed. His ancient god clone also gave birth to his primordial spirit, which was shot out from his body by Qin Mu's finger and floated in the air. His primordial spirit tried to escape, but it was astonished to find that it couldn't move at all. Qin Mu spread his fingers, and the primordial spirit of Spirit Officer clone immediately split into 3 parts. Qin Mu stretched out 2 fingers and pinched his primordial spirit. His left hand drew a circle in the air, and with a flick of his finger, he sent his primordial spirit into the round wheel. The divine soul contained the memories, and it was like a mirror in the round wheel, instantly replaying the memories of the divine soul of Hall Master Spirit Officer's clone. The other 3 clones of Hall Master Spirit Officer had 2 of them carrying Dao fruits and 1 of them carrying Dao flowers as they crazily rushed toward the ancestral court. The clone with the fastest speed had already seen the ancestral court from afar. Qin Mu's sleeves trembled, and the 3 souls of the clone Spirit Officer were shattered. He rose and tore through the sky. The West Emperor White Tiger saw his exhaustion and immediately took out the bugle horn, blowing it with all its might. Do-do. In the sound of the bugle horn, Qin Mu's qi and blood suddenly became several times more vigorous. Yu Ting, the dragon Qilin, and the West Emperor White Tiger raised their heads to look and saw a purple teleportation formation that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It was incomparably complicated. The formation suddenly revolved and with a loud boom, the teleportation formation vanished along with Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Mu seems to be extremely tired. I wonder if he can catch up to those 3 clones. Yu Ting had a worried expression. The 2 clones of Hall Master Spirit Official had their own Dao fruits while the other had Dao flowers. Their abilities were far from what the other clones could compare to. Qin Mu was clearly running for a long distance. Whether it was his corporeal body or magic power, the consumption was huge. With his exhausted body, even if he caught up to Hall Master Spirit Official's 3 great clones, he would probably be exhausted by them. With his leg strength, even if he had to fold space, add teleportation formations, and run at full speed, he would probably need 5 to 6 days to reach the ancestral court. Yu Ting calculated for a moment and said in a low voice, "And in 5 to 6 days, I'm afraid that the first avatar of the Spirit Official has already reached the ancestral court world tree. He won't be able to make it in time." For days later, the ancestral court was shrouded in darkness. Before dawn, the east had already spat out white. Su Shenghua raised his head and watched Tai Yi's Dao tree disappear into the ultimate void. Then, he carried the metal bucket down the world tree and prepared to repair the cracked mountain peak on the periphery of the Great Black Mountain. Even though the Yuan world was in a state of chaos, it was still peaceful under the ancestral court's world tree. Su Shenghua was as peaceful as the world tree in the morning. He carried the metal bucket and unhurriedly came to the periphery of the Great Black Mountain. That night, the outside of the Great Black Mountain was in a state of darkness. It was a terrifying scene of the destruction of the universe. He was used to it and did not mind. He only waited for the sun to rise. He waited for the sun to rise and everything would be restored. Finally, the sun rose. The first ray of sunlight shone on the world tree. In his line of sight, the Great Black Mountains gradually became clearer. Su Shenghua carried the metal bucket and stood on the top of a cracked cliff. He saw an ancient god walking out of the Black Mountain. A Dao fruit was hanging high above his head and spinning. When Su Shenghua saw this ancient god, he raised the metal bucket in his hand. The ancient god looked at him curiously and saw this gentle and refined man actually raising the metal bucket in front of him and drinking all the water in it. Spirit Official Palace of Miluo Palace, Spirit Saint greets fellow Taoist Su. The Dao fruit at the back of the ancient god's head spun and emitted a clear Dao sound. He asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Su, the water in your bucket should be the Dao dew from the Great Change Dao tree, right? This Dao dew is a treasure that you used to repair the Great Black Mountain. Why did you drink it all?" He couldn't help but laugh. "Seventh young master left you here to guard the crack in the world tree, so that you wouldn't be smuggled in by the prehistoric experts. Yet you drank all the Dao Du. How do you explain this to him? Actually, I drink it every day. Su Shanghua put down the metal bucket and said seriously, for the past 30 years I have been drinking Dao Du every day. Every day, I have been missing a mountain. The spirit officer laughed. The seventh young master doesn't know people well enough. He is a crony. How can he accomplish anything by leaving a person who practices favoritism and cheats here to guard the world tree? As Su Shanghua refined the Dao Du, he sized up the body of the ancient god who called himself Spirit Saint. He was travel-worn, and there was still some morning dew on his body. He must have traveled through the night and arrived outside the Great Black Mountain at night. He did not enter the mountain at night. The Great Black Mountain was extremely unique. At night, the outside world was a terrifying scene of the destruction of the universe. During the day it would return to normal, so entering the mountain at night was an extremely dangerous thing. It was common knowledge among the residents of the Great Black Mountain to not go out at night. This person called Spirit Saint should also know this common knowledge. The reason why I drink a portion of Dao Du every day is to solve a difficult problem. Su Shanghua explained patiently. In fact, he didn't need to explain anything to Spirit Officer's clone, but it was because of his personality. When he was with Su Shanghua, regardless of whether he was friend or foe, he would feel as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. This man was gentle and refined, modest and considerate of others. This was the charm of his personality. The people who interacted with Qinmu all wanted to beat him down and trample him under their feet. Even their closest relatives wanted to hang him up and beat him ruthlessly. However, the people who interacted with Su Shanghua would develop a kind of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. They wished they could put down their grudges and chat happily with him. What I want to resolve is that the ancestral court will become a huge blood sacrificial altar, and the dead will be sacrificed to the universe of the past. Su Shanghua was very serious, he said. Since the immemorial era, since the beginning of life, there has been an endless stream of death. Regardless of whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, the dead will be converted into energy and flow into the past universe. Up until now, the accumulated energy is already extremely terrifying. I was afraid that the young master of the Miao Palace would take the opportunity to descend, so I tried to drink a portion of the Dao Du and release a prehistoric stowaway every day. The spirit official was astonished. He thought for a moment and said, by doing this, you can indeed solve the problem of energy exchange, but there is also a drawback to doing so. That is, the prehistoric stowaways will go on a rampage and wreak havoc, causing even more energy to be sacrificed to the past. In this way, wouldn't it speed up the descent of the Miao Palace? So every night, I will face a battle. Su Shanghua explained patiently. Cult Master Qin asked me to guard this place. He only told me to guard this place well. As for how to do it, he didn't give me a detailed explanation. My disposal space is very large. So, I chose to release an expert from the past universe every day. As long as they die here before they walk out of the Great Black Mountain, they will not trigger the ancestral court's blood sacrifice. The spiritual official's expression changed slightly. How long have you been doing this? Since Yuta defeated founding Emperor Qin Yi and died in battle, it has been 11,742 days. Su Shanghua raised his hand and pointed at the mountain ranges. At the foot of each of these black mountains there are graves. They are the gravestones that I set up for them. These prehistoric Dao friends are buried inside. The spiritual officer turned his head and looked in the direction of Su Shenghua's finger. His expression changed drastically. He saw that the countless mountain peaks around the Great Black Mountain had already been covered by green vegetation. The trees were dense and no longer looked as desolate as before. At the foot of the mountain there were many graves. In front of the graves there were many gravestones. Some of the gravestones had names, while some were blank. There were 11,742 graves. The corners of spirit officials' clones' eyes twitched. In the past 30 years, all the prehistoric strong practitioners who had sneaked into this place had been killed and buried here by this young man in front of him. And he drank a portion of Dao Du every day in order to raise his own abilities and deal with even more unexpected situations. The way this young man did things was far more meticulous than 7th young master Qin Mu, and he was even more patient. The things Su Shanghua had to do every day were very monotonous. He had to receive Dao Du at night, kill a stowaway, repair the Black Mountain during the day, bury the stowaway, and build the gravestones for the dead. 30 years were like a single day. No wonder the other Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace were unable to descend. The spirit official let out a turbid breath. In these 30 years, there have been many battles and countless lives have been injured or killed. I have already moved the blood sacrifice array to the origin world, thinking that it would allow more of the Miluo Palace's Dao practitioners to descend. However, I haven't seen them come all these years. I didn't think that you would be the one playing tricks here. Every night, you lure out a prehistoric stowaway. This way you can use up the replacement energy. The Miluo Palace's Dao practitioners are stronger and require more replacement energy, so they are unable to descend. You are very smart. Then when you saw me just now, you took the initiative to drink all the Dao Du because you knew that I was here to kill you. Su Shenghua nodded, he said. You are very strong, and you understand the Great Black Mountain very well. You also have the Dao fruit. I don't have full confidence in dealing with you. If I were to die at your hands, the Great Black Mountain would become a passage for the prehistoric powerhouses. Every night, there would be countless prehistoric powerhouses smuggling over. And if I were to survive, I could still rely on my skyrocketing strength to fight against them. That's why I chose to drink all the Dao Du. The spiritual officer smiled, he praised. You're a very troublesome person, and also a very smart person. In addition to the 7th young master who committed all kinds of evil, this 17th epoch also gave birth to a person like you, which surprised me greatly. Are all the delicacies and evilness in the world concentrated on the two of you? The cult master is not an evil person. To you he is evil. To us the cult master has paid too much. Su Shenghua said seriously. There are still many people like me in Cult Master Qin, such as Lan Yuqian, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Founding Emperor Hua Xuanxiu, and so on. We are not the only two. The reason why there are so many talents in the 17th epoch is not that Lingxiu has gathered on us. It's mainly because there are no invaders like you who achieved Dao in the prehistoric era. The spiritual officer raised his eyebrows. Su Shenghua continued. This is the merit of Tai Yi. Tai Yi blocked you in the 16th epoch. Without your invasion, the 17th epoch was able to grow. It had a wider space, a longer history, and a thicker accumulation. That's why it exploded in the last million years. Because of the 10th Heavenly Venerate, the explosion was not intense. However, in the past few hundred years, the explosion had caused a qualitative change. If the 17th epoch continues to exist, there will be more and more Dao practitioners in the future. They will be prosperous and prosperous. They might not necessarily be inferior to the Iluo Palace. The spiritual officer laughed loudly. Su Shenghua looked at him and did not continue. The spiritual officer's laughter gradually died down. He walked towards Su Shenghua, and a strange movement of the great Dao came from his body. Su Shenghua said indifferently, Su Shenghua, there will never be another Miluo Palace in the 17th epoch. The completion stage of this universe will soon complete its evolution and enter the completion stage. When there are more and more of you who have achieved the Dao and the ultimate void is unable to withstand it, you will enter the stage of destruction and everything will eventually become empty. Su Shenghua put down the metal bucket and said indifferently, whether it is entrusted to the void, the Dao of the Dao realm or any other Dao techniques, the Dao lies outside. The true completion of the Dao lies within. His aura spread out, and within the calmness, there was a surging torrent, which made the spirit official hall master's face a little solemn. When he looked at Su Shenghua just now, he couldn't see anything special, but when Su Shenghua's aura spread out, it made him feel a little shocked. It was as if there was a universe hidden within Su Shenghua's body. As his aura erupted, the various great Dao in his body seemed to awaken at the same time, making him somewhat uncertain of Su Shenghua's battle strength. There's no need to entrust great Dao. Why must the Dao tree force it? Su Shenghua walked towards him and revealed his divine treasure. His divine treasure was connected as one. There were spirit embryo, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, Deva, life and death, and heavenly river. But they were already connected. It was very difficult to distinguish the boundaries of the divine treasure. Among them, the spirit embryo and 6 directions divine treasure evolved into the mortal world's Yuan world continent. The 5 elements 7 stars evolved into Xuandu, life and death evolved into Yudu, and heavenly river connected the three realms. And above his divine treasures, there was no heavenly palace or heavenly court, but an ancestral court continent. Among them there were the heavenly gate Yaotai Jade Lake, heavenly sea God-slaying platform, 9 prism platform, for extreme heavens and other holy lands. However, there was no jade capital city. Instead, there were 5 major mineral veins Taiji, Taisu, Taishu, Taichu and Tai. The 5 major mineral veins emitted rays of multicolored light and steam, rising into the sea of clouds. The Tao rhythm was long and magnificent. The 5 mineral veins were like the 5 meridians of the ancestral court. The heavenly river was the passage connecting the 3 realms, the ancestral court, and the quadrupole heaven. In the middle of the 5 mineral veins stood a towering world tree. The light from the 5 mineral veins gathered in the world tree. When the spiritual officer's clone saw the world tree, his face changed. The world tree was a tree that was hard to come by. The Tao tree of a Tao practitioner could be said to be a world tree. However, to imitate the great Tao, one needed to entrust it to the void. And within the body of the void flower, there was actually a world tree. This world tree was the Tao tree of the void flower. Not only that, he also saw the void within the body of the void flower, the 33 layers of void. This kind of void was the void brought about by the Tao realm, not the void of the universe. It was the void formed when the great Tao within the body of the void flower was comprehended to the 33 heavens of the Tao realm. Most likely, after Su Shanghua cultivated to the 36th heaven of the Tao realm, there would be 36 layers of void in his body. The world tree would also mature. At that time, Tao flowers would grow and bear Tao fruits. What was even more terrifying was that Su Shanghua had completely escaped the influence of the ancestral court's jade capital on the Tao techniques and divine arts of this universe. He did not cultivate any heavenly palaces, much less jade capital. The spirit officer could not hold it in any longer, and pushed the power of his Tao fruit to the limit. Su Shenghua's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that he could kill this person with ease, but now it seemed that this was a monster who lived in seclusion here. He had to use his full strength. He could see that Su Shanghua was stalling for time to refine the energy in the bucket of Tao Du, but he was also stalling for time. His speed was the fastest and the other 2 clones were slightly slower and were still on their way. But now Su Shanghua was ready to make a move, forcing him to make a move in advance. The power of his Tao fruit exploded, and Tao patterns spread out from the Tao fruit, turning into 36 heavens domains, layer upon layer of domains spreading out. He had to win this battle. The Tao techniques and divine arts of the Miluo Palace are the pinnacle that you can never surpass, a nightmare that you can never reach. His body suddenly bulged. This trip was extremely important, so he used the most powerful ancient god body. He also brought a Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was enough to supplement the deficiency of his body in the Tao realm. His other clones could die, but this body could not die. He had to complete the task entrusted to him by the 3rd and 4th young masters of the Miluo Palace. He rushed over, and even the great black mountain formed by the world tree stump trembled and cracked under his feet. The power in his body was pushed to the extreme, and his great Tao achievements burst forth from the power of the Tao fruit. Su Shanghua suddenly stopped and stood on the top of a mountain. He looked at the spirit official who was rushing at him. The ancient god was like a giant that had split open the heaven and earth, but before he arrived, the pressure felt as if the heaven and earth had been overturned. Cult Master Qin is the so-called 7th young master. He once said that I am the one who has achieved great success in the reform of eternal peace. Su Shenghua's footsteps staggered and his body sank slightly. The great Tao in his body moved and let out a roar. I don't agree with many of his views, but I have never refuted these words because his magic power circulated and his feet exerted strength as he faced the spirit official's strongest attack head-on. I am indeed the one who has achieved great success in the reform of eternal peace. In fact, I have walked even further than eternal peace. The 2 figures, one big and one small, collided for the first time in midair. At the instant of the first collision, the spirit officer immediately discovered that the Tao realm domain of Su Shenghua was different from the others. The 36th heavenly Tao realm domain that the spirit officer used with the help of the Tao fruit was released externally and spread out. This was no different from the domain of other Tao practitioners and gods. However, Su Shenghua's Dao realm domain was restrained and completely retracted. He had never seen such a method of using it on Qin Mu. From this point, it also showed that their cultivation systems were completely opposite. Su Shenghua's cultivation method was also very different from Qin Mu's. Releasing it meant that the range of the domain was wider. In a large-scale battle, when the domain was spread out, the existences that entered the domain would be affected. For example, when Emperor Tai's supreme spiritual sense domain was released, it could cover an entire continent. Everyone was in his domain and it was hard for them to struggle. However, the restrained domain was concentrated in the body of the cultivator. The coverage area was naturally not as large as that of the released domain. Only when the cultivator's divine treasure was released would the coverage area become larger. The 33 heavens domain of Su Shenghua gathered together and was hidden in the body but not released. The cohesiveness was unbelievably strong. He cut into the 36 heavens Dao realm domain of ancient God spirit official, and the formidable power hidden in his body made it very difficult for the 36 heavens domain to hurt him. The instant the two of them collided, they immediately separated. The instant they separated, their divine arts changed inscrutably, making people's eyes dazzled and hard to distinguish. However, in their eyes, all of the divine arts of the other party were still vivid in their minds, and the paths, skills, and concepts hidden in each divine art. They were also incomparably clear in their minds. When an unreasonable person like Qin Mu killed the clone of spirit official and ancient god, he didn't even bother to analyze the marvel of the divine arts and techniques of the clone of spirit official and directly killed it. However, Su Shenghua was different. He could appreciate the beauty of the divine arts of spirit official and the marvel of the paths, skills, and then decipher them. When their bodies were completely separated, their backs were already facing each other, and their divine arts continued to attack each other. By the time the two of them separated and landed on top of a mountain, the two of them had already exchanged more than 1,600 divine abilities. Each divine ability contained a different concept of Tao, and there was no repetition of a single move. When their feet landed, two loud booms could be heard. The two black mountains were pressed down by their feet, causing them to sink downwards. The mountains split open. The cracked mountains were a passage for the prehistoric experts who were trying to sneak into this world through the world tree. The passage was originally dark, but now there was a light that would guide them to sneak into this universe. Bang bang bang. Su Shenghua's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, muffled sounds came from within his body. Over 1,600 moves, and he had been hit by 49 moves. At this moment, the power of these 49 moves could not be suppressed after he landed on the ground, and it exploded from within his body. 49 wounds had exploded all over his body, and he was dripping with blood. But then the power of the two easy Dao Du exploded, completely repairing the wounds on his body, divine treasures, and Yuan Shan. Su Shenghua turned around. Su Shenghua, you are indeed formidable. Ancient God Spirit Officer turned around, and a muffled sound came from within his body. Su Shenghua had broken through his divine ability defense, and a divine ability that had struck him had exploded within his body. Ancient God Spirit Officer looked at the small wound on his chest. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Your divine ability has undergone many changes, truly exceeding my expectations. I am a disciple of the Miluo Palace. Although the master of the Miluo Palace has never acknowledged me as a disciple, everyone will still address him as teacher. How profound is the Miluo Palace's Tao and divine ability? How profound! Every divine ability has gone through the tempering of the universe, and yet you were able to withstand it. This surprises me. He activated his cultivation technique, and the wound quickly healed. Su Shenghua's eyes flashed as he said, Fellow Taoist, is this a Miluo Palace divine ability? It seems to be different from the one I've seen. Ancient God Spirit Officer asked curiously, Where did you see a Miluo Palace divine ability? It's most likely at the level of half a bucket of water. Su Shenghua shook his head and said, I've seen it from Celestial Master Mu. He once used a Miluo Palace divine ability, and it's very powerful. Ancient God Spirit Officer snorted coldly. You want to use 7th Young Master to attack my Tao heart? This move is useless against me. Even though he had followed the Master of Miluo Palace to seek the Tao and learned it for 4 universe eras, He wasn't a young master after all. Even though Qin Mu had never met the master of Miluo Palace and had only gone to Miluo Palace once to copy a Dao pattern, he had become the young master of Miluo Palace. This was something he could never compare to. Su Shanghua was astonished in his heart. Why did I hit his Dao heart? He didn't continue to speak. He rarely did things like hitting his Dao heart. When he had fought Qin Mu for the first time, he had been hit hard and had walked side by side with him. In the end, he had been dragged until he vomited blood. Ever since then, his Dao heart had become higher and higher. There were very few things that could shake his Dao heart. He also rarely tried to attack the enemy's Dao heart in battle. As long as he had enough strength, the enemy's Dao heart would crumble bit by bit during the battle, and there was no need to say anything more. Ancient God Spirit Officer charged again. His aura even stronger than before. This time the battle was even shorter. But the divine arts were denser. Because the divine arts were mobilized too quickly, from the thought to the formation and eruption of the divine arts, it only took a short moment. Thus, the two of them were unable to use Dao Realm Great Divine Arts. Dao Realm Great Divine Arts were extremely powerful, but the speed at which they were activated was slightly slower. In this kind of close combat, if they used Dao Realm Great Divine Arts before they were ready, they would have already been hit by more than a dozen killer moves. The two of them staggered and landed on top of a mountain. Crack. Another 2 mountains split open. Su Shanghua grunted, and 16 explosive sounds came from within his body. 16 wounds had exploded on his body. This time, the 16 wounds had not been healed by Tai Dao Lu, and the wounds were constantly bleeding. Clearly, Ancient God Spirit Officer had figured out a way to restrain Tai Dao Lu, and had used the Miluo Palace divine ability to cause wounds that Dao Lu could not heal. On the other side, Ancient God Spirit Officer also grunted, and 9 muffled sounds came from within his body. His body exploded and 9 wounds appeared. He frowned slightly. These 9 wounds meant that Su Shanghua had already figured out some patterns in his divine ability, deduced the divine ability he could use, and made plans in advance to crack it. Just now, when he and Su Shanghua had exchanged blows for the second time, he had also realized this point. Su Shenghua's divine ability had been even faster when he had exchanged blows with him for the second time, and many of his moves had been aimed directly at the weaknesses of his divine ability, without the slightest hesitation. A monster with incredible wisdom. Ancient God Spirit Officer calmed himself down. The Dao fruit spun and more chains surged out. His wounds could no longer heal themselves, and he had to rely on the Dao chains in the Dao fruit to forcefully wipe away the Dao wounds in his wounds. Su Shanghua raised his hand to seal his wounds and said indifferently, "Let's do it again. What do you think, fellow Daoist?" Ancient God Spirit Officer's body sank, and his body tensed up. He chuckled and said, "Then let's do it again. This time I won't hold back." He suddenly opened his mouth and roared angrily. His voice was like a great bell, and Dao sounds exploded out toward Su Shanghua. His body followed closely behind the Dao sounds as all sorts of divine abilities erupted. Su Shanghua moved one step at a time. His body flashed as he walked toward the Dao sounds. The two exchanged blows for the third time and their speed was even faster. Ancient God Spirit Officer landed on a mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly covered his mouth, but blood still spurted out. 49 explosions came from his body, and 49 wounds exploded, making his injuries more and more serious. Su Shanghua staggered and landed on another mountain. A muffled sound came from within his body, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The divine abilities of the Miluo Palace are indeed powerful. He turned around and raised his head, his expression indifferent. "Among your divine abilities, there are some that I cannot break. It is these divine abilities that can hurt me." Ancient God Spirit Officer forcefully suppressed his injuries. He suddenly turned around and said coldly, "You want to attack my Dao heart again?" Su Shenghua frowned. "Fellow Daoist, is your Dao heart really that weak? Can I destroy your Dao heart with just a few words?" Ancient God Spirit Officer stared at him. Su Shenghua's expression was still as calm as ever, and his eyes were still warm with a hint of seriousness. However, there was absolutely no hint of mockery in this expression. However, the more this was the case, the greater the sense of defeat in ancient god spirit officer's heart. Su Shanghua said seriously, "If you don't know which divine arts can hurt me, I can tell you." Hall Master Spirit Officer laughed loudly and said sternly, "You will tell me?" Su Shanghua nodded. He became even more serious. Cult Master Qin once said that I have a weakness which is in my character. My curiosity is too poor, and I don't like to take risks. I don't like challenges and I like to stay in one place. He wants me to do more challenging things and tell you which divine arts can hurt me. It's a challenging thing for me. The expression on the Spirit Official Palace Lord's face froze. There was such a person in this world? Su Shenghua's words and actions were filled with sincerity. He said, "All these years I've been working hard to correct myself. Working hard to correct my character's weakness. Fellow Taoist spirit saint, when these prehistoric experts in the tombs beneath your feet were alive, I would also tell them which divine abilities could hurt me. To me this is a challenge." His face was gloomy. "When I complete the challenge they will often die." Ha 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 ha. Ancient God Spirit Officer laughed loudly and loudly, but his voice was trembling. "Su Shanghua, you are indeed powerful, and you are still disturbing my Tao heart. My Tao heart is not so weak that it will not be affected by you. Since you are so arrogant, I will also give you a blow." His sleeves flapped and he said proudly, "My other clone has arrived." Su Shanghua turned around and saw another ancient god walking over. The two ancient gods actually looked exactly the same, except that this new ancient god had a Tao flower with him. "Do you want to stall for time and wait for the seventh young master to come and save you?" The spirit officer ancient god sneered. "The seventh young master has indeed come, but he is already at the end of his rope. His magic power has almost been used up, and his corporeal body is also incomparably tired. As for me, I still have another clone, my treasure haul and my Tao fruit. You will die without a doubt before he kills my other clone." The other spirit official ancient god said solemnly. In the sky above the ancestral court, light suddenly burst forth, and the sky became incomparably bright. A figure broke through the world barrier of the ancestral court and rushed toward the world tree with blazing flames. When the flames on that person's body disappeared, Qin Mu took huge strides and sprinted toward the world tree. Suddenly, a hall was in front of him, and there was a Tao fruit floating in it. Under the Tao fruit, an ancient god of spirit officials was sitting upright. He slowly raised his head and asked, "Seventh young master, you don't have much strength left, right?" Qin Mu didn't say a word and charged into the hall. The great Tao of the Hall of Spirit Officials flew up, and the charm of the Tao of Light burst forth and surged into the hall. This hall was formed from the great Tao of Spirit Officials, and with the addition of Spirit Officials' clone and his Tao fruit, Hall Master of Spirit Officials had enough confidence to keep Qin Mu, the seventh young master of Miluo Palace, in this battle. An incomparably dull sound came from the hall, and terrifying storm of Tao light spewed out. After a moment, the surging blood in the hall surged out like a tidal wave. Bang! The hall was pierced through by a terrifying force. Qin Mu's hands were covered in blood, and in his right hand was a tattered Tao fruit. He dragged his heavy feet and limped towards the world tree. Behind him, the Hall of Spirit Officials suddenly collapsed and shattered. Qin Mu clenched his right hand tightly, and the Tao fruit in his hand was also crushed by him. He was like a fierce god. Under the world tree, palpitations came in waves, rapid and fierce. Qin Mu sensed them from afar, and his heart gradually sank. He could sense which divine art was Su Shenghua's divine art, and which was the divine art of the spirit official. The two clones of the spirit official used a strange combined attack to surround and kill Su Shanghua. The two ancient gods sometimes merged together and sometimes separated. Furthermore, the paths that the two ancient gods grasped were different, but each of their paths. They were all great Tao that were compatible with Tao flowers and Tao fruits. Hall Master Spirit Official had indeed put in a lot of effort in order to break the Great Black Mountain. He had achieved Tao 4 times in total, and he had produced 3 Tao fruits and a Tao flower. One of them had been destroyed by Qin Mu, and another had been used to block Qin Mu, but it had also been destroyed. The remaining Tao fruit and a Tao flower, the clones he had chosen were compatible with the great Tao contained in the Tao fruit and Tao flower, so they could unleash the greatest power of the Tao fruit and Tao flower. The abilities of his two clones were probably infinitely close to that of Tao practitioners. Su Shanghua, you mustn't die. Qin Mu tried his best to speed up, but his footsteps became heavier and heavier. In the battle just now, his magic power had already been exhausted, and his corporeal body had long reached its limits. His legs seemed to be his. His body seemed to be carrying all the worlds on his back as he walked with difficulty, running continuously across battlefields in the shortest amount of time and killing Hall Master Spirit Officer's ancient god clone at the fastest speed with the smallest price was an unimaginable challenge for him. He had already been severely overdrawn in the battle in the Hall of Spirit Officers just now, and his vital qi had been exhausted. Spirit Officer clone could even cause injuries to his corporeal body. The divine art ripples from the Great Black Mountain were still coming over, and they became even more urgent. It was clear that the battle between Su Shanghua and Spirit Officer's two clones had already reached the most critical period. Qin Mu's figure was still as fast as lightning, but his body was staggering, and his speed was much slower than before. At that moment he sensed something strange in the divine art ripples. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the Great Black Mountain in front of him. There, another world tree was slowly rising. It was Su Shenghua's world tree. Back then, when the world tree had resurrected, Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian had sat under the tree and tried to analyze the great Tao contained in the world tree, treating it as a realm. Qin Mu had also been comprehending at the side, but he hadn't been able to comprehend anything. Thus he had thought of a shortcut and borrowed a divine axe from Tai Yi to chop the world tree and transplant it into his divine treasures. Later, when the new tree grew, Lan Yutian and Su Shanghua still sat under the tree and diligently tried to deconstruct the world tree. From the looks of it now, Su Shanghua had already made some achievements in the past few years. 33rd Heavenly Tao Realm. Qin Mu's footsteps didn't stop, and the vertical eye between his brows opened. Su Shenghua's Tao realm was connected to his world tree, which made him slightly at ease. Su Shanghua could already be considered half a Tao practitioner. He and Lan Yutian had created a new cultivation system for the future, and this cultivation system was almost complete. He and Lan Yutian had chosen a shortcut. The traditional cultivation system, whether it was the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Court system or the Tao Realm system, was the accumulation of quantitative changes. 1. Even if one cultivated the perfect Heavenly Court, they still needed to brand the ultimate void to achieve a qualitative change. Even if one cultivated the 36th sky of the Tao Realm, they still needed to go to the ultimate void to brand their own great Tao. As for the system of Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian, they fused the Tao Realm system with the World Tree. The World Tree was equivalent to their own Tao Tree. When a divine arts practitioner cultivated to the 5th Supreme Realm and began to condense the World Tree, it was equivalent to stepping into the realm of a Tao practitioner. Every deeper level of the Tao realm, the closer one was to the perfect Tao practitioner. The advantage of this cultivation method was that it scattered the qualitative changes into quantitative changes and distributed them to each Tao realm. Su Shenghua's ability isn't much different from a single spirit official clone, but with 2 spirit official clones and Tao flower Tao fruit, they would far surpass him. All he can rely on is his divine arts. Qin Mu was getting closer and closer to the Black Mountain, and the divine arts coming from the Black Mountain were also extremely dense, coming from different directions. It should be the 3 of them moving at an extremely high speed. Su Shenghua's strength lies in his strength when he meets someone stronger. His brain is too flexible, and he can always think of ways to counter the opponent's divine arts, paths, and skills in battle. However, there is a prerequisite for this, and that is whether or not his knowledge reserves can reach the level of a spirit official. If his knowledge reserves were unable to contend with a spirit official, then no matter how smart he was, he would still be defeated. The spirit official's knowledge reserves came from the past 4 universe eras, as well as the Miluo Palace. The Miluo Palace could be said to be the most glorious and largest holy land in the past 16 universe eras, and it was also the supreme holy land. Even though it was impossible for spirit officials to learn all the foundations of Miluo Palace, it was still no small matter. The fact that this Hall Master's corporeal body could encompass almost all the ancient gods meant that he had astonishing attainments in these innate great Tao. It was almost impossible for Su Shanghua to surpass him in terms of knowledge storage. Qin Mu rushed into the Great Black Mountain, which had an extremely wide geographical area. He climbed up a mountain and looked over, only to see that the mountains had split open. There had been an unimaginable fierce battle here, and the mountains had been split apart. Suddenly the divine art ripples calmed down. Qin Mu's heart sank, and he dragged his exhausted body with all his might towards the place where the final divine art ripples had come from. At that moment, he suddenly saw a few graves at the foot of a black mountain with tombstones erected in front of them. Qin Mu was slightly stunned, and his vertical eye opened. He forced it open and looked into the graves. His expression was stunned and he revealed a smile. Su Shanghua, this fellow, I thought he wouldn't steal from himself. In terms of knowledge storage, spirit officials might not even be as good as him. He looked at the other black mountains and saw numerous tombs and stone tablets. The number of tombs here had exceeded Qin Mu's expectations. He slowed down his footsteps and continued to advance. There were very few strong practitioners who had achieved Tao from the World Tree. Most of them had gathered in the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. That was the sacred land of those who had achieved Tao, and Tao trees formed forests. Most of the strong practitioners who had chosen to sneak in from the World Tree had no fate to achieve Tao, so they didn't have the qualifications to enter the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Hence, if they wanted to live, they could only sneak in from the World Tree. Back then, due to Cripple's death, Qin Mu had entered the mine of Great Black Mountain in a rage and killed over 100 strong practitioners in a row. Su Shanghua shouldn't have obtained such great battle merits in a single night, but had been doing something similar every day for the past 30 years. In other words, he had been fighting with these prehistoric strong practitioners every day to temper himself. His understanding of the paths, skills, and divine arts of the prehistoric era was probably even above that of spirit official. This was the chance for Su Shanghua to win. He secretly drank a lot of Dao Du, and it had greatly increased his cultivation. He drank a little every day and released a prehistoric strong practitioner, making up for the short amount of time he had cultivated. If I were him, I would definitely drink all the Dao Du in one gulp the moment I saw Spirit Official. I would use the power of Great Change Dao Du to fight against Spirit Official. Su Shanghua would do the same. He's as smart as me. Even so, Qin Mu still struggled to walk forward. He had to see Su Shanghua with his own eyes before he could be at ease. Finally, Qin Mu came to the final place where the divine art ripples were coming from. He saw Hall Master Spirit Officer's 2 ancient god clones standing in a valley. The remnants of the divine art were everywhere, and they were still filled with fatal ripples. This divine art was a divine art that had been born from Mycroft Palace. The path chains were extremely blazing, forming an inescapable net that sealed this place. Su Shanghua was lying between the 2 ancient god clones, and there were bloodstains all around him. He didn't move at all. Could it be? Qin Mu's heart sank. Hall Master Spirit Official's Dao Fruit and Dao Flower were still there. Even though they were tattered, they weren't completely destroyed. They were the Dao Fruits and Dao Flowers that maintained the inescapable net formed by the path chains. Qin Mu walked forward, and his gaze landed on the 2 ancient god clones of Spirit Official. He was slightly stunned. He walked towards the net of heaven and earth and passed through the terrifying Dao chains. The power of the Dao chains burst forth with incomparable ferocity. Qin Mu grunted and no longer had any magic power to resist. He used his powerful body of primordial chaos to forcefully withstand the final divine art, and walked into the net of heaven and earth. Boom boom. 2 loud bangs sounded out as Spirit Official's Dao Fruit exploded and Dao Flower exploded. Following that, the 2 ancient god bodies swayed and fell to the ground. Su Shanghua raised his head to take a look before lowering it again. He took a few deep breaths. His voice was hoarse. Cult Master Qin, you're here. I'm already unable to break his last divine art. He used his last strength to seal me here. When the sky turns dark, this place will become a paradise for the strong practitioners of prehistoric times, killing me. Qin Mu came to his side and examined the wounds on his body. There were many wounds on Su Shenghua's body, but they hadn't healed yet. They contained the remnants of the paths and skills of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu tried to heal him, but there was no vital qi left in his body that he could use. I've tried my best to avoid fatal injuries. Su Shanghua revealed a rare smile and said, You're even more miserable than me, so heal yourself first. I just need to climb up the world tree and wait for the Dao Tree of Great Change to appear. Receiving some Dao Du should be able to save my life. Suddenly, he felt water crashing onto his face. Su Shanghua was slightly stunned when he saw the tears in Qin Mu's eyes falling like rain. Su Shanghua immediately asked, "Cult Master Qin, what's wrong with you? I'm still alive and well." Qin Mu suddenly burst into tears and stood up shakily. He struggled to walk out. "I can't save Heavenly Venerate Yuan. I can't make it back in time. I have to make it back. I have to make it back as soon as possible." Su Shanghua raised his hand and tried his best to grab his ankle. "Calm down," he said with a hoarse voice. "Calm down. Your current situation isn't much better than mine. Even if you forcefully hold on to rush back to Origin World, you won't be able to make it in time. Instead, you will have to spend more time. Calm down, it's almost night. You should rest for a while. When Great Change Path Tree comes out, you will drink a portion of Dao Du and recover a portion of your cultivation. On the contrary, you will rush back to Origin World ahead of time." Qin Mu stopped and was silent for a moment. He bent down to help him up, but he staggered and the two of them almost fell to the ground. The two of them supported each other and moved forward with great effort toward the World Tree. The two most outstanding experts of eternal peace were like two old men at this moment, staggering forward. The sun was setting in the west. When the sun set, they finally walked to the bottom of the World Tree. Qin Mu recovered a trace of his cultivation and circulated his magic power to bring Su Shanghua to the top of the World Tree. The two of them sat on the highest leaf and raised their heads to look up. The starry sky of the ancestral court was resplendent, and the stars were like flickering lanterns that kept changing and moving. The reason for this strange phenomenon was because of Xiandu. The ancestor God King had led the Star-Do gods of Xiandu to lead the Sun, and Moon Defense Army of Xiandu to attack Carefree Village and Eternal Peace. The Star-Do gods and Sun, Moon, and Moon Defense were both star gods, so they would naturally cause chaos in the celestial phenomenon. The chaos in the celestial phenomenon meant that the army of Xuandu had basically moved out. Great Change's Dao Tree appeared in the ultimate void, and Qin Mu and Su Shanghua stood up shakily to receive the Dao Du that dripped down. "Can eternal peace be preserved?" Su Shanghua suddenly asked. "Eternal peace can be preserved, but Carefree Village can't be preserved." Qin Mu swallowed the Dao Du and executed his technique with great effort to refine it. However, in order to take down Carefree Village, the Heavenly Court will have to pay a huge price. Carefree Village is a weapon refined from the wealth of founding emperor era. Su Shanghua was slightly puzzled. "I've been to Carefree Village and checked the internal structure of the layers of heavens in Carefree Village. The outer appearance of those heavens are ordinary earth and mountains, but the inner are forged with divine metal and divine iron, like incomparably exquisite machines." Qin Mu continued. "Founding Emperor Qin Ye's Carefree Sword is hollow, and the 33 layers of heavens in Carefree Village is the sword heart of Carefree Village. The complete Carefree Sword should have hidden Carefree Village inside. The power of Carefree Sword has never been very high, and it's easy to break. The main reason is because of the sword heart. Without sword heart, Carefree Village, the power of Carefree Sword can't be unleashed to the extreme." Su Shanghua was silent for a moment before saying, "Founding Emperor is so patient." Qin Mu nodded and said, "He's such a person. Carefree Village is his final means of injuring the enemy. When the Heavenly Court's army conquers the 33rd heavens of Carefree Village, the secret of Carefree Village will be detonated." He recovered some of his cultivation and immediately treated Su Shanghua's Dao injuries. "I can't make a move for this night. I need to gather my strength and rush back to the Origin World after daybreak. Can you hold on?" Su Shanghua said indifferently, "I've been killing here for 30 years, and I'm somewhat famous in the prehistoric universe. There are a few smugglers who call me a hunter of the 17th epoch. My reputation isn't inferior to that of the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. No one should dare to come here in the first half of the night." He coughed violently and only calmed down after a moment. He continued, "There will probably be a wave of probing in the second half of the night. The second night will be the real attack. Don't worry after you leave. If you can't beat me, you can leave." Qin Mu nodded silently and refined the Dao Du, trying his best to recover his cultivation. "I'm more worried that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven has taken away almost all the sacred grounds of the ancestral court. In the past, with the suppression of these sacred grounds, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. However, if even the Great Black Mountain is lost now, some existences might take the opportunity to come out. His gaze was deep as he said in a low voice. In the prehistoric universe, there wasn't just a sacred ground like Miluo Palace. There were other factions as well. Even if they weren't as powerful as Miluo Palace, they were no trifling matter. It was just as Su Shanghua had said. The first half of the night, the Black Mountain was completely silent. Only outside the Black Mountain was a terrifying scene of the Great Apocalypse. Qin Mu didn't continue with the Dao Du and let Su Shanghua wear it while he healed Su Shenghua's injuries. He did this because Su Shanghua still had a great battle to fight. In the second half of the night, the strong practitioners of the prehistoric era would try to invade. If Su Shanghua didn't have sufficient strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand this wave of invasion. Finally, a mountain range that had split open trembled, as if there were some terrifying devil monsters trying to walk out from the mountain. Su Shanghua got up and walked down the world tree, walking over there. Qin Mu collected the Dao Du and swallowed it himself. When dawn came, Qin Mu's cultivation had recovered by 60 to 70%, so he walked down the world tree. Su Shanghua was burying the strong practitioners of the prehistoric era who had died at his hands. Qin Mu came to his side and saw that he was still planning to build a grave for the spirit officials. "If you can't stop him, retreat," Qin Mu said. Su Shanghua raised his head and said, "You too." Qin Mu took a step forward and his voice came from afar. "I have no way to retreat." Su Shanghua was stunned. After a moment, he continued to build a grave and erect a monument. Qin Mu raised his speed to the limit and rushed out of the ancestral court to the origin world. He was still a little anxious. He had stayed in the ancestral court for a night, but if he rushed to the origin world from the ancestral court, even if he did his best, he would only reach the origin world in 5 days. At that time, would Heavenly Venerate Yun still be there? Would he still be able to hold on until that moment? Origin world. The moment Qin Mu left the origin world and rushed towards the ancestral court, it was the moment when the ancestor God King led the army of Xiandu past Carefree Village and was entangled by Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang Bao. The ancestor God King controlled the corporeal body of Heavenly Duke, and countless sun and moon guardians of Xiandu dragged the sun and moon. The sun roasted the land, and countless fire crow gods flew out from the sun and charged towards eternal peace. On the other hand, three-legged toad-headed six-eyed gods leaped out from the moon and executed their divine abilities. The sky was filled with six-eyed monsters, and rays of light shot out from their eyes toward eternal peace. This was definitely a terrifying scene akin to the end of the world. Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang Bao could personally block them, but they could only block Ancestral God King. However, they couldn't block so many soldiers of Mystic City. Ashoka Village no longer had any troops to block these armies of Mystic City, and Eternal Peace had much fewer troops than Ashoka Village. It was difficult to stop the army of Mystic City that was pouring down like an ocean. In the numerous divine cities of Eternal Peace, sun-shooting divine cannons were activated one after another. There were over 1,000 of them in the hundreds of divine cities, and the light from the cannons left black marks in the sky. After one strike, a sun guardian would fall, or perhaps the sun in the sky would be blasted through by the cannon light. Even so, the army of gods and devils in Xiandu couldn't be stopped. Countless fire crow soldiers rushed down, and the three-legged fire crow god flapped his wings and flew toward the divine cities in eternal peace. True essence cannons were pushed out from the cannon battlements of the floating divine cities, and countless cannon lights shot toward the fire crow god. Rain of fire instantly fell from the sky, but the flood of fire crows continued to get closer and closer to the city walls. Other than that, there was also the moon guardian leading the six-eyed star toad god. The sky was filled with strange eyes that shot out divine light, bombarding the Zhenyuan cannons on the city wall, and destroying the divine cannons one by one. The first wave of fire crows hit the city wall of the western part of Connecticut. The three-legged fire crows held onto the city wall and ran up. Some of them ran up the city wall while others ran down the city wall. They tried to break through from the back of Kong City and dig under Kong City to break into the city. The cannon light could no longer kill them. On the city wall, gods immediately pushed out flying chariots and opened the sword tower. Countless sword pellets flowed out and poured down the city wall. As the sword pellets fell, they continued to disintegrate. They turned into divine swords that pierced out in all directions, weaving in and out. In the center of Connecticut City, the bodies of the eternal peace gods were covered in divine armor. Even their helmets were extremely tight, only revealing their eyes and mouths. Some of them carried all kinds of divine weapons on their backs, while some held long spears and swords in their hands. Many of them were on the battlefield for the first time, and were staring nervously at the ground that was shaking non-stop. The ground in the center of the city shook more and more rapidly. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the ground melted. Gold and copper liquid rushed into the sky, burning through the ground of Kong City. From the gold and copper liquid, countless fire crow gods flew out and rushed out in all directions like bugs that were gushing out from the ground. Doo-doo. On the city tower of Kong City, someone blew on the imitation West Emperor divine weapon of eternal peace to strengthen the chi and blood of the soldiers guarding the city. However, even so, they were still caught in a bloody battle, and there were continuous casualties. As for Kong City, it was only one of the many divine cities in the West. The situation of the other divine cities wasn't much better than that of Kong City. The army of Mystic City grew more and more, and Eternal Peace divine cities were surrounded one by one in the sky. Below Eternal Peace divine city were many cities and villages in the west of Eternal Peace where mortals and divine arts practitioners lived. If the divine city was broken, then what welcomed these mortals and divine arts practitioners would definitely be a massacre. Brother Heavenly Duke, there's no need to wait any longer. Earth Countess Cho said in a deep voice. The Ancestor God King will not reveal any flaws for a moment. At this moment, only you can activate the Heavenly Tao Cardinal Treasure to fend off the celestials and demons of Mystic City. Heavenly Duke raised his head and stared fixedly at the Ancestor God King, who was fighting with Heavenly Venerate Moon Lang. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and roared. He activated the Heavenly Tao Cardinal Treasure, the Heavenly Outline Tao Weapon, and the Heavenly Tao Cardinal Treasures flew up. He charged towards the Xuandu gods in the sky. Cho heaved a sigh of relief and charged out together with him. The two of them were Heavenly Venerate level existences. When they joined the battlefield, they immediately blocked the Xuandu gods and devils, making it difficult for the Xuandu gods and devils to land. At this moment, the 100,000 gods and devils of the left and right dragon martial guards charged out. They formed a formation and charged towards the two of them. Meanwhile, in Carefree Village had lost its momentum. Diyue Yen Yunxi and the others began to lead their troops to break out of the encirclement and charge out from the heavens. The battle of the 33 heavens of Carefree Village was beyond imagination. Each and every one of the heavens. It was almost a tug of war. The god and devil armies on both sides used the corpses of their enemies and allies to pile up into a mountain. Fresh blood dyed the heavens of Carefree Village red. Only the Tai Ching realm didn't have any troops stationed there, so it was still relatively peaceful. However, Carefree Village had lost its momentum. The founding Emperor Yue had no choice but to shed tears and leave Carefree Village in defeat. The Divine Division and Navy of the Heaven Court chased after the rest of the armies while the Earth Division occupied Carefree Village and attacked the Tai Ching realm. There was only one person left in the Tai Ching realm, and that was Lan Yutian. Countless soldiers of Earthmaster continued to climb up from the other 32 heavens of Carefree Village, and gathered the superior army to attack Supreme Purity Realm. On Supreme Purity Realm, Lan Yutian controlled his divine weapon to set up a killing formation, and the sounds of battle at the entrance of Supreme Purity Realm shook the sky. On the other side, Crimson Emperor Qi Xianyu, Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird, Crimson Emperor Ming, and Zhu Yen'er led the Phoenix race, Crimson Emperor Ming, and Eternal Peace Army to slaughter their way over from the southern border, preparing to receive the defeated army of Carefree Village on the way. At the same time, Wei Suifeng and North Emperor Xian Wu killed the clone of Ancient God Spirit Official, and killed the armies of the Northern Sky until they threw away their armor. Wei Suifeng left behind the Black Tortoise Army and the defenders of Kanda, and together with the Black Tortoise two emperors, they headed southwest from Kanda. They came to receive them. West Earth, High Heavens was broken through, Yu Ting entered High Heavens, and the Dragon Qilin led the Beast World Army and the West Emperor White Tiger to march from the west, trying to attack the army of Heavenly Court from the back to ease the pressure on Carefree Village. Founding Emperor, we can begin. Sky Sniffing Pavilion gathered the defeated troops of Carefree Village, and met up with Emperor Yue and the others. The Battle of Carefree Village had caused the soldiers of Carefree Village to suffer heavy casualties. 60% of them had died, and the remaining soldiers were all injured. The divine weapons in their hands were tattered, and their armor was riddled with holes. Their medicinal pills had been used up, and their supplies had also been used up. The formation maps, war chariots, and other divine weapons that Eternal Peace had sent over had all been used up in the battle. Even heavy weapons like Nirvana Arc had been beaten to the point that they couldn't be used and were abandoned by Deshirtian and Li Yuran. If Carefree Village continued to fight, the only outcome would be complete annihilation. Du's expression was complicated as he looked at Carefree Village and said in a hoarse voice, "Heavenly Master 1, Lan Yutian is still defending Supreme Purity Realm against the enemy. There's no need to pay attention to him. He can escape." The Heaven Pavilion said, "This time, I asked him to fight Madame Yuanmu in the Taiqing territory so that he can attract more enemies in the Taiqing territory. Only if he stays there can the power of Carefree Village be unleashed to the maximum." Dus sighed. "Then let's begin." The leaders of Carefree Village walked out and led the remaining soldiers. They looked at Carefree Village with a complicated expression. Carefree Village was their second hometown, but now it was going to be destroyed in an instant, destroyed in their own hands. "Our first hometown is the origin world. Carefree Village is the place we are temporarily hiding in. Now, for the sake of killing the enemy, for the sake of our first hometown, destroying this place is also breaking the carefree in our hearts." When Tianji's voice was low, "Everyone, let Carefree Village burst forth with the brilliance it should have." His gaze landed on Su Maiqing, the founder of Eternal Peace Path. She held the number 1 sword of founding Emperor Qin Ye's sword path, Supreme Emperor's Peaceful Heaven Sword. 1. Su Maiqing and the soldiers under her let out a low shout and executed their divine abilities to worship the first heaven of Carefree Village, Supreme Emperor Heaven. Heavenly One Pavilion's gaze landed on the chief general of the second heaven of Carefree Village, Yan Rinyuan. Yan Rinyuan was the ancestor of Eternal Peace's sun guardian Yan Jingjing. The second sword that focused on founding Emperor's sword path, Supreme Brightness equal to Heaven's sword. The third heaven, Supreme Bright Heaven, for auxiliary young masters protecting the house from the foundation, cultivated the third sword of founding Emperor sword path, Clear Bright Heart Calamity Sword. The fourth heaven, Black Embryo Heaven, for auxiliary young masters supporting Gao Baoshuan, cultivated the fourth sword of founding Emperor sword path, Black Embryo Heaven Suppression Sword. The fifth heaven, Grand Tutor Zhou Jingmeng, Yuan Mingguan raised his sword. In the 32nd heaven, founding Emperor Qin Ye's 32 generals, including Yan Yunxi, mastered the 32nd sword path of founding Emperor sword path. Only the 33rd heaven of sword path was unmastered. The one who mastered the 33rd heaven of the sword way was Heavenly Venerate Lan Yuqian Yu of the Supreme Purity Realm. He stayed there to stimulate all the power of Carefree Village. Sky Smelling Pavilion suddenly shouted, "Everyone, activate Carefree Village." As soon as he finished his words, all the soldiers activated their magic power together. In the distance, Carefree Village suddenly shook. Then countless mountain rocks flew up, mountains collapsed, the sea dried up, and the soil flipped open, revealing the steel and iron bones buried deep in the ground. The internal structure of the 33rd heaven was a magnificent building made of incomparably grand divine gold and divine materials. Countless sword Dao runes were branded on it. From Emperor Tai Heaven to Jiaitian, one after another the sky lit up. At this moment the torrent of sword Dao filled Carefree Village. In the supreme purity state, Lan Yuqian glanced at Madame Yuanmu, who was still in a daze, and immediately flew up. The divine weapons beside him, Lan Yuqian, flew up with him and floated in the sky with him. They were parallel to the ground in the supreme purity state. Looking from below, Lan Yuqian's forearms were spread open. They were like blue kites that had been released and were fluttering up and down with the wind. Lan Yuqian's right hand pointed with his sword and used his finger as a sword. Shwa shwa shwa, he activated the swordsmanship. The 33rd sword of the way of the sword, Taiqing state way of the sword. Carefree Village rise. The earth was filled with killing intent, and dragons and snakes rose up from the ground. Among the 3 divisions of the heavenly court, the earth division was even larger than the Tianhe Navy. However, the navy was the most famous of the 3 divisions, and it overshadowed the earth division's brilliance. The gods and demons of the Earth division mostly came from the various heavens of the heavenly emperor Star Do. There were as many as 8 main generals, and they were Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Yuheng, Migrez, Tianji, Tianxian, Tianshu, and Big Dipper. They represented the supreme power of the heavenly emperor Star Do. Among them, the Big Dipper emperor had the highest power. Yaoguang, Kaiyang, and the others were all under his command and were revered as heavenly lords. At this moment, it was the Big Dipper Heavenly Lord who had mobilized the 7 Earthmasters to attack the Supreme Clarity Realm, in an attempt to break into the Supreme Clarity Realm and kill Lan Yutian. When the Supreme Clarity Realm at the top of Carefree Village erupted, the 33 heavens connected as one. The surface of the heavens disintegrated and collapsed, revealing a huge divine golden building inside. Terrifying sword lights shot out from the 33 heavens. From afar, the 33 heavens of Carefree Village looked like a huge sword. The Earth Masters and armies in the various heavens of Carefree Village faced the sword lights and sword chi that filled the various heavens. It was the revived sword Dao. At this moment there was only one thought left in everyone's mind, and that was to run for their lives. However, there was no way for them to escape. The 33 heavens had become a vast ocean of sword Dao. This sword Dao was not only the sword Dao of founding Emperor Qin Yi, but the spirit of an era, the tragic song of founding Emperor era. When the light of Carefree Village was at its strongest, the dazzling light lit up the sky of the Yuan world and covered up the suns that were dragged over by the celestial demon army of Xuandu. The Northern Dipper Heavenly Monarch stood at the entrance of Carefree Village's Supreme Purity Realm. When he saw this scene, tears suddenly fell like rain. He muttered, "I can't escape." Kaiyang, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianshu, and the other monarchs rushed over and surrounded him. They charged out of the sky together and said sternly, "Heavenly Monarch, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape." The Northern Dipper Heavenly Monarch was muddle-headed, as he looked at the Earth Division's countless celestial demon army below. They were scattered in the 33 heavens. However, Carefree Village erupted and millions of celestial demons were buried in the vast ocean of Sword Dao. Supreme Emperor Heaven, Supreme Tomorrow, Clear Tomorrow, Mystic Embryo Heaven, Yuan Tomorrow. The heavens had already turned into Sword Dao Hell. 1. The dense sword chi turned that place into a slaughterhouse that even gods and devils couldn't survive. The Earth Division had the largest army of gods and devils in the heavenly court, and they were the strongest forces in the ground battle. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. "We can't escape anymore." The Big Dipper Heavenly Lord cried out. "All the soldiers can't escape anymore. We can't escape either." Before he could finish his words, all the power in Carefree Village exploded out, just like how founding Emperor Qin Yi, the supreme expert in the way of the sword, had personally struck out with his sword. Kaiyang, Yuheng, and the other great emperors in the throne realm disintegrated under the sword light and broke into countless pieces. They disappeared into the light of the way of the sword, leaving nothing behind. The Earth Division army of the 3 divisions of the Heaven Court had defeated the army of the Carefree Village on the ground. Now they were buried in the Carefree Village. Although there were still many remnants of the Earth Division that had not entered the Carefree Village, they were not strong enough. As one of the 3 divisions, the Earth Division had been eliminated. In the sky, Lan Yutian controlled the divine weapons, Lan Yutian, and gathered the power of the Carefree Village. From afar, it looked like he was using the Taiching realm of the Carefree Village as the hilt, and the other heavens as the sword, the edge, the blade, the tip, and the light of the sword. The power of the entire Carefree Village was activated, like a huge sword that stood between heaven and earth. The power of Carefree Village was declining rapidly. It was only the heart of the Carefree sword. Without the Carefree sword, it was already very impressive that it could kill so many Earth Masters, gods, and demons. Under the control of Lan Yutian, Supreme Emperor Heaven and Tai Mingtian collided with each other and overlapped. Then they collided with Qing Mingtian, Xian Tiantian Heaven, and Yuan Mingtian. In a breath's time, the powers of all the heavens in Carefree Village collided with each other and formed a 32-stage heavenly sword domain. It collided with the last stage, the Supreme Clarity Realm. Boom! The Dao sword domain of the Supreme Clarity Realm completely merged with the 32-stage heavenly sword domain. Lan Yutian's goal was to kill Madame Yuanmu before the power of Carefree Village completely dissipated. At this moment, Madame Yuanmu, who had fallen into reincarnation, suddenly woke up. Seeing this, she could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. With a stern cry, the power of a Tao practitioner in the sinkhole was unleashed. In the Supreme Clarity Realm, the Tao sword domain revolved around a huge sinkhole. The sword domain and the sinkhole collided violently. The scene was earth-shattering. It was a battle between the Tao of the sword and the wind of heat quietness. It was a battle against the abyss that devoured everything. It was extremely intense. The sword domain that revolved around the sinkhole was burned red by the wind of heat quietness and was filled with raging flames. Suddenly, a lotus leaf slowly rose from the sinkhole. Madame Yuanmu stood within the lotus leaf and activated the power of the lotus leaf. This lotus leaf was equivalent to a Tao practitioner's Tao tree. If a Tao practitioner used the Tao tree, it meant that his or her life was already at stake. Madame Yuanmu used the lotus leaf and activated the power of a Tao practitioner in the sinkhole to the extreme. A world-shaking boom rang out as the sword domain suddenly exploded. Madame Yuanmu transformed into a streak of black light and tore through the air, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Carefree Village exploded. A sky full of metal as large as swords fell from the sky, stabbing into the old site of Carefree Village in all directions. Within a radius of 10,000 li, swords were falling everywhere, forming a desolate sword graveyard. In the distance, Diyue and the soldiers of Carefree Village were dejected as they straightened their backs. Saint Woodcutter said with a calm expression, "Everyone, the Navy, Divine Masters, and the other armies of Heavenly Court are about to catch up. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." The soldiers turned around silently and headed east towards eternal peace. Saint Woodcutter turned around. The Divine Masters of Heavenly Court were the fastest and were already in sight. With the power of the Divine Masters of the three divisions, they were enough to kill them all. Although there were still many soldiers in Carefree Village, they were no longer enough to contend with the Heavenly Court. "Divine Master 1, do we need anyone to stay?" Su Maching stopped and asked. Saint Woodcutter nodded silently and said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Su, it's not enough for you to stay. Then I'll stay too." The hot sun slowed down his footsteps and came to his side. Fang Yuji stopped. "And me." Gao Baoshuan was also one step behind. "I think the young people of Carefree Village are very good. In the past, I thought they were all scoundrels who only knew how to eat, drink, and do nothing. Now that they've experienced the war, they've become very good." Zhou Jingming and Zhou Xuanfang, the two old men, stepped forward and smiled. "We brothers are all old people. We also plan to stay and buy some time for the young people. Celestial Master, let us soldiers who are heavily injured stay behind as well." A soldier who had lost both his legs stopped. He raised his head and said expectantly, "Bringing us injured soldiers will only slow down the speed of the troops. Rather than completely annihilating them, why don't we stay behind with young Master Fang to protect them and buy time for the others?" Saint Woodcutter nodded silently, and many injured and disabled gods and devils left the retreating troops. The others still wanted to go forward, but Saint Woodcutter raised his hand. "That's enough. If we don't have time to meet up with eternal peace, the others still have a chance. Brothers, this battle is a farewell. So Heaven Pavilion won't send you off." Fang Yuji stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly he said angrily, "Heaven Pavilion, I have never liked you. They say that you are the most sacred and heartless, wise and unrighteous. I am going to die today, and these disabled people will stay to fight to the death. You are still so cold, don't you even frown? Today you must give us a smile." Saint Woodcutter revealed a warm smile. "Not this kind of fake smile." Saint Woodcutter revealed a smile on his face. His eyes turned sour, but he turned his face away and used his sleeve to cover his face, secretly crying. When Fang Yuji saw this, he did not continue to make things difficult for him. He sighed. "Saint is also a human, and your heart is also made of flesh. Sky-sniffing Pavilion, to be able to work by Yorenchin Ye's side for 40,000 years in this life, I feel very comfortable in my heart. I don't have any regrets. You guys should hurry up and leave." He waved his hand. Saint Woodcutter bowed deeply to the ground and followed the retreating troops. Fang Yuji stood up his coffin and wiped it with force. He whistled. This coffin had been coiled by him for 20,000 years, and it was shiny and shiny. The old man's face was pressed against the coffin. He chuckled and said, "I'm finally going to use it this day." Gao Baoshuan was a teacher with a high crown on his head. As he listened to Feng Yuji's whistle and watched the divine master army of the heavenly court getting closer and closer, the whip in his hand gently struck the palm of his hand, matching the whistle's sound. The scholar shook his head and chanted softly, "Observe my heavenly aspirations, ascend to my equal heaven palace, carry my clear bright coffin, and ascend to my black embryo mountain." The old generals, disabled soldiers, and wounded soldiers of Carefree Village were calm in their hearts. They listened to his chanting quietly. Feng Yuji's whistle also seemed more ethereal, as if it had brought them back to Carefree Village in the other shore void. That period of time seemed to be yesterday right before their eyes. Gao Baoshuan clapped his hands, took a step forward and suddenly danced. In his divine sense, he transformed into the scene of the Creator and Carefree Village. There was the goddess of the Creator dancing in the air, graceful and graceful. Visualize all living things, peace and happiness, ascend to the other shore, and create the starry sky. Enter our Carefree Village, avoid the world and have no worries. His voice gradually became low and carefree. Suddenly, his sonorous and powerful voice became like the sound of metal and stone, and his whistle became passionate. Once I wake up from my dream, I will return to my hometown. Walk in the dangers of my world. Fight against my wolves and wolves. Bury my hero souls. Bury my righteous bones. I am not afraid of Elder Feng Shuang. I am not afraid of swords and knives. I will let my bones and body be shattered. I'll let my soul scatter. He took off his crown and his hair fell over his shoulders. As he looked at the heavenly court's gods and demons that were getting closer and closer, his hair flew in anger. I'll be a righteous warrior in the Yuan world. The vacuum is filled with hometowns. Many Carefree Village veterans and generals stood up one after another and activated their damaged divine weapons to gather the remaining Yuan Qi. Gao Baoshuan laughed out loud and charged at the heavenly court's divine master. "Come on, little brat from the heavenly court, step over my corpse." Everyone laughed out loud and followed him to charge forward. An earth-shaking shout erupted from the sky. "Step over our corpses." The moment Lan Yutian saw Madame Yuanmu rush out, he also rushed out. Madame Yuanmu was severely injured, which was a rare opportunity for him. Although he didn't have enough combat experience, he had watched the great battle between the Heaven Court and Carefree Village over the years. He had learned a lot from the moves between the gods and demons on the battlefield. He was a smart person to begin with. He had learned by analogy and improved very quickly. The moment the two collided in the sky, Madame Yuanmu and Lan Yutian's divine abilities exploded, but they separated immediately upon contact. Lan Yutian's heart sank. The person in this body is not Yuanmu. The moment he exchanged blows with the other party, he could sense that Madame Yuanmu had automatically fallen silent because her injuries were too severe. And now the person in control of this body was the Empress, or rather the Sinkhole Goddess. The reincarnation divine ability that my brother used to trap the Sinkhole Goddess was broken by the Sinkhole Goddess when Yuanmu was injured. But this is a good thing. Behind Lan Yutian, the divine artifacts Lan Yutian attacked one after another, attacking the Empress crazily. He thought to himself, this way the divine ability that I left in her body can be activated. The Empress suddenly grunted. The path of ultimate in her body was distorted by a strange force, and a part of the great Tao was transformed into the way of great change. She was caught unprepared and her divine power was instantly thrown into disorder. She was severely injured by the divine artifacts Lan Yutian, and she spat out blood. She had no choice but to rush to the sky trying to avoid Lan Yutian. Lan Yutian's eyes flickered, and he followed closely behind. On Carefree Village's Supreme Clarity Realm, he had taken advantage of the moment when Madame Yuanmu was lost in her reincarnation to plant his divine arts in her body. The path he took was different from Qin Mu's. Qin Mu had secretly taught Yin Tianzi to carry forward the path of reincarnation that Yin Tianzi had yet to complete. He had used the path of reincarnation to trap the goddess of returning ruins, creating the consciousness of her personality. He had used it to restrict the goddess of Sinkhole. At that time, Qin Mu was helpless about how to break the great path of the goddess of Sinkhole, so he could only seal her. The goddess of Sinkhole had already attained the path, so logically speaking, even if he destroyed her and turned her into chaos, he wouldn't be able to kill her. she would still come back to life. Qin Mu had also cultivated the path of sinkhole, and he had also grown chaos lotuses, thus, he knew that he couldn't get rid of the goddess of returning ruins. Furthermore, even Qin Mu's seal of reincarnation was only a temporary measure. It was impossible for it to seal the goddess of returning ruins under Madame Prime's consciousness forever. Sooner or later, the goddess of returning ruins would break through reincarnation. Devour Prime's consciousness. Lan Yutian was thinking about how to break through the great Tao of returning ruins. As for whether or not to kill the goddess of returning ruins, he didn't have such a thought in his heart. He had started from the innate fifth extreme and borrowed the reincarnation divine art, left behind by Qin Mu, to plant the seal of 5 extreme reincarnation in the body of the goddess of returning ruins. His goal was very simple. The goddess of returning ruins could devour all things and turn them into chi of chaos, so her magic power would become stronger and stronger in battle. If he still couldn't kill her, her cultivation would surpass his sooner or later. However, chaos gave birth to 5 extreme, and the seal of 5 extreme reincarnation left behind by Lan Yutian was to steal the magic power of the goddess of returning ruins. When she fought, the chi of chaos turned into great Tao of great change, turning into great Tao of absolute beginning and experiencing the changes of the 5 extreme. This made her unable to unleash her full power. What Qin Mu had sealed was the consciousness of the goddess of returning ruins, and what he had sealed was her magic power and great Tao. It was just that Lan Yutian couldn't do it, so he had to borrow the divine art of reincarnation that Qin Mu had left behind. Empress Dowager also noticed that something was wrong with her body. When she executed her cultivation and magic power, her body was filled with different kinds of great Tao. These different kinds of great Tao were depriving her of her cultivation, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She could not use 50% of her cultivation. Lan Yutian chased her all the way. The Empress fought and fled at the same time, but she could not shake him off. If I force her into the ultimate void, she will be dead for sure. Lan Yutian's eyes flickered. He thought to himself. Heavenly Venerate Yun used this method to fight against the second young master of the Miluo Palace. As long as the Empress is forced into the ultimate void by me, a part of the ultimate Tao in her body will turn into the 5 ultimate Taos. Then she will die even faster. However, the Empress Dowager clearly knew the dangers of the ultimate void. Even though she was repeatedly injured by him, she still did not go deep into the void to hide. At this moment, the ultimate void above their heads exploded. The two of them hurriedly looked up and saw a half-fused Grand Supreme Luo Heaven in the ultimate void tilting and shattering. The Grand Supreme Luo Heaven was already in tatters and riddled with holes. Furthermore, the fusion between the Grand Supreme Luo Heaven of One Qi and the Divine Sense Grand Luo Heaven was incomplete and had yet to be completely fused. In the shattered Great Overarching Heaven, the 2 Tao trees that had more than half fused had been destroyed by the heat-stilled wind, leaving only pitch-black stumps. The Tao flowers on the Tao trees had been destroyed, and the Tao fruit had been shattered by the second young master of the Miluo Palace's primordial chaos divine ability. Meanwhile, in the great overarching heaven that was falling out of the ultimate void, the battle between Heavenly Venerate Yun and the second young master of the boundless universe had reached its final stage. The Empress Dowager and Lan Yutian looked up and saw the second young master of the Miluo Palace standing on the half of the ultimate void. Heavenly Venerate Yun was standing on the half of the ultimate void. He was fighting to the death. Heavenly Venerate Yun's primordial emperor sword had fused with the absolute beginning Tao. It emitted the last light and pierced through second young master Wuji's body. At the same time, second young master Wuji's palm landed on his forehead. The collapse of Great Luo Heaven was even more intense. At this moment, Great Luo Heaven did not seem to be disintegrated by their power. It was more like it was in the midst of a sacrificial ceremony. Lan Yutian was very intelligent. He could tell that this was a blood sacrifice. The Empress was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized that this was the Tao of sacrifice that Supreme Emperor was proficient in. However, neither of them knew that Heavenly Venerate Yun had inherited Supreme Emperor's Great Luo Heaven, and also Supreme Emperor's cultivation technique. He had perfected Supreme Emperor's incomplete cultivation technique. This included the Tao technique that Great Emperor Tai had obtained from the sacrificial rites of the original saint of the Miluo Palace. The Tao technique that great Emperor Tai had obtained from the sacrificial rites was incomplete, so Heavenly Venerate Yun had helped him to complete it. The shattered Great Luo Heaven had actually been directly sacrificed by Heavenly Venerate Yun, turning into a torrent of the absolute beginning Tao that followed his sword and pierced into second young master Wuji's body. What he sacrificed was not only Great Luo Heaven of the absolute beginning, but also the absolute beginning Emperor sword in his hand. He had used such a huge amount of energy to sacrifice the second young master of Miluo Palace to the ultimate void space. The second young master's body was imprinted into the ultimate void space by that terrifying power. The power of the sacrifice caused her body to suddenly explode, exposing her body and great Tao to the ultimate void space. Instantly, the cold and silent wind became incomparably violent. The second young master's great Tao of the ultimate, as well as her flesh, blood, and primordial spirit, were all rapidly melting. Soon white bones could be seen. Inside her another body appeared. It was also struggling in the void. Its face was distorted, and it was trying its best to get rid of its connection with second young master. It was none other than Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky. Shrill screams sounded. It sounded like a woman's voice mixed with a man's voice. They overlapped, causing the Empress to shudder. She quickly turned and left. Lan Yutian wanted to chase after her, but when he saw Heavenly Master Yun walking down from the ultimate void, he couldn't help but hesitate. Big brother you can. Go. Heavenly Master Yun waved at him as if nothing had happened. Heavenly Master Yun, just call me Lan Yutian. I'm not Heavenly Master Yu. Your condition is very wrong. Lan Yutian went up to him and said, Second young master's attack was imprinted in your body. It was extremely dangerous. Celestial Master Yun waved at him from afar. No need to come over. Just do your job. If you see Celestial Master Mu, tell him that I've done what he couldn't do. Lan Yutian was stunned. He didn't chase after him but turned around and chased after Empress Dowager. His mind was muddled. In the ultimate void space, the illusory images of the Lingxiao Palace and the Purple Xiao Palace suddenly appeared. They shook violently and Heavenly Emperor Haotian's body separated from the second young master's body. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately left second young master. He flew out from the ultimate void and headed toward the army of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky stopped and looked at Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky with a smile. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, for the rest of your life, you will never be able to erase the shadow that I left in your Tao heart. I Yun will let you remember this for the rest of your life. 1. He floated away and was incomparably carefree. The remaining troops of Carefree Village were marching toward eternal peace. Saint Woodcutter and Emperor Yue were one in front of the formation while the other was behind it. Along the way, they had experienced the assault and slaughter of the vanguard troops of Heavenly Court, traversing mountains and rivers with great difficulty. At this moment, the woodcutter and many soldiers of Carefree Village raised their heads and saw Heavenly Venerate Yun flying over them. Did Heavenly Venerate Yun win? A soldier muttered. The woodcutter remained expressionless and didn't make a sound. The remaining troops of Carefree Village continued to move forward. Another group of soldiers took the initiative to stay behind to ensure that the others could rush to eternal peace as soon as possible. Heavenly Venerate Yu and Divine King Lang Bao were fighting against Heavenly Duke's corporeal body and Ancestor God King. Heavenly Venerate Yu cut off the heavenly river that Heavenly Duke's corporeal body had swung over. When he saw Heavenly Venerate Yun walking past the battlefield, he immediately called out to him. When Heavenly Venerate Yun heard that, he smiled at her and waved goodbye. Lang this also saw him, and Heavenly Venerate Yun bowed deeply to the ground before floating away. Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho were leading the guards of Eternal Peace's divine cities, and doing their best to resist the assault of Mystic Capital City's army, protecting the people of Eternal Peace's cities from retreating. Heavenly Duke distributed the 50 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures to the guards of each city, while Heavenly Duke took out his Heavenly Fiend Supreme Treasure, God-slaying Mysterious Saber, to slaughter everyone. Even so, this fierce battle was still extremely dangerous. When Heavenly Duke saw Heavenly Master Yun passing by, he immediately shouted, "Heavenly Master Yun, you won. Come and help." Ah Cho was fighting against the formation of dragon and martial guards of Heavenly Court. When he saw Heavenly Master Yun, His heart skipped a beat and he shook his head. Dao brother, let him go. Heavenly Duke's cultivation was far inferior to H. Chao's. He relied on the power of the 50 heavenly Dao supreme treasures, while Cho had already cultivated the path of Yudu to the 35th heavens, which was why he could see Heavenly Master Yun's situation. Heavenly Duke was puzzled and allowed Heavenly Venerate Yun to leave. Heavenly Venerate Yun crossed the long battle line and came to the first impregnable pass guarded by hundreds of thousands of gods and devils in the western part of Eternal Peace. Along the way, there were many Eternal Peace troops rushing to the front line to transport the refugees to the hinterland of Eternal Peace. It was a relatively safe place. Heavenly Venerate Yun entered Lanfeng Valley and saw that all the divine cities were heavily guarded. Eternal Peace had made this place an important place to guard the western part of Eternal Peace. The most outstanding experts of the younger generation of Eternal Peace were stationed here, and the most advanced weapons of Eternal Peace had been brought over. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked into a divine city. The general guarding there was called Yen Shaoqing. He was originally Zhou Xiaobi of the Heavenly Court and cultivated divine consciousness. Later on, he entered Eternal Peace to seek the Tao. When Yen Shaoqing saw him, he was shocked and was about to go forward to pay his respects when Heavenly Venerate Yun waved his hand and walked into a mansion in this divine city. Cloud Mansion. Madame Yun Xiao led the widows of the Yun family and Yun Jianli and his wife to welcome him. Madame Yun Xiao held onto his hand and didn't let go, sobbing. Ever since His Majesty came back to life, he has never come back to see his family, so why is he willing to come today? There was some resentment in her words, but it was dispersed by the joy in her heart. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled. Xiangying, if I didn't come to see you guys, I wouldn't feel at ease. Yun Jianli hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. His eyes read. Pay my respects to family ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Yun sized him up from head to toe and said, You're very good. Heavenly Venerate Mu's evaluation of you is very high, and he didn't make a mistake. In the Battle of Eternal Peace, Yun family will be going into battle as well. Do you have any children? Yun Jianli's wife immediately brought her 3 children over and knelt down to pay their respects to their ancestors. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled. Very good, very good. Yun family has a descendant and their bloodline is unending. Jianli, when you get to the battlefield, don't embarrass Yun family. Yun Jianli straightened his back, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Jianli is the bloodline of Heavenly Emperor Yun. I will never disgrace my ancestors. Heavenly Venerate Yun's expression changed. If you survive, remember that there is no bloodline of Heavenly Emperor in this world. I was born as a human, and I have never been superior to others. I started from an ordinary background. Which descendant of the Yun family has more achievements than me? I don't even dare to call myself the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. How dare you? Yun Jianli was frightened and didn't dare to say anything more. Madame Yun Xiao held him and walked into the high hall. She smiled and said, You are so serious. Let your descendants come to worship you and serve you tea. Heavenly Venerate Yun sat in the high hall while Madame Yun Xiao stood to the side. Heavenly Venerate Yun let her take a seat and said with a smile, Husband and wife are one. I am the ancestor of the Yun family, and you are the ancestor of the Yun family. Sit down. Madame Yun Xiao took a seat. The Yun family had been passed down from generation to generation, leaving behind a whole family of widows. They all held their teacups and knelt down. Heavenly Venerate Yun and Madame Yun Xiao took over their daughter-in-law's teacups and put them down. Heavenly Venerate Yun looked around, he said with a smile, Most of the men of the Yun family died young and left you to be widowed. They died young and didn't have any instructions. As the head of the Yun family, I have come to give my orders. You can all remarry. If you meet a good person who likes you, marry him. In the hall, many widows of the Yun family were stunned and looked at each other. Heavenly Venerate Yun turned to look at Madame Yun Xiao and said, I owe you a lot. Xiangying, you can also marry out in the future. You don't have to worry about me. Madame Yun Xiao's heart trembled and she immediately understood something. You and I are husband and wife. In the past, when you died in battle, I had to take care of the child in my belly and couldn't accompany you. Later on, the child died young and left behind a grandson. I have to survive to protect the bloodline of the Yun family, and live to this day. Madame Yunxiao held his hand and looked up at his face. She smiled and said, "Now that you have returned and the Yun family has a descendant, I will follow you wherever you go. Isn't this what a husband and wife are like?" Heavenly Venerate Yun felt a pain in his heart. He withdrew his hand and said, "I have carried you for 600,000 years. I have let you down. How could I have the heart? The place I want to go is very far. You can't go. Stay here." Madame Yun grabbed his hand again. "I'll go wherever you go." Yun Tianzuan looked at her and nodded silently. Yun Jianli looked at them in a daze. Yun Tianzuan and Madame Yun Xiao walked out of the high hall hand in hand, out of the Yun mansion, and out of the divine city. Yun Jianli chased after them, but he saw that they were getting further and further away. He couldn't catch up at all. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Yun stopped and landed on the ground. They were on the bank of the surging river. The surging river was surging and flowing eastward. There was an abandoned village by the river. No one lived there anymore. The couple walked into the village and sat opposite each other in a straw hut. "This is the place." Heavenly Venerate Yun grabbed Madame Yunjiao's hand and lowered his head. His aura became lower and lower as he said in a low voice, "Xiangying, don't let anyone know that I died here." The second young master of the Miro Palace had already destroyed his soul long ago. The only thing that occupied his body was his final obsession. And now his obsession was gone. Madame Yunxiao's vital qi exploded and covered up this abandoned village. "Yun Jun, don't go far." Her aura was getting lower and lower until it finally dissipated. The surging river water surged and surged endlessly. The clouds above the river were rolling and the clouds were rolling. In the main camp of Heavenly Court, Heavenly Emperor Haotian sat in the main hall of the other palace with a gloomy expression. He had been sitting there for 2 days without moving. The doors were sealed and he had never walked out. On the ground lay the corpses of a few divine priests, who had died in an extremely miserable state. These were the divine priests who had barged in to give advice. After entering, they were killed by him. In these 2 days no one dared to come in. Heavenly Court had already broken through Carefree Village, and Earth Division suffered heavy losses. Divine Master and Navy pursued the remnants of Carefree Village, and the results were plentiful. Mystic City's army, Divine Policy's left guard led Yuta Devil Gods to attack the Buddhist world and invade eternal peace from Great Thunderclap Monastery. They were prepared to head west to meet up with Mystic City's army. However, Wei Suifeng, Qi Xianyu Southern Emperor, and Loose Cultivator Long Shan came from different directions. In the east, there was still Jiang Baigui leading Eternal Peace's army to follow closely behind Divine Policy's left guard. Now, the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly and Heavenly Court had obtained a good situation. It seemed like everything was going smoothly, but it could turn into a situation of going against the wind and going against the current at any moment. At such a critical period, Heavenly Emperor could only control the overall situation and pass down orders, so that Heavenly Court's army could expand their battle results and be prepared. However, Heavenly Emperor was hiding in his side palace for 2 days without coming out, causing the ambitious people of Heavenly Court to be extremely anxious. "I've lost." On the throne of Heavenly Emperor Haotian's face was sallow. Suddenly, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was dispirited as he muttered, I've already lost this battle." Heavenly Court had leveled Carefree Village and the situation was great. Up until now, the victory that Eternal Peace and Carefree Village had obtained was only a small victory, while Heavenly Court had obtained a great victory. In the eyes of a discerning person, the road from Carefree Village to Eternal Peace was already a smooth one. Heavenly Court could be considered to be certain of victory, and no matter how Eternal Peace resisted, it would be difficult for them to withstand a force that was several times or even 10 times that of Eternal Peace. However, what Heavenly Emperor Haotian saw was his own defeat. Heavenly Court didn't lose and instead obtained a great victory, but he had already lost. He had lost at the hands of Heavenly Emperor Yun. "I lost." His body trembled, and the white hair on his head also trembled like snow on a branch. In just 2 short days his head was already white with worry. Heavenly Court had won, but it wasn't him, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, who had won. Even if Heavenly Court had flattened Carefree Village and Eternal Peace, It had won by absolute beginning Yuanmu Taiji, Ancestor God King, Heavenly Emperor Su, and the others. It wasn't him, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. That was because he had already been chopped down by Heavenly Venerate Yun from the realm of Tao attainment. Heavenly Venerate Yun had destroyed his Tao tree, his Tao flower, and his great overarching heaven. Not only had he been chopped down from the realm of Tao attainment, but his other body, which had been taken over by Second Young Master, had also been completely destroyed by Heavenly Venerate Yun. He could have been the one and only person who had achieved Tao in the 16 universes since ancient times and even in the 16 universes of prehistoric times. He had been in existence who had combined strength to achieve Tao and Sinkhole to achieve Tao. In the future, he might even be able to achieve Tao attainment at the Tao realm. But now everything was ruined. Admittedly, he was still one of the most powerful existences in the world, but his strength was no longer comparable to absolute beginnings. Even if the Heavenly Court won, the one in charge of power was only absolute beginning. If absolute beginning was severely injured by Shangjun, the one who would take over power might even be ancient god Taiji, and he could only bear with it. In the battle between retired emperor and Shangjun did not put in any effort. Shangjun is the same as founding emperor Qin Yi. He only cultivates one great Tao and has high offensive power. However, he doesn't know much about the 5 great Tao. As long as retired emperor doesn't fight him head-on, Shangjun won't be able to take his life. Ancient god Taiji is even more cunning. He only has himself in his heart and will not risk his life in a battle. Heavenly Lord Su and the Ancestor God King, they are all staring at my position. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was half smiling and half crying. I lost. Brother Yun, you finally beat me. No, I cannot give up this power. He gritted his teeth and stood up from the Heavenly Emperor's throne. He walked around the bodies of the priests. His feet were covered in blood, and the white jade floor of the hall was covered in bloody footprints. Heavenly Emperor Haotian's face became more and more gloomy. Even if I am beaten down from the realm of a Tao practitioner, I can still brand the void and achieve Tao again. But by then, I will no longer be the Heavenly Emperor. The retired emperor will definitely replace me. At that time, I will not be his opponent, and he can make me kneel before him. However, the retired emperor is no match for Celestial Master Mu at all. Yun, you have ruined my good situation. But I still have a chance to turn the tables. This chance is the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. It is the 3rd and 4th young masters of the Miro Palace. He stopped in his tracks and the expression on his face became a little crazy. It was Celestial Master Yun who forced him to be a little crazy. When I fall from the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, I will become the object of ridicule by everyone. Celestial Master Mu will mock me, the retired emperor will mock me, the Ancestral God King, Heavenly Master Su, and the ancient god of Taiji will mock me. The civil and military officials will laugh at me too. They will laugh at me for being an illegitimate child who is delusional. They will laugh at me for being the bastard child of the ancient god and the human race. All of you are forcing me. But if I completely submit to the 3rd and 4th young masters, then I will still be the Celestial Emperor. He laughed out loud and his expression twisted. With the support of the 3rd and 4th young masters, I will still be your Celestial Emperor. The object of your worship will be high and mighty. All of you will have to submit to me. None of you will dare to laugh at me. Behind his head, the images of the Lingxiao Palace and Purple Cloud's Palace appeared. Heavenly Emperor Haotian turned around and faced the images of the 2 palaces. He hesitated for a moment, but his greed for power shattered his pride and broke his spine. His legs went weak and he knelt down. From today onwards, I will serve you wholeheartedly and the Lingxiao Palace and Purple Cloud's Palace. From today onwards I will be my master's lackey. I will make arrangements for my master to come. From today onwards I will have no other intentions. The shadows of the 2 ancient palaces were filled with strange power, and obscure Tao language came from the palaces. They were very happy and gratified. It was very difficult to find a loyal slave in the 17th epoch, but they had finally succeeded. Heavenly Emperor was their best candidate. Heavenly Emperor was like a dog whose head was being stroked, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. I implore my master to deprive Eternal Peace bandits of all the power of Jade Capital City and Ling Shao Palace. Slave Hao, I am willing to sacrifice blood to the origin world to welcome my master's arrival. How? The gratified laughter of third and fourth young masters came from Ling Shao Palace and Purple Shao Palace. We have finally molded you into the appearance we want. Heavenly Emperor Hao raised his head, his face filled with smiles. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Yun was dead, and Heavenly Emperor Hao, who was filled with fighting spirit and unyielding, was also dead. When Qin Mu came to Eternal Peace, he sensed a strange fluctuation coming from the depths of space and time. His expression couldn't help changing slightly, but he soon relaxed again. This fluctuation came from the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. It wasn't just Ling Shao Hall. It even included all kinds of treasure palaces in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. When this fluctuation spread to the entire origin world, all the powers that weren't from the heavenly court would sense that the Jade Capital Realm, Ling Shao Realm, and even Emperor's Throne Realm that they had cultivated diligently could no longer bring them strength. In other words, these three realms had been crippled all of a sudden. Qin Mu had long expected this. The Heavenly Palace and the Celestial Heavens imitated the Heavenly Palace and the Celestial Heavens of the Celestial Heavens, while the Celestial Heavens imitated the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. All of this originated from the action of Supreme Emperor and Absolute beginning going to the Ancestral Court to explore the secrets of Jade Capital City in the immemorial era. The Creator had fallen and Absolute beginning and Ancient God had won. He had established the Dragon Han Celestial Heavens, according to his impression of the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. Human Heavenly Venerate Royal came to the Heavenly Court and saw its grandeur. He sensed the power contained within and created the realm of Heavenly Palace. In the era of Long Han, Heavenly Venerate Cloud had perfected the realms of Jade Capital City, Ling Shao, Emperor's Throne, and so on. After that, it had been 600,000 years, and the 10th Heavenly Venerate had perfected the realm of Heavenly Palace. And the source of the realms of Jade Capital City, Ling Shao, Emperor's Throne, and Heavenly Court was the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. Qin Mu had long predicted that the young masters of the Ancestral Court would use this to control the gods and devils in this universe and wantonly strip them of their power. They could even borrow their power to strengthen the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, and themselves. And he had long since come up with a backup plan. This backup plan was the cultivation system of Dao Realm, as well as the brand new cultivation system of the Ancestral Court created by Lan Yutian and Su Shenghua. It was difficult to get started with the cultivation system of Dao Realm, but as long as one got started, they would be able to complement and advance together with the cultivation system of Ancestral Court. These two cultivation systems might even fuse together in the future and turn into the cultivation system of Dao Realm of Ancestral Court. In the past, regardless of whether it was Eternal Peace or Carefree Village, neither of them had the will and courage to promote the cultivation system of Dao Realm of Ancestral Court. After all, the new system had just been created by Lan Yutian and Su Shenghua. As the creators, they had made these realms too profound, so it was very difficult to understand them. However, this time, the Ancestral Court of Jade Capital City directly chopped off 4 realms, forcing Emperor Yanfeng and founding Emperor Yenyue to have no choice but to cut off their wrists and push forward this preparatory plan with all their might. Qin Mu flew over to Eternal Peace, and the front lines of Eternal Peace were already in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the gods and devils of Carefree Village or Eternal Peace, they were all incomparably terrified. The hearts of the people were in a state of panic, and they gave off a feeling of despair. Even Heavenly Venerate Yu and Godly King Lang Bao, who were fighting with the Ancestral God King, were thrown into chaos. The two girls had lost 3 realms in a row, and there wasn't much vital qi left in their bodies. They had almost been killed by the Ancestral God King. Fortunately, Heavenly Venerate Moon's Dao Realm cultivation was still there, so he immediately used Extreme Void to escape with Lang here. The Ancestor God King took advantage of his victory to chase after them. He led the army of Xiandu and planned to kill everyone in all directions. When they were about to flatten Lanfeng Valley in the west of Eternal Peace, a huge shadow flew past the army of Xiandu. Heavenly Venerate Mu. The Ancestor God King was shocked and hurriedly mobilized his troops to protect himself. At the same time, this situation also appeared in the Battle of Yudu in the Origin World. All the gods who had cultivated to Jade Capital, Ling Shao, Emperor Throne Realm, Eternal Peace Empire, or Carefree Village would feel their power rapidly retreat. The higher the realm, the greater the proportion of magic power, especially Emperor Throne Realm, which took up 90% of their cultivation. If they didn't have Emperor Throne Realm, it was equivalent to having only 1/10 of their cultivation left. If an Emperor Throne's expert didn't even have Ling Shao Realm and Jade Capital Realm, then their strength would only be 1/1000th of their original. In such a situation, how huge would the blow from the battle strength of the upper echelons of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village be? This was also one of the reasons why Emperor Yanfeng and founding Emperor Yenyue didn't dare to directly launch a new cultivation system on a large scale. The Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court system was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If it was launched rashly, it would definitely cause chaos and would cause the strength of the upper echelons to decline in a short period of time. At that time, the Battle of Origin World was imminent and the new cultivation system had yet to be completed. There was no time to promote it, so it could only be implemented on a small scale in Eternal Peace Dao College. But now, they could no longer not promote the new cultivation system. What the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace would lose would be the divine arts practitioners of later generations. They would no longer cultivate the traditional system of Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court, causing them to lose their source of power in the future. The actions of the third and fourth young masters forced the divine arts practitioners and gods of eternal peace to be reborn from the flames. Qin Mu walked around the Western Front to intimidate the heroes of the Heavenly Court, forcing all the military officers of the Heavenly Court to not dare to fight anymore. They could only shrink their forces and defend the territory they had already occupied. Qin Mu went deeper into Yudu of Origin World, forcing Heavenly Venerate Su to give up the chance to kill Heavenly Venerate Yu and retreat to the Heavenly Court camp. At the same time, 2 treasure halls rose from the Heavenly Court's camp and gave off incomparably dense Dao light that even covered the light of countless suns in the sky. They were the shadows of Ling Shao Treasure Hall and Purple Shao Treasure Hall. Even though the 2 treasure halls were shadows, the Great Dao was extremely condensed and almost materialized, giving everyone an incomparable sense of power and pressure. Qin Mu looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "Heavenly Venerate Yun, you have succeeded. Now our opponent is no longer Heavenly Venerate Clear. Heavenly Venerate Clear has already become a puppet. Our opponent has finally emerged from the shadows. Now where are you?" He had traveled a long distance from the ancestral court to the origin world. He didn't have much cultivation left, so he didn't dare to start a war directly. Instead, he came to Lanfeng Valley. His divine treasure territory spread out, revealing the wonders of the vast universe. Hall of Chaos floated in his great heavenly court and confronted Ling Shao Hall and Purple Shao Hall from afar, raising the confidence of the armies of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village. At the same time, the armies of the West rushed over. Lan Yutian's figure appeared beside Qin Mu and spread out his ancestral court. It was the first time that the cultivation system of the ancestral court appeared in front of the world, complementing the wonders of Qin Mu's universe, Ling Shao Hall and Purple Shao Hall that were facing off against the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Venerate You Langhir Taisher, Heavenly Venerate You Heavenly Duke Earth Count, and the rest also rushed over one after another. They spread out the layers of heavens of Dao realm that they had comprehended, and all of them floated in the sky above Lanfeng Valley. The sound of Dao reverberated, stabilizing the hearts of the army and the people. "Where's Heavenly Venerate Yun?" Qin Mu asked everyone. Lan Yutian told him what he had seen. Heavenly Venerate Yu and Lang Bao also said that they had seen Heavenly Venerate Yun. After the Battle of the Ultimate Void, many people had seen Heavenly Venerate Yun walking from the Western Warzone into Eternal Peace. Heavenly Venerate Yun's last place was here, Yan Shaoqing told him. Heavenly Venerate Yun went to Cloud Manor and came out with Madame Yun Shao, heading east. Qin Mu was silent for a moment before revealing a smile. He looked left and right. "Heavenly Venerate Yun is like a dragon whose head can't be seen," he said with a smile. He got rid of second young master and severely injured Heavenly Emperor, forcing him to be a dog for third young master and fourth young master of Miluo Palace. He had already succeeded, but he wasn't willing to become famous, so he brought Madame Yunxiao to live in seclusion. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile. What an enviable couple. I wonder when I can be as carefree as them. Yes. Heavenly Venerate Moon was dejected, but he revealed a smile. 1. Yes, Lang Bao said with his head lowered. 1. Yes. Heavenly Venerate Yu turned his head to look into the distance. They all knew the truth, but no one had exposed Qin Mu's lie. 5 days later, the remaining troops of Carefree Village finally arrived at Lanfeng Valley. The ambushes, attacks, and losses along the way left less than 30% of the army of Carefree Village. Luckily, Wei Suifeng, Northern Emperor Black Tortoise, Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird, Scarlet Emperor Qi Xiaoyu, and the others had led Eternal Peace's army to join forces with Emperor Yue and the others, making the divine masters and sailors of the heavenly court not dare to act rashly. That was why they were able to come to Lanfeng Valley. Regardless of whether it was Wei Suifeng, the soldiers under the North Emperor, the South Emperor, the Red Emperor, or the soldiers of Carefree Village, their morale wasn't very high. This was especially so for the soldiers under Wei Suifeng who were Imperial Guards. Their cultivations were mostly at Jade Capital and Lingxiao Realm, and they were an army of tigers and wolves that could fight with the Heavenly Venerate. Now, all of them had fallen to the Realm of God Execution Platform or Nine Prisons Platform. Their cultivation bases had been severely weakened. Many of the soldiers in Carefree Village had also cultivated to the Yujing and Lingxiao realms. At this moment, all of them had fallen to the spirit-slaying platform realm. The powerful martial heaven masters wuxia, Yan Yunqi, Di Yue, Di Shitian, Li Yuran, the Green Emperor Tian Shu, and the others had all fallen to the spirit-slaying platform realm. They were not the ones who suffered the most. It was the Crimson Emperor Qi Xianyu. Qi Xianyu was originally in existence who had cultivated 9 heavenly palaces and cultivated a small heavenly court. Now she had fallen directly to the spiritual execution stage, losing 3.5 realms. After all, they were the leaders of their respective armies, and their Dao hearts were also quite extraordinary. They would not collapse on the spot, but the blow to the soldiers of their respective armies was extremely severe. There was no way forward to cultivate, and the generals of the various armies had been weakened so severely. If the heavenly court attacked again, how would they be able to resist? Furthermore, the left guard of divine strategy had already led the Yudu Devil army to the back of Lanfeng Valley. They were pincer attacking from both front and back with the army of heavenly court. Above them was the army of Xiandu, and below them was the army of Yudu, forming an encirclement. This battle made people lose hope. This made many people lose the courage to continue fighting. On the other hand, many Eternal Peace soldiers didn't have much of an impact. First, Eternal Peace had only experienced it for a short period of time, and there weren't many existences who had cultivated to Jade Capital, Lingxiao, and Emperor's Throne Realm. Qin Mu was the only one who had cultivated to Heavenly Court Realm. Second, Eternal Peace's reform had added 4 realms of Heavenly Gate Realm, Heavenly Sea Realm, 9 Prisons Platform Realm, and so on to Heavenly Palace Realm. Even without Jade Capital, Lingxiao, Emperor's Throne, and Heavenly Court, it didn't have much of an impact on them. There were even some generals such as Bright Emperor, Red Emperor, Shu Jun, Granny C, Butcher, Village Chief, and the rest of the older generation. They didn't walk the traditional Heavenly Palace system, but the Dao Realm system. Even though First Ancestor Human Emperor walked the path of Heavenly Palace system, he walked the path of Heavenly Palace Dao Realm Qi cultivation. As for the reborn Acho and Heavenly Duke, they also walked the path of Dao Realm, so there wasn't much of an impact. Yun Jianli, Zhehuali, Wang Muran, Qi Jiui, and the rest of the younger generation were born in Eternal Peace Dao College. On the path of cultivation, they had long borrowed the results of Dao College's reform and didn't walk the traditional cultivation system. Instead, after entering Heavenly Palace Realm, they learned the results of Lan Yutian and Su Shanghua, and each of them had extraordinary achievements. As for Hua Xuanxiu, Patriarch Wen Yuan, and the rest of the younger generation, they had started to learn the ancestral court Dao realm system of Lan Yuqian and Su Shanghua from their foundation and didn't have any worries in this aspect. However, this matter had a huge impact on this battle. If 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master hadn't activated Jade Capital's trap and deprived the 4 great realms, Qin Mu would have been able to counterattack Heavenly Court when he returned. And now, it was already a fluke that Eternal Peace was able to defend and not be destroyed. Heavenly venerate you, Lang Bao, and the rest had worried looks on their faces. After this sudden change, they had decisively beheaded Jade Capital City in their heavenly palaces and flattened Ling Shao Hall, leaving behind only one heavenly palace. Their cultivation on Dao realm was extremely high. Without these 4 realms, even though it had a huge impact on their cultivation, they could still have 60 to 70% of their abilities left. For example, Qi Emperor Qi Xianyu's cultivation level was only 1/1000th of what it used to be. This was the most terrifying thing. And there were still many people who were similarly weakened. Qi Emperor Qi Xianyu looked at Di Shirtian and Li Yuran and hesitated. She saw that this person was no longer the handsome monk from before. Instead, he was a demonic god with a ferocious face. For a moment, she did not dare to recognize him. She mustered up her courage and went forward. "Senior brother, you look like an old friend of mine." Li Yuran felt ashamed of her inferiority and avoided her. Qi Xianyu went forward again and said, "I know a monk from Carefree Village. His name is Li Yuran. He used to be Di Shirtian, the heavenly king Buddha of the Buddhist world." Li Yuran could not avoid her and said, "Female almsgiver, you have mistaken me for someone else. That person is a Buddhist soldier from the Buddhist sect. He went down the mountain to save someone. That Zhang Kong Rulai should know the heavenly king Buddha of Di Shirtian that you mentioned." Qi Xianyu didn't go to see Zhang Kong Rulai but stared at him. "No matter what state Li Yuran turns into, I will recognize him." Li Yuran was unmoved. "Brother you start the lecture." In the sky above Lanfeng Valley, Qin Mu looked down and took in all kinds of life forms. He said, "Tell everyone in Lanfeng Valley about your cultivation system for 3 days." Lan Yutian scratched his head. He whispered, "Brother, Su Shenghua once told me that what I'm talking about is too deep, so very few people can understand it. If I were to talk about the cultivation system of ancestral quartz Dao realm, I'm afraid these gods and devils wouldn't have much. Furthermore, even if I can comprehend the cultivation system of ancestral quartz Dao realm in 3 days, I'm afraid I won't be able to cultivate it." "No worries," Qinmu said, "just talk." Those who can comprehend the various realms of the cultivation system of ancestral quartz Dao realm in these 3 days are all talented people. These people are definitely experts of the traditional heavenly palace system. They have gained a lot and could teach them to others in the future. After you speak for 3 days, Village Chief Granny Si, you can each speak for another 3 days. Village Chief Su Muza and Granny Si nodded their heads respectively. Granny Si asked in puzzlement, "What we have comprehended is definitely far inferior to founders like Lan Yutian. What's the use of us speaking?" Village Chief Su Muza smiled and said, "Granny, what Moor means is that if we speak lightly, it will be easier for others to understand." "Moor, is that what you mean?" Qin Mu nodded his head. Granny Si spat and said, "Lan Yutian has talked about it before, so let's talk about it. In 9 days, the army of the heavenly court has already arrived here. They can't push it." Qin Mu said indifferently, "If I'm here, who can push it?" Jiang Yunjian Hua Xuanxiu, Cult Master Wen Yuan. "After Granny has talked about it, you guys can talk about the system of ancestral quartz Dao realm." Jiang Yunjian, Hua Xuanxiu and Patriarch Wen Yuan came forward, and Hua Xuanxiu asked curiously, "Uncle Qin, you want us to talk about it because our comprehension is more shallow?" Qin Mu shook his head. "No, because all of you started learning from the basics and before Granny Village Chief, and the rest cultivated the system of ancestral quartz Dao realm, they all had their own unique skills, so they had preconceived ideas. And all of you didn't have their preconceived ideas on the path of cultivation. You comprehended more and became more meticulous towards the new system, and you could often think of things that they couldn't think of." Patriarch Wen Yuan was very happy. Qin Mu glanced at him and said, "Cult Master Wen Yuan is the first to speak. He has also cultivated the traditional heavenly palace system before, so it's hard to guarantee that he has preconceived ideas." Patriarch Wen Yuan's face turned black. Qin Mu said to Heavenly Venerate you, Lang Bao, and the rest, "You guys might as well listen. Without the 4 traditional realms, it's the brave that breaks their wrists. The new cultivation system might allow you guys to achieve even higher results." Heavenly Venerate you said, "Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven has the support of the 3rd and 4th young masters of Miluo Palace, so can he really block it?" Qin Mu smiled. I'm the 7th young master of Miluo Palace, so I can naturally block it. You guys don't have to worry. Heavenly Venerate, you said. God's strategy left guard led Yuta devils to attack from the back and pincer attack from the front and back. How can we block it? Qinmu said. My junior brother, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui, has already pacified the chaos in Eastern Sea and rushed over from the back of God's strategy left guard and the devil army. God's strategy left guard isn't his match. Lang Bao said. Zhang Baigui's Jade Capital realm is also gone, right? Could he be a match for Divine Policy's left guard? There aren't many people in this world that aren't affected by the traps of Jade Capital, but Zhang Baigui is one of them. Qinmu got up and smiled. You guys stay here and listen to the lecture. I'll go meet 3rd and 4th young masters of Miluo Palace. Lan Yutian's voice sounded out, and Dao sounds rang out. He began to preach about the system of his ancestral court's Dao realm. Qinmu walked down Lanfeng Valley and walked towards the Heavenly Court's army at an unhurried pace. The land of Lanfeng Valley was originally filled with sorrowful soldiers with low morale. However, Lan Yutian was born to be close to Dao, so when his Dao sounds rang out, his own Dao rhythm also spread out unconsciously. A world tree slowly rose behind him. It made people sink into the wonders of Dao, and they couldn't help thinking and comprehending along with his Dao sounds. He explained the new cultivation system to the gods of the various races in Lanfeng Valley. Starting from Spirit Embryo, this realm wasn't much different from what people had learned in the past. The second realm was Star River Divine Treasure, which had been opened up. Evolved Xiandu, the third realm was the Heavenly River Divine Treasure. After the Heavenly River was opened up and circulated, the fourth realm was opened up, the 4 Extreme Heavens. The 4 Extreme Heavens had 4 subordinate divine treasures. After confirming the 4 Extreme Heavens realm, they opened up the 3 realms of Yuandu, Yudu, and Sinkhole. After these 7 realms, the most critical realm arrived. That was the opening up of the Ancestral Court, the largest divine treasure. After founding the Ancestral Court, the 4 Heavens Gate, Jade Lake Jade Platform, Heavenly Sea, God Execution Platform, 9 Prisons Platform, and other realms were established to raise the comprehension of Dao Realm. This was the reason why Qinmu said that the system of Dao Realm was the most compatible with the system of the Ancestral Court. The 4 Heavens Gate, Jade Lake Jade Platform, Heavenly Sea, God Execution Platform, and 9 Prisons Platform of the Ancestral Court had raised Dao Realm tremendously. When cultivating these realms, the cultivation of Dao Realm would increase by leaps and bounds. This was the greatest and strongest strength of the new cultivation system. After cultivating these realms without Yujing Lingxiao, the throne of the emperor, or the heavenly court, Lan Yuqian went directly to the 5th supreme realm to comprehend the innate 5 supreme, forming the 5 great mineral veins in the ancestral court's divine treasure: Tai Chi, Tai Su, Tai Shi, Tai Chu, Tai Yi. If these 5 realms were cultivated, then one could go one step further and cultivate the world tree. The world tree was the Dao tree of every cultivator in the new system. It was completely integrated with the Dao realm system. As the layers of Dao realm rose, layers of emptiness would appear in the divine treasures in the body, and the Dao seal of the Dao realm would be imprinted in it. The world tree would also gradually become clearer, grow, and mature. When the Dao realm reached the 36th heaven, the world tree would fully grow and become the Dao tree of the cultivator. However, Lan Yuqian and Su Shanghua had only comprehended to this step, and the heavenly court had come to invade them on a large scale, forcing them to stop their research. However, there must be other realms behind them, such as Dao flowers, Dao fruits, and so on. Qinmu walked towards the heavenly court's camp while listening to Lan Yutian's Dao voice. The heavenly court's army was advancing forward steadily, and the heavenly court's camp also moved along with it. In front of them, there were scouts constantly scouting the way. These scouts flew in the sky, ran on the ground, escaped in the water, and traveled underground. They were like ghosts and gods. From afar, some scouts noticed Qinmu and their hearts jumped. They were so scared that they froze on the spot and didn't dare to move. You can go back and report to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven that 7th young master Qinmu is here, Qinmu said with a smile. The scout hurriedly escaped and headed straight for the army of the heavenly court. After a moment, the army in front of the heavenly court suddenly came to a halt and laid down killing formations to be on standby. Sweat was rolling down the foreheads of the generals of each army. They were drenched in sweat, but they didn't dare to wipe it off. Instead, they stared straight ahead with their eyes wide open, their minds extremely tense. In the sky, killing intent filled the sky, making all the birds and beasts within 10,000 miles disappear. Divine eyes even appeared in the sky, rolling around in the sky. They shot out beams of divine light and searched everywhere. The divine eyes in the sky were as big as the sun and moon, and the small ones were also several acres in circumference. Some of them had all kinds of formations imprinted in them, some were refined by great Tao, and some were the devil eyes of devil gods. There were all kinds of them, their functions were also different. These divine eyes searched the sky and earth, searching for Qin Mu's whereabouts. At the same time, news had long reached Heavenly Emperor's side palace, informing Heavenly Emperor Hao, Absolute Beginning, Empress, and the rest. Heavenly Monarch did not dare to be negligent. He ordered the Divine Strategy Right Guards, Left and Right Yulin, to set up a formation and guard around the Heavenly Monarch's side palace. Absolute Beginning, Empress, and Taiji ancient gods surrounded Heavenly Monarch and walked out of the Great Hall. Heavenly Monarch was still worried. He looked up and saw that the Lingxiao treasured hall was getting brighter and brighter. Only then did he feel relieved. They looked forward and saw that the divine eyes in the sky were suddenly extinguished one after another. They became dim and the sun that was pulled by the Xiandu army seemed to be covered by a huge dark cloud. There was not a single ray of light shooting down. This caused the sun guardians of Xiandu to stop their war chariots and look back, afraid that their sun would be extinguished. They heaved a sigh of relief. Their sun was not extinguished. Instead, a towering tree passed by from below. The leaves of that tree were vast and boundless, blocking the sun of Xiandu. As for the extinguished divine eyes, they were not so lucky. Those eyes were blinded by a monstrous murderous aura, as if they had been slashed by someone. In the heavenly court's camp, many gods and devils suddenly cried out in pain. Their voices were mournful as they raised their hands to cover their eyes, and black blood flowed out from the gaps between their fingers. All the gods of heaven overseeing department had become blind at the same time. It's Lord Shang. Absolute Beginning's voice was hoarse, and he felt the wounds on his body start to hurt again. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven glanced at him and suddenly shouted, "Pass down my orders. Let Celestial Venerable Muin don't block him." After a moment, Qin Mu walked through the huge formations of the heavenly court. He didn't care about the overflowing killing intent in the surroundings. He came to the Heavenly Emperor's side palace and walked in front of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and the rest. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sneered and was about to say something when Qin Mu raised a finger and waved it. "The dogs of young master's family no longer have the qualifications to talk to me," he said indifferently. "Third brother, fourth brother, I'm here. Do you want to come out and talk to me? Or do you want to watch me beat your dogs to death?" The moment these words came out, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven couldn't help becoming furious. Heavenly Venerate Mu has gone too far. Qin Mu had humiliated him in front of all the armies of the heavenly court. One could imagine the fury in his heart. However, Absolute Beginning, the Empress, and the rest didn't make a sound. Ancient God Taiji didn't make a sound either, which made his heart turn cold. He instantly knew that they had seen through his lies. He had fallen from the Dao Tree Dao Flower realm. 2 realms had been cut off, and Heavenly Venerate Yun had cut off second young master's clone. Even his sinkhole Dao body had been destroyed. His strength had fallen too much. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the eyes of the Empress and the others. These people probably had designs on the throne because his cultivation base was not as strong as before. This included the 2 ancient gods of Taiji. Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven was about to speak to save some face when an obscure Dao language suddenly came from Purple Heaven Treasure Hall, suppressing the thought of him wanting to speak. His heart trembled slightly and he became alert. He immediately knew where his problem was. Even though he had suffered repeated defeats in the past, he had been beaten up like a dead dog by Qin Mu at the Jade Lake banquet 1,000,000 years ago. He had wasted 1,000 years, and he couldn't take care of himself. He ate, drank, defecated and slept on a sickbed. Even so, he had still stood up once more and made a series of earth-shattering undertakings. In Great Void Land, he had been obstructed by Supreme Emperor and suffered heavy injuries from both sides. Qin Mu had then broken his plan to heal his injuries and take another step forward. He had been chased by Qin Mu for 600,000 miles in front of the two armies, and his reputation had been completely ruined. He had almost never recovered. After that, he had been coerced by goddess Tai Su and had no choice but to kneel down and worship Tai Su, becoming Tai Su's puppet. Even so, he could still rise again. Not only could he recover from his injuries, he could also spy on Tai Su's path and skills. In the end, he could refine Tai Su, kill Supreme Emperor, use his strength to cultivate great overarching heaven, suppress the other celestial venerables, and get rid of his enemies. Ascending to the position of Heavenly Emperor, he planned to kill founding Emperor Qin Yi and make Qin Mu's hair turn white overnight, allowing him to become an unworldly overlord. Who in the world could achieve such a step in such a situation? Only Hao. And now? Was he going to sink into oblivion just like that? He was unwilling. He could make a comeback and borrow the power of third and fourth young masters to counterattack. He could take the lead and fight with glory again, defeating Qin Mu and avenging his previous humiliation. He could seize the power of third and fourth young masters and monopolize the 17th epoch. He would become the shadow that shrouded this universe epoch. At that moment, a mighty power surged over from Ling Shao Hall and vast Heavenly Emperor instantly lost control of his body. Even his consciousness was pushed to the side. The unwillingness in his heart instantly turned into despair. He was weak and helpless. Third young master was using his body to talk to Qin Mu. Such a powerful power and an incomprehensible Tao path was enough to shatter the belief that he had just been born with. He was like a vassal, a tool. When third young master and fourth young master wanted to use it, they could use it without asking him. After using it, they could throw it wherever they wanted without his permission. 7th. The voice of third young master of Miluo Palace came from Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky's mouth, and his tone was indifferent. You can't win against us, so why struggle so hard? He said. Now you have a chance to return to the universe of the past and become a disciple of teacher. Then you can be your 7th young master and dream your dreams. Isn't that good? The only consequence of you stopping us from descending is that we will destroy everything you care about and throw you back to the past. The voice of the 4th young master came from Purple Heaven Hall. 7th, if you take the initiative to return to the universe of the past, you can still preserve your face. If you are thrown back by us, you will also lose the face of the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu laughed out loud. You speak as if you can beat me. 3 plus 4 equals 7. Such a simple arithmetic, don't you understand old 3 and old 4? All of you added together are just barely my opponents. Suddenly, Absolute Beginning's expression changed slightly, and he instantly felt a mighty power surging over from Purple Heaven Hall, instantly pushing his consciousness to the side. He heard the voice of the 4th young master coming from his mouth. 7th, your eloquence is indeed outstanding, but strength does not depend on your mouth. We have operated for 6 billion years in the 17th epoch. The cultivation foundation of this universe was laid by us. We have deprived your soldiers of the 4 great realms of Yujing, Lingshao, the throne, and the heavenly court. What qualifications do you have to fight with us? Empress Dowager took a glance at Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Emperor Haotian, who were being controlled, and suddenly burst into laughter. Heavenly Emperor Haotian and Absolute Beginning turned their heads at the same time to look at her. Empress Dowager lowered her head to look at her toes, and her right foot was twisting around on the ground. She chuckled softly. Hauer and my late husband have also fallen. Now only I have the qualifications to fight for the throne. I can finally do whatever I want. Qin Mu's gaze landed on her and he smiled slightly. He thought to himself, it's already very difficult to separate the Empress and Yuanmu. They have already broken my reincarnation divine art and have completely fused into one. However, Lan Yutian seems to have left something amazing in her body. Maybe we can make use of it. He retracted his gaze. He said indifferently, 3rd, 4th, even now, can't you guys see that Miluo Palace is already old and decrepit? The Mycroft Palace is so decrepit that even teacher is in despair. Yet, you still think that you can rely on the Mycroft Palace to conquer the future. As the 7th young master, I didn't return to the past because I was forced into a corner by you. Instead, it was because I defeated you here that I slowly returned to the past. You guys. He tapped the ground. All of you lost here. Old 7. Looks like you won't turn back until your head is bleeding. The power of the fourth young master controlled absolute beginning's corporeal body and primordial spirit and walked out. The emperor's might of the first generation spread out, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They didn't know if this was absolute beginning's emperor's might or the fourth young master's emperor's might. In terms of Tao, you aren't our match at all. The fourth young master stood in front of Qin Mu. Absolute beginning's corporeal body was huge, and the torrential emperor's might made him look even sturdier. You aren't the seventh young master yet, so you can't stop the descent of Miluo Palace. Behind him, the Tao might of Purple Heaven Treasure Hall suddenly rose explosively, suppressing the world. Even Tao practitioners trembled in fear. Qin Mu's expression didn't change. He raised his head, and the world tree behind him swayed. His great heavenly court was suppressing the world tree, and his primordial spirit stood in front of Hall of Chaos to face fourth young master's Tao might. Fourth, you can't do it at all. Qin Mu said indifferently. Aren't you afraid that we will destroy the great army of the heavenly court if we fight here? The paths, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace will not leak out. Third young master controlled vast heaven emperor's corporeal body to come over. With his hands behind his back, he said, even if this strike of mine has the power to destroy the entire origin world, it won't leak out even a little bit. Seventh brother, you have only learned a little bit of the paths, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace and have yet to truly grasp them. Teacher's abilities are not something you can reach. You have walked into a trap, so why don't I defeat you here today and send you back to the past? Qin Mu laughed loudly and glanced at the two of them. Which one of you is first? Old Seven, with us here, you won't be able to kill anyone. Fourth young master looked past him and said solemnly, everyone else, raise your army and march into eternal peace. Don't leave a single person here. Layers of void suddenly spread out behind Qin Mu's head, and with a swoosh, all the people of the Heaven Court were brought into his divine treasure territory. The armies of the Heaven Court, even the army of Xiandu in the sky, the army of Yudu that overlapped with the origin world. At that moment, all of them had fallen into his divine treasure territory. All the gods, devils, and soldiers of the Heaven Court looked in all directions and saw Qin Mu. No matter which direction they went, they would be facing Qin Mu's direction. And there wasn't just one Qin Mu. 33 heavens, there were 33 world trees, and 33 Qin Mu were standing under them. Qin Mu stood there with his hands behind his back and didn't move at all. Layers after layers of void spread out, and his divine art established the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens didn't completely overlap. Instead, he had placed the armies of the heavenly court in different positions on the 33 heavens. After all, the formations of the heavenly court were extremely powerful. If the armies of the heavenly court worked together, breaking through his 33 heavens wouldn't be a problem. He had to disperse the power of the armies. Suddenly, a soldier of the heavenly court fell to the ground with a plop. He was so frightened that his liver and guts were split open and his soul was scattered. Fourth young master frowned. Seventh brother's path of reincarnation is indeed one of the best in Miluo Palace. Third young master sneered and took a step forward with his hands behind his back. Their auras collided, and Qin Mu's 4 layers of Tao realm trembled. The Yudu devil army instantly broke free from his domain. Heavenly Venerate Su, you will host the grand ceremony and kill your way to eternal peace. Third young master said indifferently, in this battle, even Heavenly Venerate would find it hard to fight against you. Go quickly. Heavenly Venerate Su was originally locked in Qin Mu's domain, so no matter which direction she looked from, she would only see Qin Mu. She couldn't help feeling despair in her heart, but with a stomp of third young master's foot, she was able to escape from Qin Mu's domain. She couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. If she were to face Qin Mu head-on, she doubted if she could walk a complete move in Qin Mu's hands. However, third young master's words made her hesitate. Hosting the blood sacrifice would definitely attract the arrival of the Tao practitioners of Mycroft Palace. If the Tao practitioners of Mycroft Palace were to descend, would she still have her current status? However, this thought only flashed through her mind for an instant before she threw it to the back of her mind. Yudu's son, follow me to battle. She shook the long whip of Underworld River, and brought countless Yudu devil gods and monsters towards Eternal Peace's Lan Feng Valley. Fourth young master's aura burst forth, and he raised his foot to stomp heavily. Qin Mu's 4 layers of Tao realm trembled again, and the ancestor god king felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He immediately led the army of Xiandu to escape from Qin Mu's divine treasure territory. Ancestor god king, go with heavenly venerate Su and offer eternal peace as a blood sacrifice. Fourth young master said indifferently. The ancestor god king bowed and immediately led the army of Xiandu away. Third young master and fourth young master's gaze landed on Qin Mu. In Lanfeng Valley, the 3 days of Lan Yuqian's lecture was already coming to an end. Granny Si immediately took over and gave a lecture on her comprehension of the Tao realm system of the ancestor court. Heavenly venerate Yu frowned. Yudu's army of demonic gods and monsters had rushed over from Yudu in the origin world. Naturally, they could not hide from him. However, he was now crippled by 3.5 realms. He was definitely no match for Heavenly Venerate Su. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Su had countless demonic gods and monsters under his command. Even if he could fend off Heavenly Venerate Su, he would definitely not be able to fend off so many demonic gods. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Yu looked over at Lang Bao. The 2 girls understood and stood up, ready to battle the Xuandu ancestor god king. A Cho stood up, Duke Xiangtian said. Dao brother, no one else can be mobilized. If they are mobilized, their lives will be in danger. Only the 2 of us have not cultivated the heavenly palace system. We still retain our powers at our peak. This is a battle between you and me. We cannot escape today. If we succeed today, we can attain the Tao. If we fail, we will die and our Tao will vanish. 1. The heavenly duke hesitated, but he still stood up and took out the 50 heavenly Tao treasures. He said, the evil son, ancestor, and god king indeed needs me to go and deal with them. However, fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Heavenly Venerate Su is the 10th Heavenly Venerate and is no longer your daughter. Take care. A Cho smiled and said, in this life I want to become a human and complete my life. Heavenly Venerate Yu, can you stop Yudu's demonic gods and monsters? Heavenly Venerate Yu looked at him with a complicated expression. A Cho revealed a hopeful gaze, and Heavenly Venerate Yu nodded. Sacred King Tianqi Run command Yudu. This is conferred by Earth Count, so I can naturally stop him. Sacred King Tianqi Ren was the Sacred King of Yudu. An Earth Count had personally conferred the title. Heavenly Venerate Yu's relationship with Earth Count was even better than that of Qin Mu. Even though Earth Count had reincarnated into Cho, as long as he asked for help, Heavenly Venerate Yu couldn't bear to reject him, even if he knew how dangerous A Chao's trip would be. A smile appeared on A Chao's ugly face as his body slowly sank into the Yuan world's Yudu. He said happily, today is the day my Tao heart is perfected. Heavenly Venerate Yu followed him into the Yuan world's Yudu on a paper boat. His body swayed, and countless messenger of death appeared on paper boats. There were hundreds of millions of them, waiting for the arrival of the Yudu demonic god army. Heavenly Master Su raised his hand, and the Yudu demonic god army stopped. Behind the army were countless pitch-black Yudu demonic monsters. Some of these demonic monsters had form. They prostrated on the ground, shaking the pitch-black bone spikes on their bodies, and black smoke rose from their bodies. Some of the demonic monsters were formless. Sometimes they rushed into the sky, turning into a puff of black smoke with a pop, and sometimes they condensed. Father God. Heavenly Venerate Su took quick steps forward and knelt down on one knee. On the opposite side were hundreds of millions of paper ships. On the paper ships stood messengers of death in the image of Heavenly Venerate Yu. As for Earth Count A Cho, he was standing in the middle of the countless paper ships. His tall body was very eye-catching. Daughter greets Father God. Heavenly Venerate Su lowered his head. He said in a clear voice, Father God, when I heard that Heavenly Venerate Mu had acted atrociously in Yudu and killed Father God, my heart couldn't help but ache. I can't wait to kill Heavenly Venerate Mu to avenge Father God. However, Heavenly Venerate Mu's strength was too strong, so his daughter wasn't his match. Since Father God has come back to life, then we father and daughter should join hands to wipe out Heavenly Venerate Mu's eternal peace and take revenge. A Cho looked at her with a gloomy gaze. Heavenly Venerate Su had been kneeling there, and didn't raise his head for a long time. Cho walked out of the ship formation and paper ships suddenly floated in front of him, blocking him from leaving the formation. There's no need to do this. Cho smiled. This is my long-cherished wish for hundreds of thousands of years. If I can't achieve it, I won't be able to attain the Tao. Tianzuan hesitated for a moment, and the paper boats parted to the sides. Cho walked to the front of the two armies and came in front of Void Tianzuan. He stretched out his hands, and his voice was as gentle as the kind father of the Long Han era. Su, my daughter. The horn on Heavenly Venerate Su's head suddenly shot out and pierced through his chest. Cho did not seem to feel any pain. He placed his hands on her elbows with an ugly smile on his face. He said, "The thing I regret the most in my life is that I did not protect you well, protect your siblings well, and protect your mother well." Whoosh! The underworld river whip flew out from Heavenly Venerate Su's waist and whizzed around, locking Cho tightly. The underworld river whip broke through Cho's body with a puff and entered his body. The whip drilled into and out of his body, bringing out pieces of flesh and blood. The whip even grew dark dragon scales, cutting his flesh and blood. It swam around his primordial spirit and cut it into pieces. Even if he used hundreds of thousands of years to refine the golden body of countless beings, it would not be able to withstand Heavenly Venerate Su's divine abilities and divine weapons. Cho still had an ugly smile on his face, and his golden body of karmic fire was automatically recovering. As long as the karmic fire was still around, he would not die. Let go of these fame and power, my daughter. He bent down, his voice became increasingly gentle. In this life, what I hope for the most is to be able to reunite with your father and daughter and become a real person, far away from the whirlpool of power, far away from these struggles, and become an ordinary father and daughter. Father God. Heavenly Venerate Su suddenly raised her head, her eyes containing an incomparably blazing hellfire. With a rumble, two hellfire shot out from her eyes and landed on Cho's body, sending him flying high up into the air. Following that, the two hellfire pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. Cho's body recovered. Heavenly Venerate Su snorted angrily, shook his long whip, and rolled Cho up, raising his hand to grab his throat. Father God is still so laughable. Heavenly Venerate Void revealed a smile and his eyes were filled with ridicule. I am your seed and have inherited your bloodline. My soul was incomparably powerful when I was born and I have been wise since I was young. Do you really think I can't remember what happened when I was young? When Heavenly Venerate You saw this, he immediately rushed forward and planned to save Cho. Heavenly Venerate Void raised his hand and countless Yudu devil gods rushed out from behind to meet Heavenly Venerate You. Cho's voice was hoarse. You protect eternal peace. There's no need to worry about me. Heavenly Venerate You had originally planned to retract all of his clones to attack Heavenly Venerate Void, but when he heard that, he could only let his countless clones face the devil gods and monsters that blotted out the sky and earth. He knew that Cho was thinking of the relationship between father and daughter, so he definitely wouldn't attack Heavenly Venerate Void. He was afraid that he would die in Heavenly Venerate Void's hands, so he used all of his methods. His hundreds of millions of avatars were formed from his primordial spirit. Each of them was comparable to a demonic god. The minds of each of his avatars were connected. More importantly, his avatars did not have a main body. Any of his avatars could be his main body. Not only that, he could fuse several avatars together at any time to increase the strength of his avatars. If he encountered a stronger god or devil, he could fuse them together to deal with the other party. The blind man from disabled elderly village had long seen the wonderful use of this strange cultivation technique of his. As long as Heavenly Venerate You had extraordinary attainments in array formations, he could unleash the power of his endless clones to the extreme. When Heavenly Venerate You fought one-on-one, he would be limited by his low cultivation base of his physical body, which would put him in a passive position. However, in large-scale group battles, he could be said to be invincible. All these years Blind had designed many formations for him, and there were all kinds of formations. Heavenly Venerate Nether had followed him to learn how to use them. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to master so many complicated formations in just a dozen years. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to control hundreds of millions of clones at the same time. They could also dispatch all kinds of formations to break the enemy in the battlefield that was constantly changing. However, Heavenly Venerate You was different. Even though he was eccentric, he wasn't a fool. Not only was he not a fool, he was also abnormally intelligent. It was just that he wasn't used to communicating with others, which was why he was a little lacking in knowledge and couldn't keep up with the angle of Eternal Peace's reform. However, he restrained his isolation and followed blind to cultivate and study diligently. This seemingly impossible thing, he had truly grasped it. At this moment, his 10 years of cultivation had finally shone brilliantly. His army of clones collided with the army of demonic gods and monsters. Instantly, blood flowed like a river. No matter how many demonic gods and monsters there were in Yudu, meeting his army of paper boats and messengers would only be a one-sided massacre. Countless paper boats rushed forward. Waves of blood flew everywhere. Within the thousands of feet tall waves of blood, there were rolling corpses of demonic gods and monsters everywhere. The paper boats passed through the blood waves, bringing with them even more waves as they pushed forward. The demonic gods and monsters rushed forward from both sides of Heavenly Venerate Void and Acho. Then 2 waves of blood rushed over, blocking the momentum of the Yudu army in an instant, and even pushing them back. In this vast Yudu slaughterhouse in the Yuan world, paper boats kept merging. The elder messengers of death merged with each other, and their strength increased explosively. They killed the generals in the chaotic army. Then they separated themselves and turned into elder messengers of death who set up boats. They formed a killing formation and charged towards the other demon gods. From the Long Han till now, who knew how many geniuses had died and how many talented people had died? Among them there was no lack of emperor thrones, Ling Shao, and Yujing realm existences. Most of these experts belonged to Yudu. During the Void Heavenly Venerate's expedition to the Yuan world, those experts who died were filled into the various armies and became the generals of the Demon God Army. However, in this incomparably terrifying collision, even the primordial spirit of the emperor-seated experts died rapidly. Countless paper boats flew over, and when they reached the generals, they merged into one. Their strength suddenly soared to the level of several heavenly palaces. One move was fatal, and there was absolutely no need for a second move. If Heavenly Venerate You were to block Heavenly Venerate Virtual Heavenly Venerate, both sides would suffer great losses. No one dared to say that they would have the last laugh. However, if Heavenly Venerate You were to enter the battlefield, one person, one ship and one lamp, he would be able to flatten Yudu. However, what made Heavenly Venerate You worried was that Acho had yet to fight back. Nor had he dodged Heavenly Venerate Su's attack. Earth Count, why aren't you fighting back? A paper ship flew over. The messenger of death stood on the ship and shouted loudly. However, in the next moment, he was smashed into pieces by Heavenly Venerate Su's whip. Father, I remember everything when I was young. I remember the bitter days you led me through. In Heavenly Master Su's hand, the underworld river whip was like a python, coiling around Acho's muscular body. The underworld river whip pierced through his chest, his heart, and out of his chest. It raised its head like a python. He turned around and looked at Acho's ugly face. I remember that you brought mother, boss, and second brother to hide here and there. They ate chaff and swallowed vegetables, fleeing in fear from the pursuit and danger. I still remember that mother died in the cave. Heavenly Venerate Su's eyes were like the eyes of a python. Looking at Acho who was hanging up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, I remember clearly how bitter it was back then. My brothers and sisters were divine sons, the children of the strongest ancient god in the world. But what happened to us? Acho fell silent and lowered his head. His golden body of karmic fire was too powerful. It was so powerful that he did not need to use any cultivation method or divine ability to easily restore it. It was so powerful that even if he did not resist, Heavenly Venerate Void could not kill him. Heavenly Venerate Void activated the underworld river whip and drilled into his head. He said sternly, Our fate is to go on the run with you. It's because of your amazing wish to become a human. The underworld river whip was evaporated by the raging karmic fire, and Acho stood up again. Heavenly Venerate Su roared angrily. Her sharp horn pierced through Acho's broad back and stabbed into the back of his head, sending him flying toward her. Heavenly Venerate Su activated his divine ability and attacked Acho crazily. He struck a fatal blow. My mother, the woman of the most powerful ancient god in the world. Has she enjoyed a day of glory and wealth? No. She followed you in fear and trepidation, wandering aimlessly, and eventually died of exhaustion, sickness, and fear. The power of her divine ability grew stronger and stronger. She wantonly vented the monstrous hatred in her heart, beating Ah Cho until he was covered in bruises and laughing loudly. She looked like a mad demon. Where are my brothers and sisters? They are the same as me. They have the most powerful demigod bloodline. If they survive, their achievements will not be inferior to mine. How did they die? It was also because of your great dream of becoming a human that they were dragged to their deaths. Bang! Ah Cho was trampled under her feet. Heavenly Venerate Void lowered his head to look at his father's ugly face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your bloodline is too strong. My soul had already awakened in my mother's womb. I have memories. After I was born, I saw everything about you in my eyes. Did you always think that the Celestial Emperor was instilling in me the idea of making me hate you? No. When you transformed into the Earth Count Ah Cho and slaughtered your way to the heavenly court, I looked at you with hatred." Her feet firmly stepped on Ah Cho's head. She kept twisting it. "The ancient god, the Celestial Emperor, saw the hatred in my eyes, so he took me in. But you didn't see that you were still taking revenge on the heavenly court. I hate you for not exploding earlier. I hate you for turning into a human. I hate you for not being able to enjoy the fear and worship of all living beings when we are clearly the most powerful race." She raised her foot, and Ah Cho tried to get up. However, she stomped on him and stomped his head into the ground. "Father? You are just a selfish guy. No matter if you are the Earth Count or Ah Cho, you are just as selfish. We have never existed in your heart. Only you and your pitiful and humble dream of becoming a human. A selfless Earth Count? You are also worthy." Heavenly Venerate Su stomped down again. "You want to become a human, but I don't want to. I want to be high and mighty, the object that countless people worship in fear. I want to destroy all humans and completely shatter your dream." She grabbed Ah Cho's leg that had been stepped on underground and dragged him out. She then walked towards eternal peace with a smile. "Father God, come and see. I will destroy everything you care about." Ah Cho was dragged by one of her legs, and his head fell to the ground. He was knocked back and forth on the ground of the Yuan world's Yudu. He did not suffer any injuries. The powerful golden body of the karmic fire had completely healed the injuries on his body. His soul was also incomparably powerful. It could be said that he was the strongest primordial spirit in the world. However, he seemed to have suffered the most serious injuries. The words and actions of the Heavenly Venerate Su were like the most powerful divine power. They attacked his Tao heart. In his Tao heart, his expectations of becoming a human, and his expectations of familial affection, were all transformed into the karmic fire that tormented his body. This was the karmic fire of the world that he had dreamed of. It condensed the emotions of a human. However, when it burned, it was so painful and heart-wrenching. If he endured through it, he would become a Tao practitioner of the great Tao of Hades. He would achieve achievements that even the Earth Count in his previous life could not hope to achieve. But if he could not endure it, he would turn into ashes in the fire of karma together with his soul. At this moment, Ah Cho was not thinking about whether he could become a Tao practitioner, but about them, father and daughter. With every thought he had, the fire of karma grew stronger, and the pain became more intense. In the past 800,000 years, he had endured an endless amount of fire of karma. It was the fire of karma from all beings in the universe, refining his golden body of fire of karma. Even though the karmic fire was tormenting him, it had also become him and he could endure it. However, the karmic fire that came from his family had struck the deepest weakness of his Tao heart. It was so fierce that he couldn't endure it. The weakest link in Tao Ah Cho's heart was the karmic fire that came from the relationship between father and daughter, and he couldn't resist it. This was also the reason why Qin Mu had always asked Heavenly Venerate You to fight Heavenly Venerate Su and avoid letting Ah Cho meet Heavenly Venerate Su. This was because Qin Mu knew that Ah Cho's kinship with Heavenly Venerate Su had already turned into his final inner devil. He had looked forward to 800,000 years. And the reason why he had used all lives' fire of karma to refine his body was also for the love between father and daughter. How strong was his obsession? The stronger the obsession, the more terrifying the fire of karma would be. It might even burn Earth Count to ashes. Heavenly Venerate Su dragged Chow's body and walked toward Eternal Peace's Lanfeng Valley step by step. The god cities floated in the sky, and they stretched for tens of millions of miles like a barrier that blocked the ground. Looking over from Yudu of Origin World, regardless of whether it was the divine cities or the passes, they all became illusory, like shadows that were projected onto a curtain, swaying endlessly. Yudu of Origin World and Origin World were in an overlapping space. Heavenly Venerate Void could see the Eternal Peace soldiers guarding Lanfeng Valley, their life and death divine treasures, their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits. On Eternal Peace's side, only those who cultivated special divine eyes or had deep attainments in the path of Yudu could see Yudu and Heavenly Venerate Void. Yudu was just that marvelous. If Yudu's devil gods and monsters attacked Eternal Peace, it would be an invisible enemy to the gods and devils of Eternal Peace. It would definitely be a bloody massacre, a one-sided massacre. Heavenly Venerate Mu is in Heavenly Court's main camp. Heavenly Venerate Yudu is blocking the devil gods of Yudu. Heavenly Venerate Moon Lang Lang has fallen by a few realms, and only Lan Yutian is left to guard this place. Heavenly Venerate Void pulled Earth Count Cho and strode forward toward Lanfeng Valley. He smiled and said, Lan Yutian is also no match for me in Yudu. This Eternal Peace is like a pasture without any defenses to me. Once I charge in, I can slaughter everyone and feast on them. Father God, this is our power, the power that you don't dare to use. Her eyes shone with delight like a little girl whose heart was filled with darkness and was about to break the porcelain that she wanted to destroy. Her heart was filled with anticipation, excitement, and an intense desire to destroy. But I dare, she said with a smile. At this moment in Lanfeng Valley, village chief was preaching. Lan Yutian looked down and saw Heavenly Master Su, who was holding Chow's calf. He stood up. If Heavenly Master Su were to charge into the Lanfeng Valley, no one would be her match. Only he could fight Heavenly Master Su. He was about to enter the Yuan World's Yudu when he suddenly stopped. In the Yuan World's Yudu, Heavenly Master Su also stopped and let go of Chow's leg. The karmic fire on Chow's body was too heavy. It burned her hand, causing her unbearable pain. She turned her head and saw that Chow's golden body of karmic fire was burnt black in the raging flames. He was like a giant made of black charcoal, but the black charcoal had already been ignited. Father, are you still reluctant to part with the human race? Heavenly Venerate Su laughed out loud and said mockingly, in order to become a human, you killed your mother and your children. Now you want to kill your only daughter for the sake of the human race, right? Cho slowly got up, and the karmic fire on his body became even stronger. The pain that burned his body was not as painful as the pain that burned his primordial spirit. However, the pain in his primordial spirit was far less painful than the pain in his Tao heart. My children, I really want to protect you. His back was facing Heavenly Venerate Su, and his shoulders trembled. He raised his hands to cover his face, and tears of fire flowed out of his 3 eyes. Cho was not a tubo. 1. Cho was just a child who looked like a tubo. Cho was just a person with an ugly face and a kind heart. He was a living person. He was kind to others and helped his neighbors. The neighbors were very afraid of him, but later on, they all accepted him and felt that he was a very good person. He did not want his wife and children to be hurt. He really wanted to risk his life to protect his wife and children. When his old mother died, he really wanted to be a tubo, to have the power to revive the dead and save his old mother's life. He wanted to fulfill his filial piety and take care of his mother. However, he could not do it. He simply could not do it. He was just a mortal who looked very much like the Earth Count. The Earth Count possessed the strongest primordial spirit in the world and possessed boundless power. However, due to his identity as the Earth Count, he could not surpass the will of the great Tao of Hades. However, Cho was a human. As long as he had human nature, he would not be able to possess the power of the Earth Count. The hardships of life, the evils of the world, the ugliness of gods and demons, and the oppression and killing did not make him give up his human identity. He did not give up his human nature. He was the ugliest person in the world, and his ugly appearance hid the purest heart. He was still filled with hope for the future, believing that the future would become beautiful. When his wife and children left him one by one, when the demigods lifted his children and threw them down the cliff, when his children were smashed into meat pies in front of him, Cho died. His humanity died. But he did not die completely. His humanity became demonic and possessed power. That moment Cho died. The Earth Count was resurrected in his body, but the resurrection was not complete. His body was burning with endless anger. The demonic aura of Hades filled his body and filled his thoughts. Revenge was also humanity. Revenge dominated him. To kill his way into the heavenly court, to destroy the enemy who had caused him such suffering. But there was another human nature in his body, and that was the love for his only daughter. He was dominated by the flames of anger and love for his daughter. He killed his way into the South Heaven's Gate and killed his way into the Jade Capital. Even if there were countless shackles on his body from the great Tao of Hades and countless shackles wrapped around him, they would not be able to stop him in the slightest. But in the end, he was stopped by the absolute beginning celestial emperor and was sent back to Hades. When he fell into Hades, he saw his daughter fall into the hands of the heavenly emperor of the primordial age. His anger for revenge disappeared. The Earth Count was resurrected, hiding his love and pity for his daughter. This was his only remaining humanity. It was preserved in the heart of the Earth Count, taking root and sprouting. Getting rid of the great Tao of Hades and becoming a human became the obsession of the Earth Count. For this obsession he had planned until now. His love and compassion for his daughter made it impossible for him to lay his hands on the hollow heavenly master. Cho would not hurt his daughter. 1. This was a hurdle that he could not pass. The karmic fire of family affection would burn him completely, destroy his physical body, burn his primordial spirit into ashes, and completely destroy his Tao heart. If he could pass this hurdle, he would be the person who became the Tao of Yudu, controlling the great Tao in life and death. He could not pass this test. Cho was just a person who looked like the Earth Count. He was as ugly as the Earth Count, but he was not the Earth Count. He was a human. But at this moment he had to make a decision. My daughter. Cho clenched his fists and roared at the sky. The great Tao of Yudu was released from his body. The power of Yudu was awakened, and the Earth Count in his body was revived once again. His body continued to bulge and expand. His physical body was also changing. The worlds that were destroyed in the war, the shattered Hades, the creatures that died in the war, their resentment, their demonic nature. All the evil and kindness in their lives were surging towards him at this moment. The Earth Count in Ishchau's body woke up, and the great Tao of Hades surged towards him once again. He turned his head around, and his 3 eyes were filled with fiery red tears. He looked at Heavenly Venerate Void and stretched out his hand. My daughter, go home, I'll bring you home. Cho suppressed the rules of the great Tao of Yudu, and gave Heavenly Venerate Void an ugly smile. Go home, don't create more massacres. I can't suppress the great Tao of Yudu anymore. The great Tao of Yudu wouldn't allow Heavenly Venerate Void to use the divine abilities of Yudu to massacre living beings wantonly. If Heavenly Venerate Su was determined to destroy eternal peace, Earth Count would enforce the law. Cho was facing the same situation as back then. However, this time it wasn't for revenge, but to protect the lives of eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Su's eyes were a little lost, but his heart was soon blinded by hatred. Without any explanation, he urged the long whip of Underworld River to sweep at him. You are a hypocrite. I will not go back with you. I am Heavenly Venerate Su, the lofty Heavenly Venerate Su. All living beings will submit to me and fear me. You are willing to be poor and humiliated. I am not willing. Underworld River's long whip swept toward Cho, but it immediately became soft and floated beside him. Heavenly Venerate Void turned around and charged toward Lanfeng Valley and eternal peace. More tears of fire flowed out of Cho's 3 eyes like the wings of a butterfly spreading in all directions. Even though Earth Count had awakened, the kinship in his body was still there, and his love for his daughter was still there. This kind of love turned into raging karmic fire that he couldn't stop, burning everything in him. He reached out his hand to grab Heavenly Venerate Void. All of Heavenly Venerate Void's Hades divine abilities, and the great Tao of Hades were useless to him. Boom! The moment he grabbed Heavenly Venerate Void, the karmic fire suddenly became extremely intense and ferocious. The raging flames engulfed him in heavenly venerate void. The sins of killing caused by heavenly venerate void were also ignited by the karmic fire on his body at this moment. It burned crazily. The resentment of countless vengeful souls that died tragically in her hands pushed this karmic fire to its extreme. Taiyi was right. I will achieve my wish. But I didn't expect the result to be like this. In front of the Mist Maple Valley, in the Yuan world's Yudu, the power of the karmic fire was unimaginable. The flames were like the karmic fire that had accumulated for an entire universe era. At this moment they were all burning and erupting. Earth count. Heavenly Venerate Void turned his head and looked at the boundless karmic fire. Within the flames, two figures were burning and disintegrating. This karmic fire was so powerful that even he could not step into it. Otherwise, he would be burned into ashes and cease to exist. Abandon your humanity and become a true Earth Count. Heavenly Venerate you rushed over and stopped outside the sea of fire. He shouted. Kill the last of your kinship and you can live. In the distance, Qin Fengqing, who was controlling the 6 heavenly wheels, also felt something. She looked at the raging karmic fire and her 3 eyes were full of tears. Big guy, what are you hesitating for? Why aren't you attacking? Everything in the sea of karmic fire turned to ashes. The flames slowly died down, and the momentum of the sea of fire gradually subsided. In his days, Heavenly Venerate you saw Cho again. He was an ugly and strong man walking in the sea of fire. A little girl sat on his shoulder, with 2 small horns on her head. She looked very innocent and cute. Cho, who was in the sea of fire, turned his head and smiled at Heavenly Venerate you. A mountain village vaguely appeared in front of him. There was an old mother sitting in front of the house, a woman washing clothes, and a pair of children running around happily. Cho led the little girl there and disappeared with the peaceful mountain village, turning into a mirage. The raging karmic fire finally subsided. There was only ashes left in the extinguished sea of fire. There was nothing else. Earth Count. Heavenly Venerate you turned around and faced the Yudu army of demons, gods, and monsters. A fellow Taoist passed away just like that. What he saw in his days should only be Earth Count's obsession, and not something that actually happened. In his obsession, the Earth Count should have fulfilled his wish. Qin Fengqing looked at this scene from afar. He felt that he had grown up a lot and was much closer to the real Earth Count. Take care, big guy. He activated the 6 paths heavenly wheel and said in a low voice, Don't worry, I will do as you taught me. Protect the justice after death and give all living beings equal justice. He walked down from the 6 paths heavenly wheel. His mana was still maintaining the circulation of the 6 paths heavenly wheel. However, at this moment, he no longer needed to maintain the 6 paths heavenly wheel all the time. Heavenly Venerate Void and Earth Count left together. Without Heavenly Venerate Void, the threat of the Heaven Court to the origin world would be much less. He no longer needed to maintain the 6 paths heavenly wheel all the time. Qin Fengqing closed her eyes and took a long breath. The origin world and Yudu were connected and were no longer 2 independent worlds. As Heavenly Venerate Void and Earth Count transformed into Yudu's Tao, the great Tao of Yudu once again returned to its original state. The great Tao that pervaded Yudu grew and grew. It made him feel that he was filled with power. At this moment, the origin world no longer posed a threat to Yudu. He could also unleash his fists, legs, and ambitions. In the sky above eternal peace, in Little Xian capital. Fellow Taoist Earth Count, did you get what you wanted? Heavenly Duke looked down and saw that the fire in Yudu in the origin world had been extinguished. His heart was palpitating, and he had a heart that seemed to be filled with both great sorrow and great joy. When Earth Count left, he probably didn't leave behind any regrets. To outsiders, you might be sad about his departure, but to fellow Taoist, you probably have the joy of getting what you wanted in your heart. You have become a human and you have also become a Tao. You, your daughter, and your family will be together forever. This is also a great relief. Boom! The ancestor god king gathered his heavenly Tao and transformed it into a supreme treasure. He smashed it viciously into the heavenly duke's face. The heavenly duke's face was contorted as he was sent tumbling. He crashed into Little Xian and only stopped after a long while. He was in a daze because of Earth Count. In just an instant, ancestral god king had found a flaw and beat him up badly. He had never been a match for his son, ancestral God King. Even though he had comprehended the heart of heavenly Tao and cultivated his Tao realm to an extremely high realm, it was difficult for him to attain the Tao of heavenly Tao in a short period of time. He could only rely on the supreme treasure of heavenly Tao to fight against ancestral God King. However, the supreme treasure of heavenly Tao had turned into Little Xian capital and blocked off the army of gods and devils, giving heavenly Venerate Moon and Langheer some time to prevent the army of Xian capital from charging into eternal peace. As a result, he was at a disadvantage from the start. In Little Xian capital, heavenly Venerate Moon executed the ultimate void to cut space, dividing Little Xian capital into countless space planes. Langheer stood beside her and visualized countless gods and devils, creating a resplendent galaxy. They faced off against the Sun Guardian and Moon Guardian armies of Xian capital. The sun and moon filled the sky as the two sides clashed. Countless suns and moons formed all sorts of wondrous formations in an attempt to break through the restrictions of Little Xian capital. However, against heavenly Venerate Moon and Langheer, the array formations of the Sun and Moon Guardian were somewhat stretched. Heavenly Duke, the situation has been stabilized. Heavenly Venerate Moon wiped the sweat from his forehead and said loudly, "You can take away the heavenly Tao's supreme treasure." During this period of time, Heavenly Duke had been beaten to death by the ancestor God King. He had nearly lost his life and could only continue to flee. However, his body was in the ancestor God King's hands. No matter where he fled to, the ancestor God King would always be able to attack him. The Heavenly Duke's body was slightly inferior to the body of the ancient god Heavenly Emperor from the Absolute Beginning era, but it was also one of the most powerful bodies in the world. Over the years, the ancestor God King's control over this body had become more and more proficient, and its might had also become stronger. "Father God, are you going to die?" The ancestor God King was abnormally excited. He activated the Heavenly Duke's body and killed the Heavenly Duke in all directions. However, his attacks were still able to land on the Heavenly Duke's body, causing the Heavenly Duke's injuries to worsen. The Heavenly Duke attempted to summon the Heavenly Tao True Treasures, but the ancestor God King waved his hand. Heavenly palaces burst out from the Heavenly Duke's body, blocking the Heavenly Tao True Treasures one by one, preventing him from coming into contact with them. "Father God, you still care for me." The ancestor God King laughed out loud and was not unsatisfied. "You let me kill Father God twice to make up for what I want." He walked down from the forehead of the Heavenly Duke's body and shook his head as he looked at the struggling Heavenly Duke. He sighed and said, "There is no such thing as fairness and justice in this world. Father God, you always talk about fairness and justice, but in reality, you are the one who is the most unfair. Wolves eat sheep, sheep eat grass, grass eats earth. This is the heavenly Tao. Ancient gods eat demigods, demigods eat humans, and humans eat animals and plants. This is also the heavenly Tao. As a heavenly Duke, your understanding of the heavenly Tao is too narrow. In the face of the resistance of the humans, you actually helped them instead of killing them." He raised his hand and pointed at the ground of Lanfeng Valley. He sneered and said, "Look at these humans. These postnatal life forms. They couldn't have lived forever, but they defied the heavens and could live forever like gods. They originally didn't have any power, but they created cultivation techniques and divine abilities and grasped power. They dug out mineral veins and mines. They extracted divine metals and refined them into weapons. They began slaughtering gods. They flattened the foothills of the mountains to pave roads, changed rivers and irrigated farmland. They even changed the growth of crops to satisfy their hunger. They even distorted the great Tao of the world and changed it. They added many Tao techniques that did not exist before." Ancestor God King reached out his hand and grabbed the Heavenly Axiom Tao weapon that was flying toward Heavenly Duke. With the Tao weapon in hand, the other Heavenly Tao True Treasures immediately flew over and circled around Ancestor God King. "They are changing the Heavenly Tao, changing this universe. But you haven't done anything. As an ancient god, you should have a stance, but you have no stance at all." The Heavenly Tao True Treasures were controlled by Ancestor God King as he walked toward Heavenly Duke. Behind him, Heavenly Duke's body was still frenziedly attacking Heavenly Duke. "I saw it a long time ago. These postnatal creatures will cause chaos in the universe. I realize that in the future, The rule of gods will be disintegrated and destroyed by them. Let them grow, and we will become their slaves. The ancestor god king was furious. The heavenly duke's body techniques became more and more ruthless. As heavenly dukes, we should punish all living things. When they defy the heavens, they will bring down calamities and destroy them. They don't worship gods, but use natural disasters to teach them how to fear. When they open a river channel, they will flood their cities, and when they mine mineral veins, they will be destroyed by earthquakes. You can let them do their job. You can let them set fire to the sky, cover the sun and moon, and bring down floods and droughts, but you do nothing. I let you destroy them, but you talk about the fairness of the heavenly Tao. From then on, I knew that you were unreliable. You were old and could not see the pros and cons of this. The heavenly duke raised his hands high and held the fist that his body had smashed down. His face was covered in blood as he smiled and said, "My son, there is a will in heaven. It is not for Mu to survive, nor for Shao to die. You have never been able to understand this sentence." Boom! The heavenly duke's other fist came smashing down on him, sending him flying out of the Yuan world. The ancestor god king raised his head and looked out into the sky. The heavenly duke's body stretched out a palm and held him up. The ancestor god king slowly rose higher and higher until he finally saw the heavenly duke. This was Mystic City, the location of the heavenly duke's body. The heavenly duke's body did not truly descend into the Yuan world, because this body was too huge. Compared to this body, the Yuan world was still too small. It was unable to fully descend. The ancestor god king could only control the upper half of the heavenly duke's body and probe into the sky of the Yuan world from outer space to fight with the heavenly duke. And now they had returned to Mystic City. The heavenly duke floated in Mystic City and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He panted heavily and said with a smile, "My son, I did not understand this in the past. It was only later that I finally understood." He stretched out his palm as though he was stroking the starry sky of the universe. His chest was surging, he said. "Look, from our Xuandu, we can see everything in the myriad worlds of the heavens and the myriad states of life. The sorrow, joy, separation, union, love, hatred and hatred of the human world are all seen in our eyes. What is this human world?" The ancestor god king shook the heavenly axiom Tao weapon, and the other 49 heavenly Tao supreme treasures flew over. They formed a long spear and walked towards him with murderous intent. He sneered and said, "Father, do you have any strange discussions?" The heavenly duke stood in the middle of Xiandu and looked down at the myriad worlds in the sky. His heart was filled with joy as he said with a smile, "This mortal world is the sky sea." The ancestor god king was slightly startled. He laughed loudly. "Father, your brain has indeed been polluted by the mortal world. You are starting to spout nonsense." The sky sea was the sacred land of the ancestor court. It had never been the mortal world. Back when the universe was opened up, the sky sea was born. The sky river originated from the sky sea, and Xiandu was born. You are already so muddle-headed. 1. The heavenly duke shook his head. He smiled and said, "My son, you still haven't figured out what the heart of heaven is. Back then I didn't understand either. It wasn't until heavenly venerate Mu threw me into the 9-prison stage, and I stood in the center of the 9-prison stage, and looked up that I finally understood what the heavenly Tao and the heart of heaven were." He felt a heartfelt joy in his heart, he said. "When I stood below and looked up, I saw the sky above my head. At that time I finally understood that the heavens didn't exist and the heavenly Tao didn't exist either. When the creator of the ancestral court looked up at the sky, the heavens were born and the heavenly Tao was born accordingly. The heavenly Tao is actually the Tao of all living things," he said excitedly. "The heavenly heart is actually the heart of all living things. The human world in the myriad realms of the heavens is the heavenly sea, reflecting all aspects of the heavenly Tao. All living things have created a new heavenly Tao. The heavens and earth are not alarmed, nor are they angry. Instead, they silently accept it. The heavens and earth are also quietly changing, and there will be no tribulation because of this. On the contrary, all living things are developing the heavenly Tao and perfecting it. Stopping them is truly defying the heavens." Ridiculous! The ancestor god king flew into a rage. He charged over with his spear, wanting to challenge the heavenly duke. "Father God, You are no longer worthy of being a heavenly duke. Let me teach you. He had killed the heavenly duke once. Back then, his strength was far inferior to his current strength. Back then, the heavenly duke's strength far exceeded his current strength. He could easily kill the heavenly duke once more. This time he would beat the heavenly duke until his soul was scattered. He would beat the black sand to the point that his soul would no longer exist. Boom! He struck the heavenly duke, and the heavenly duke exploded. His corporeal body shattered. But it didn't vanish into nothingness as he had expected. The heavenly duke's primordial spirit had disappeared. At that moment the ancestor god king saw Ninetales stage. That should be Qin Mu's divine art. In the Battle of Mystic City back then, Qin Mu had injected the divine art of Ninetales stage into the heavenly duke's body. This kind of divine art was incomparably marvelous. It was a divine art on Tao heart. Ever since then, even though the heavenly duke's soul and corporeal body had been reconstructed by Qin Mu, his Tao heart had still fallen into Ninetales stage and never walked out. Not only did he not walk out, he had sunk deeper and deeper into it, making the divine art on the Ninetales platform become stronger and stronger. The ancestor god king looked at the Ninetales platform and saw Heavenly Duke's primordial spirit standing in a square inch. Heavenly Duke raised his head and looked up at him with a smile. "My son, come with me to see the heart of heaven and all living things." The ancestor god king was furious. He waved the heavenly Tao treasure and was about to shatter the Ninetales platform, his Tao heart, and his primordial spirit. At that moment, the ancestor god king suddenly felt the world spin as he saw himself land in an inch of land. He looked up and saw the sky above him. Should I help the heavenly duke? In the sky above the Mist Maple Valley in the Yuan world, Heavenly Venerate Yu looked up at Xiandu in the sky with a worried expression. However, she calmed herself down and took out her zither and placed it in front of her knees. She looked in the direction of the Heavenly Court's army and placed her finger on a guqin string, but she did not move it. She held her breath and focused her mind. She thought to herself, Heavenly Venerate Mu blocking the Heavenly Court's army alone will probably be even more dangerous. What I can do is to find the most critical moment and play the song of the fourth young master of the Miluo Palace. I can mess up his mind and give Heavenly Venerate Mu a chance to win. This opportunity was fleeting. She had to seize it and not be distracted. Heavenly Court's camp. Third young master and fourth young master controlled vast Heaven Emperor's corporeal body, and the other absolute beginning corporeal body. Third young master stood outside Qin Mu's domain while fourth young master stood inside. Third young master slowly moved his feet to observe the marvel of this domain and search for Qin Mu's flaws. In the past universe, even though he had interacted with seventh young master Qin Mu many times, he didn't have a deep understanding of Qin Mu's divine arts, paths, and skills. If seventh young master didn't go to scam people, he would be on the way to scam people, so he didn't have much time to stay in Miluo Palace. Now it was a good opportunity to observe Qin Mu's paths and skills. In terms of cultivation, Qin Mu wasn't the one with the highest vital qi cultivation in the 17th epoch. Absolute Beginning and Great Heavenly Emperor both had more profound vital qi than Qin Mu. Qin Mu's strength was that he had already surpassed this era by too much. His horizons, knowledge, and foundation far surpassed Absolute Beginning and Great Heavenly Emperor. He wasn't far away from Young Master, so even Third Young Master didn't dare to neglect him. At the same time, the countless main forces of the Heaven Court were trapped in Qin Mu's domain, unable to escape. Qin Mu's domain was too strange. No matter which direction they rushed in, they could only get closer and closer to Qin Mu, so they didn't dare to move at all. Especially the strong practitioners of the Emperor's throne realm of the Heaven Court, they didn't dare to take even half a step. Qin Mu had killed the clone of Hall Master Spirit Officer, so how tyrannical and terrifying was that? If he moved, no matter where he went, he would walk up to Qin Mu and be practically delivered to his door for him to kill. Apart from them, there were also Ancient God Taiji and Empress Emperor. Ancient God Taiji also saw the danger and didn't dare to make any moves. Empress Emperor realized that when she turned her head, no matter how big the rotation was, Qin Mu was still facing her. She couldn't help clicking her tongue in wonder, so she took 2 more turns and giggled. The thinking of the goddess of Sinkhole was often different from the rest. Qin Mu had single-handedly restrained the countless gods and devils in the Heaven Court, making everyone not dare to take even half a step past the lightning pool. If not for third young master and fourth young master using their aura to break through his domain, even heavenly venerate void, the ancestor god king, and the god and devil army of Hades would have been trapped here, unable to escape. Only third young master was able to jump out of Qin Mu's domain. Just this point alone was enough to show how deep his foundation was. Qin Mu's 33 layers of heavenly divine treasures domain was incomprehensible, but he understood it and could even transcend it. It was the first time Qin Mu had met such a terrifying existence. After he had mastered his technique, the domain of his divine treasure had never been broken by anyone, and this was the first time. Third young master didn't even seem to have cracked it. Instead, he seemed to have seen through all the profoundness of his domain. Fourth young master didn't walk around like third young master. He just stood in Qin Mu's domain and looked at Qin Mu's Hall of Chaos. Qin Mu's domain had a total of 33 heavens. In the eyes of outsiders, there was a total of 33 Qin Mu. However, the strange thing was that fourth young master stood there, as if he had passed through the 33 heavens domain. In every domain there was a fourth young master. He used another method to show that he had already seen through the 33 heavens domain. The methods of the two young masters were different, but their foundations were unfathomable. Qin Mu instantly felt the pressure. He wanted to stop the army of the heavenly court here and give eternal peace time. From the looks of it now, this task was incomparably arduous. Third young master and fourth young master didn't make a move directly. Even though they had seen through Qin Mu's domain, Qin Mu wasn't famous for his divine treasures in the past. The seventh young master of Miro Palace had formed the Path of Chaos and cultivated Hall of Chaos. Even their teacher, the master of Miro Palace, was full of praise for Qin Mu. They had only borrowed vast heaven emperor and absolute beginnings corporeal bodies so that they could fight Qin Mu. After all, controlling the corporeal bodies of others wasn't as convenient as personally descending. Furthermore, they had to deal with the seventh young master of the past universe. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity to see what kind of Tao and divine arts seventh young master's Hall of Chaos had. If they could see his paths, skills, and divine arts from Qin Mu's body, they could deal with the future seventh young master. Hall of Chaos floated in Qin Mu's great heavenly court and contained boundless energy. However, this energy was tightly sealed in the hall and couldn't be leaked out. Qin Mu's great heavenly court walked the same path as absolute beginning and great heavenly emperor, cultivating heavenly palaces and treasure halls. However, Qin Mu wasn't affected by the traps of Jade Capital. When he fought with the apparitions of the 72 Hall Masters, he had already broken the traps and controlled the power of the 72 halls. When he cultivated Hall of Chaos, he had jumped out of Ling Zhao's trap. Not only that, third young master and fourth young master had also seen other paths from Qin Mu, such as second young master's path creation and the ultimate and Tao realm path creation. Apart from that, Qin Mu's world tree had made them slightly doubtful. This path of Tao formation should be a unique system of Tao formation in the 17th epoch that had yet to be fully developed. If one added in Chaos Path of Tao, then they could see 5 paths of Tao formation from Qin Mu. This was also the reason why Qin Mu was so powerful. Suddenly, third young master Ling Xiao stopped. At the same time, the fourth young master Zi Xiao, who had been standing there to observe, moved his feet and crossed the layers of space to come in front of Qin Mu. Qin Mu also made his move at the same instant. He didn't use any other divine arts of Tao realm. The moment he made his move, he used the 33rd heavenly Tao realm divine art, Calamity Cleaving. His divine art established the path, and Calamity Cleaving Sword was the most powerful divine art he had created. It could break through all great Tao divine arts. This sword contained his deep foundation, and the 33rd heavenly Tao realm that was formed from Calamity Cleaving had also trapped more than half of the gods and devils in the heaven court. Even Empress Dowager and ancient god Taiji didn't dare to make a move. He had cultivated primordial chaos vital qi, and used primordial chaos runes to re-evolve this divine art. Its power was definitely far greater than before. Fourth young master Ling Xiao walked over to meet Calamity Cleaving Sword. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword light that was coming at him. Their fingers. And the sword collided in the air, producing sizzling sounds. Qin Mu didn't have a sword in his hand, and used primordial chaos vital qi to transform into a purple sword. The fourth young master Zishao used his finger to transform his divine art, and purple qi filled the air with a flick of his finger. It was also primordial chaos vital qi. The instant the two divine arts collided, the 33 heavens domains jumped violently, and the Tao realm domains turned upside down. Time and space reversed and the 33 heavens tilted. Everyone in the 33rd heavenly domain couldn't help sliding forward, as if they were falling toward the same singularity at the same time. They hurriedly stabilized themselves, only to see that they had actually been moved into other domains while the two young masters were exchanging blows. What was even more shocking was that the distance between them and Qin Mu was even closer. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads, and their nostrils opened. Their pupils constricted, and their throats went dry. Empress Dowager giggled and suddenly executed the divine art of returning ruins. Great abyss of returning ruins appeared, and she threw herself into it. I won't play with you guys anymore. Farewell. Great abyss of returning ruins swallowed her up, and the great abyss closed up and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the two ancient gods of Taiji fused together and transformed into giants with snake heads and human bodies. They executed Taiji's sand table, and the sand table spun, bringing them away. The timing they seized was extremely ingenious. It was the instant Qin Mu and fourth young master Zishao clashed, and the 33 heavens domain trembled. It was about to stabilize. This was the best time to escape from Qin Mu's domain. Shua! A black light trembled and great abyss split open. Empress Dowager walked out of it with a smile. We can kill our way into eternal peace now. The smile on her face suddenly froze. The world tree in front of them was lush and green, covering the heavens. She was still in the 33 heavens domain, and she was even closer to Qin Mu. She executed her divine art of returning ruins, but she still couldn't escape from Qin Mu's domain. At the same time, the Taiji sand table spun with a whistle and came to a sudden stop. The two ancient gods of Taiji separated, and sweat poured down their faces like rain as they stared at Qin Mu under the tree in front of them. The distance between them and Qin Mu was even closer than Empress Dowager. The three of them froze there and didn't dare to make another move. Fourth young master Zishao took a step forward, but Qin Mu's calamity-cleaving sword didn't break his divine art. His finger was the divine art of Mycroft Palace, and the basic runes were primordial chaos runes. They were already the most basic runes of the Great Tao, and there was no way to break them. When fighting against the power of two divine arts, he was even better than Qin Mu's calamity-cleaving sword. The instant calamity-cleaving sword was broken, Qin Mu immediately changed his move and used primordial chaos finger to meet his finger. Their divine arts were almost identical, but the changes they contained were different. Even though primordial chaos finger was transformed from primordial chaos runes, each person's comprehension was different, so the changes were different. Primordial chaos runes could transform into countless great Tao, from innate 5 supreme to all innate great Tao. All of them could be evolved. At this moment, it was a competition of each person's foundation. Whoever had the deeper foundation would have the more changes. Qin Mu's chest exploded and his body flew backward. He was nailed to the world tree by fourth young master Zizhao's finger. As he crashed into the world tree, the 33 layers of domains trembled once more. The order of each layer of domains changed once more, and the formation of the countless armies of the heaven court spun once more. This time they realized that they were much farther away from Qin Mu, and were no longer falling toward him. They couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Qin Mu slid down from the world tree, and chaos chi suddenly filled the hall of chaos. It surged out in all directions, enveloping the world tree. At that moment, the world tree seemed to be in the ultimate, and the chaos chi in the surroundings was filled with the wind of heat and quietness. It was like a great calamity that could destroy the world. All the great Tao was gone. Little Dower, fourth young master Zishao said indifferently as he walked into the great calamity. Under the tree, Qin Mu stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. He stared at fourth young master, who was walking over from the chaotic chi. Fourth young master's figure became clearer, and his body grew larger and larger. He walked in the great calamity that Qin Mu had transformed into, and it was as if he was invulnerable to all spells and eternal. Even the wind of heat and silence couldn't do anything to him. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Yu moved her finger in the distant land of Lanfeng Valley. and the zither music sounded out. Under her control, the zither music invaded Qin Mu's territory and entered Fourth Young Master's ears. Fourth Young Master raised his feet and heard the zither music. His heart suddenly palpitated, and his Tao heart became chaotic. Sword light shone. Qin Mu pulled out his sword, but it was his right hand. Heaven-opening writings. Blasphemer. Fourth Young Master retreated, but this sword light had already cut through layers of chaos. It split open the sky and went into the heart of his brows. Fourth Young Master's mind was in chaos, and his consciousness seemed to have been split open in an instant. Qin Mu's sword directly killed his consciousness and obliterated his power. Plop. Behind Fourth Young Master, Purple Heaven Hall collapsed with a bang, and the scene of the universe being split open appeared. Absolute Beginning immediately took over his body, and turned into a beam of absolute beginning chi to escape far away. However, he was astonished to see that he was getting closer and closer to Qin Mu. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him and raised his hand to grab the back of his neck before throwing him out of Qin Mu's domain. Third Young Master Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy. He looked at Qin Mu's palm and said solemnly, "Old Seven, you have learned the divine art of blasphemer and used it to deal with Miluo Palace. Your intentions are unfathomable." Blasphemer. Qin Mu panted for a moment and tried to heal the injuries on his corporeal body. However, Fourth Young Master Zizhao's primordial chaos finger had surpassed him in terms of changes, making it impossible for him to break it in a short period of time. It wasn't impossible for him to break the changes of this divine art. Qin Mu had also learned primordial chaos finger before, but he couldn't compare to Fourth Young Master in terms of changes. As long as he could comprehend the transformation of the wound, he could heal his Tao injuries. Third brother, you call this move of mine the divine art of blasphemer? He forcefully sealed the wound. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "This divine art of mine isn't among the paths, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace, so it's the divine art of blasphemer?" Without teacher around, the few of you became even more spineless and petty. It's one thing that you can't tolerate others, but you can't even tolerate new techniques and divine abilities. It's too disappointing. No wonder the current Miluo Palace is in such a mess. Third Young Master Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy. He said coldly, "Seventh brother, you don't know the origins of the blasphemers of the heaven's capital, so it's understandable that you learned their divine abilities. The war between our Miluo Palace and the heaven's capital has already lasted for 10 universe centuries. Tiandu isn't the righteous path, but a blasphemy against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Relying on your martial strength, you have disrupted the great Tao of heaven and earth. Now you have also walked on this wrong path." He placed his hands behind his back. "The battle between you and me is only a battle within Miluo Palace. Even if we fight until our heads bleed, it is still a battle between senior and junior brothers. However, the battle between the blasphemers of Tiandu and Miluo Palace is different. This is a battle between the orthodoxies, a battle between good and evil. Old Seven, don't make a mistake." Qin Mu laughed loudly. "Old Three, now that you and Old Four have joined hands to destroy my orthodoxy, you still want me to not be able to use my strongest divine art? What a good deal." Third Young Master's face sank and the shadow of a Tao tree gradually appeared behind him. He said solemnly, "Old Four's frame of mind has a weakness. You have to grasp his weakness to be able to force him to retreat in defeat. However, I don't have such a weakness. I entered Miluo Palace earlier and became a Tao earlier. Back then, when teacher had gotten rid of Celestial Capital, I was also there. You executed the divine art of the blasphemer in front of me. So I'll use teacher's ultimate skill to kill you just like how teacher killed the master of Celestial Capital." His Tao tree became clearer, and the Tao fruits on it also gradually appeared. Each of them contained a different Tao. The phantom of the Tao tree took root in Qin Mu's domain and pierced through 33 heavens. It was even bigger than Qin Mu's world tree, and it was even more inconceivable. Just the phantom of the Tao tree was enough to suppress Qin Mu's Tao realm domain. Their gazes met, and Qin Mu's pupils constricted. The Hall of Chaos once again filled with Qi of Chaos, forming a mighty river of chaos that surrounded the world tree. It was like a great calamity of destruction. Not only that, his aura completely erupted, causing his Tao realm domain to collapse as well, turning into chaos. His Tao realm domain had been suppressed by Third Young Master, so he might as well destroy it along with his Tao realm domain. Tao realm domain was his divine treasure, and he was prepared to destroy it in one go to strengthen the power of heaven opening writings. The 33rd layer of heaven domain immediately fell into destruction. The countless gods and devils in the surroundings immediately saw the terrifying phenomenon of destruction. Heaven and earth, all of them collapsed toward Qin Mu, turning into chaos and destruction. Whether it was the sun, moon, stars, or all the worlds in the universe, everything was crushed into nothingness. If this destruction calamity erupted, the countless armies of the heaven court would probably fall into destruction calamity and be reduced to nothingness. At that moment, Third Young Master's Tao tree suddenly trembled. Countless roots and branches pierced through 33 heavens, and incomparably thick roots stabbed into the destruction calamity, freezing it in place. The armies of the heaven court's navy and divine masters were relieved. At that moment, 2 ancient gods of Taiji rushed into the sky and shouted, "Run out now!" The domain of Qin Mu's divine treasure was suppressed, and the wonders of the domain completely disappeared. Instantly, the armies of heavenly court ran out frantically, as if they had just experienced a great defeat. Gods and devils were rampaging everywhere. There were even people who killed because the people in front of them were blocking the way. In an instant, the armies of heavenly court started to kill each other, and the casualties were heavy. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji hurriedly executed Taiji's sand table, and it turned into a Taiji star domain that wrapped around the armies of the heaven court and sent them out of the domain. Qin Mu's feet suddenly separated, and it was as if he was stepping on a black altar that could split the heaven and earth apart. Boom! His qi and blood suddenly became several times more vigorous. In his primordial chaos corporeal body, his blood circulated, and the violent qi and blood blasted the wound on his chest open once more. He pushed primordial chaos vital qi to the extreme, and it made his hair shoot up into the sky. It swayed unsteadily. Qin Mu lowered his waist and stretched out his right hand in the shape of pulling out a sword. When his aura reached its peak, the ground around him rumbled continuously. The world tree behind him was struck by his surging vital qi and blood, and its roots were pulled out from the ground. The roots that filled the sky danced in the air. The roots were like huge dragons twisting their bodies in the air. The branches and leaves of the world tree trembled, and they were like the heavens. They were dazzling, and the veins on the leaves were like great rivers and great rivers. Mountains rose and fell, stretching endlessly. In the branches and tree trunks, there were great Tao flowing, flickering with incomparably fine primordial chaos runes. Bang! His feet trembled violently, and sinkholes suddenly split open, revealing an unfathomable abyss. The Tao light that gushed out of the abyss was incomparably dense, just like the tides of sinkhole. In the Tao light, a lotus flower and 2 lotus leaves rose. Below the lotus flower was the sea of chaos, which was connected to the qi of chaos in the surroundings. The lotus flower trembled slightly, and it bloomed on its own. At that moment in Qin Mu's domain, there was only a vast expanse of chaos. Only destruction tribulation was circulating, and the hot wind brought with it surging flames as it whistled through the destruction tribulation. His aura rose to a peak that he had never experienced before. Tao voices rumbled, and the world tree and the lotus flower of returning ruins formed a spectacular scene after the destruction of the universe. At that moment, Third Young Master Ling Xiao raised his hand and lifted it up. All the soldiers of the heavenly court who were escaping out of the domain couldn't help themselves. Their qi and blood circulated automatically, and heavenly palaces flew out from the center of their brows and floated behind their heads. In those heavenly palaces, Ling Xiao palaces shone brightly. Millions upon millions of gods and devils, regardless of whether they had cultivated to Ling Xiao realm or not, all of them burst forth with incredible power. Third Young Master raised his palm and pushed it down. The power of the Ling Xiao palaces of the heavenly court pressed down on Qin Mu's divine treasure domain. Bang 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 bang. 32 sounds of heavy objects colliding rang out, and the 33 heavens were instantly stacked together, pressing down ruthlessly on Qin Mu and the world tree. Qin Mu's bones crackled under the pressure, and he roared furiously. The muscles under his skin bulged, and the power of his body of primordial chaos was pushed to the extreme. The shoes under his feet suddenly exploded, and his clothes were torn into pieces. Only his pants were left. Suddenly, behind Third Young Master's head, a soaring heavens palace slowly rose. It was incomparably bright, and with a rumble it pressed down on Qin Mu's body. Yeah! Qin Mu's body bent down, and his skin exploded. Blood mist rose and he let out a furious roar. His right hand became a sword, and he pulled it out brazenly. Old Seven, you are still obstinate. Looks like you won't be able to return to the past to be seventh young master. The third young master's expression was cold as he approached him. A magical technique exploded in his hand. His 10 fingers moved, and each finger drew an extremely beautiful arc in space. Within each arc, there was a perfect great Tao flowing along the arc. It didn't seem like a technique, but more like an incomparably exquisite art. This was the technique that the master of the Mycroft Palace used when he killed the master of the capital of heaven. In order to kill this powerful enemy, the master of the Mycroft Palace had even entered closed-door cultivation for thousands of years before he left. He comprehended the great Tao, and finally broke out after thousands of years. The third young master was the witness of this battle. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the master of the Mycroft Palace had used this divine ability to kill the master of the capital of heaven. That was the end of the 7th epoch. Who knows how many hundreds of millions of years had passed since then? The foundation of the master of the Mycroft Palace had long surpassed the number of ordinary people back then. It was unfathomable. And it was also at the end of the 16th epoch that the third young master had completely comprehended this divine ability and mastered it. He had originally thought that he would never have the chance to use this divine art, but he hadn't expected it to be used on someone from Mycroft Palace. Furthermore, this person was 7th young master. Chi. Bloody holes suddenly exploded on Qin Mu's body. Even if he had the strongest corporeal body in the 17th epoch and primordial spirit of primordial chaos, he wouldn't be able to block this divine art. Third young master welcomed the sword that Qin Mu had slashed out and executed his divine art to the extreme. Just as life and death were about to be separated, the 5 fingers of Qin Mu's right hand suddenly split open and slammed into his face. Boom 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 boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and Qin Mu's right hand was instantly blasted into a bloody mess by the power of the divine art. The flesh and blood then melted away, leaving only white bones. Third young master was stunned. This move of his was aimed at Qin Mu's heaven-opening writings, but this move of Qin Mu's wasn't heaven-opening writings. You've fallen into a trap, third brother. Qin Mu's face was covered in blood as he stared at third young master with wide eyes. His huge skeletal hands were still clasped on third young master's face. He revealed a satisfied smile. You've scattered so much power to suppress me, so your own power isn't enough to kill me in one strike. I really can't beat you, but teacher created a divine art to deal with second sister, so you shouldn't be able to deal with it, right? Whoosh! The red rope knot entered third young master's mind and passed through the back of his head, blasting out the primordial chaos vital chi and consciousness that he had used to invade Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky's corporeal body. That terrifying primordial chaos vital chi carried third young master's consciousness and flew backward. Red rope spread out in all directions and turned into dense Tao chains that flew backward at high speed. The Tao chains stretched out in all directions and grabbed onto the Ling Shao treasure hall that was suppressing Qin Mu. They brought this huge treasure hall up and whizzed towards third young master's consciousness. The Ling Shao treasure hall collided with the primordial chaos vital chi and third young master's consciousness. With a loud bang, third young master's primordial chaos vital chi and consciousness crashed into the treasure hall. The red ropes tied 5 red ropes to the door of the treasure hall. They turned into a net, and the 5 ropes went deep into the hall, locking third young master's strength and consciousness. A smile appeared on Qin Mu's face and his body swayed. In front of him, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven regained his consciousness, and his face changed drastically. He turned around and left, turning into a flowing light that rushed out of Qin Mu's divine treasure territory. Qin Mu laughed loudly, and blood spurted out of his mouth, stopping his laughter. He sat down under the world tree with his golden knife, and underneath him was the ultimate lotus flower. His territory shrank rapidly, but it still had a radius of 1,000 miles. His territory was in tatters and there were holes everywhere. The wind blew in all directions, and the gods and devils in his territory had long escaped, leaving behind corpses on the ground. The two ancient gods of Taiji organized their soldiers and turned back to look. They saw Qin Mu sitting there motionless with his head lowered, his breathing weak. Heavenly Venerate Mu is dead? The corners of Heavenly Venerate Grand Moon's eyes twitched, and he wanted to go forward to take a look, but he didn't dare to rashly go forward. He immediately called over 100 soldiers of the Heavenly Court and shouted, "Go in and take a look, see if he's dead or alive." The 100 soldiers were extremely displeased, but their military orders were like mountains, so they could only brace themselves and walk into Qin Mu's broken domain. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had already retreated to the front of the hall of the other palace. When he saw the situation, he immediately stopped and looked into the distance. The 100 soldiers gathered their courage and carefully moved forward. When they were still more than 10 miles away from Qin Mu, they felt that Qin Mu's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Only then did they feel slightly at ease. Suddenly, Qin Mu moved, and the 100 soldiers cried out loudly. They immediately turned around and fled, their cries reaching the sky. "Retreat 3,000 miles. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven turned around and shouted loudly. The army of the Heavenly Court whizzed away, and on the way they heard the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. They felt that Qin Mu could come at any moment. When the army retreated 3,000 miles, the generals immediately stopped the fleeing soldiers and stabilized their positions. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked up and saw that Qin Mu was still sitting there motionless. "Your Majesty, the current Heavenly Venerate Mu is already at the end of his rope." Absolute Beginning went forward and admonished, "Now is the best time to send him back to prehistoric times. If we miss this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to find another chance." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked at Qin Mu from afar, and was a little hesitant. Qin Mu's aura had been getting lower and lower over the past few days. If he was injured, logically speaking, with Qin Mu's attainments, his injury should have calmed down a little and his aura should have slowly grown. However, Qin Mu's aura was getting weaker and weaker, causing him to be slightly hesitant. Based on his understanding of Qin Mu, this was most likely a trap. Heavenly Emperor Mu is indeed injured, and it's an extremely serious injury, which is why he couldn't kill us directly. Instead, he was waiting for us to deliver ourselves to his doorstep. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said, "Supreme Emperor, our Heavenly Court soldiers have been fighting for many years and have suffered many losses. Furthermore, South Heaven has yet to be conquered and is lacking in rations. The shepherds are cunning. When we are ambushed, why don't we take the opportunity to repair ourselves and order the army to harvest some provisions from the nearby heavens?" Tai Chu frowned and wanted to say more. Heavenly Emperor Haotian said, "He destroyed the fourth young master's power and sealed the third young master's power and consciousness. The third young master also needs time to break his red knot. Whether he wants to stall for time or trick me, it suits me. Retired Emperor, you don't have to say anymore. I have my own decision." Absolute Beginning sighed. Although Heavenly Emperor Haotian used to be despised, he had never lost his spirit. He was always determined and could seize any fleeting opportunity. Now, after Heavenly Emperor Haotian was defeated by Heavenly Emperor Yun in the ultimate void space, he began to be timid. He did not dare to take risks and try again. Heavenly Emperor Yun has already crushed his Tao heart. He doesn't seek merits but seeks to avoid mistakes. However, it's easy for him to miss a good opportunity. When Absolute Beginning thought of this, "Your Majesty, the provisions are naturally important, but we can't let Heavenly Emperor Mu have it easy either. Now we can split our forces and go around Heavenly Emperor Mu. We can attack Lanfeng Valley from both sides. The highest realm of eternal peace is only Jade Capital Realm. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to find a good opportunity to break through eternal peace." Heavenly Emperor Hao hesitated for a moment and knew that this was a rare opportunity. Eternal Peace would launch a new method on a large scale and a new cultivation system. In a dozen years at most, a large batch of strong practitioners would emerge from the new system. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to take down Eternal Peace. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, I invite 2 Heavenly Venerates of Taiji, one on the left and one on the right, to lead Divine Masters and Navy to attack Lanfeng Valley. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian gave an order. Heavenly Venerate of Taiji is like a god when it comes to mobilizing troops. We will definitely win this battle and flatten Lan Feng Pass. Empress couldn't help but say. Why doesn't your majesty send out Imperial Forest Army, Divine Might Army, and Dragon Martial Army? These few armies are comparable to Heavenly Venerates. Sending them is the best opportunity to deal with eternal peace. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven glanced at her and smiled. Left and right Imperial Forest, left and right Divine Might, left and right Dragon Martial are the Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Guards. How can they send out all of them? The Empress felt a chill in her heart, but she did not give up. Your Majesty, we are gods who have attained Tao. The gods who have attained Tao protect the interests of the heavenly court and fight to the death. How can we let Yulin, Divine Might, Longgu, and other small gods protect us? Heavenly Emperor Haotian hesitated and said, Mother is right. However, traitor Long Pai led the Beast World army to attack from behind me. We need the Imperial Guards to destroy them. Absolute Beginning said decisively. We don't need so many people. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said. Then send the Divine Might army to attack Lan Feng Valley. Empress Dowager was so angry that she laughed. To deal with Long Pai, we only need to send the left Imperial Guards. The other Imperial Guards can all rush to Lan Feng Valley. Once we flatten Lan Feng Valley, we can march straight in and attack Eternal Peace capital city. We can level Eternal Peace with a single battle. Heavenly Emperor Hao shook his head. Mother, Heavenly Emperor Mu is sitting there. If all the Imperial Guards are sent forward and he suddenly erupts, all the Imperial Guards will be destroyed. You didn't think it through, so there's no need to say anything more. Empress Emperor was furious and turned around to leave. Absolute Beginning followed her out. He whispered. Heavenly Emperor's condition isn't right. He has lost his spirit and courage. In his battle with Heavenly Master Yun, his second young master's clone was destroyed by Heavenly Master Yun, and his Tao body of returning ruins was also destroyed. I'm afraid that he has already fallen from the realm of a Tao practitioner, so he's worried about gains and losses and doesn't dare to make any progress. His current state is very disadvantageous to Heavenly Court. Even though it's impossible for Heavenly Court to lose, even if they defeat Eternal Peace, their vital chi will be greatly reduced. There might even be a risk of us dying. Empress Dowager understood what he meant. It was impossible for Heavenly Court to lose because of the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. In this battle, even if Heavenly Court's strength was severely damaged, it was impossible for Heavenly Court to lose. As long as Heavenly Court sacrificed a few heavens and the Tao practitioners of the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, descended, they would be able to destroy Eternal Peace. This battle was impossible to lose, but the ones who might lose would only be the 10 Heavenly Venerates. The 10 Heavenly Venerates might die and lose their status and interests. As the two walked and talked, Absolute Beginning looked into the distance. Ever since Heavenly Emperor Haotian ascended to the throne, the Fire Heavenly Venerate has died, Divine Emperor Langxian has died, and now Heavenly Venerate Su has died as well. I can't help but sigh. The Heavenly Emperor was greedy for power and did not want to give it to his old friend, nor did he want to give it to the Ancestral Court, Yujing City. As a result, this war against the Yuan world was a muddle-headed one. Now he is afraid of losing the war. It might be very dangerous for us. The Empress stopped and said with a faint smile, You want to destroy the Heavenly Emperor and ascend to the throne by yourself? Tai Chu, changing the Heavenly Emperor at this time will cause the morale of the army to be shaken. The Heavenly Court will be defeated without losing. Tai Chu's body trembled slightly. He stared at her and said suddenly, You are not Madame Yuanmu. Yuanmu won't analyze the pros and cons so seriously. The Empress walked forward, she said. We were husband and wife for a while, and now you can tell that I'm not that little teach sister? Men always use their lower bodies to think. Absolute Beginning, haven't you realized it yet? The main force of this battle is no longer us, but the Miluo Palace. In this battle we just need to protect ourselves. Absolute Beginning quickly caught up with her and lowered his voice. After the Tao practitioners of Miluo Palace came over, our power had turned into a dream. It's still better than losing our lives. Empress Dowager threw down these words and left him there, floating away. Absolute Beginning frowned and didn't follow her. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven stood at a high place and looked into the distance. He saw Heavenly Venerate Grand Moon. Heavenly Venerate Grand Sun, leading the Heavenly River's Water Masters and Heavenly Court's Divine Masters to rush toward Lanfeng Valley. 1. The two armies avoided Qin Mu and used him as the center point to draw a huge circle. Qin Mu's divine treasure domain was even more dilapidated at this moment. It had shrunk to a radius of 100 miles, and Qin Mu's aura was also becoming weaker and imperceptible. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sensed in detail that Qin Mu was like a candle in the wind that might be extinguished. He's injured, and third young master used the divine art of the master of Miluo Palace to heavily injure him. His injuries must be extremely serious, and he might even die. The Heavenly Emperor was worried. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to fight back. Otherwise, he wouldn't sit there and ignore the Heavenly River Navy and the Divine Master of the Heavenly Court to pass by him. But how do I know if he is pretending to be weak on purpose? He walked around like a tiger trapped in a cage. He was restless. His injuries are very serious. If we throw him into the ultimate or sink him into the river in the Ancestral Court's Yujing City, we can solve this problem in one go. He went to be his seventh young master. If no one sacrifices him, he will never come back. In that case, I will win. The others, the so-called you and you, are no match for me. But, he stopped and widened his eyes. The shadow of Heavenly Master Yun appeared in front of him. But there's still Heavenly Master Yun. Heavenly Venerate Yun, you must be dead, right? No, not necessarily. I saw you leave with my own eyes. Your injuries are very serious, and it's very difficult for you to recover. But you must be hiding. Hey, you're looking for another opportunity to plot against me. There was fear and anger in his eyes. He strode back and forth like a trapped tiger, unable to use his full strength. He growled. Celestial Master Yun, it's you. You're the one who put me in this predicament. I won't be defeated by you. I hold great power, an army of tens of thousands of gods and demons, and countless heavens under my command. I still have the Ancestral Court, the Jade Capital, behind me. If you want to ambush me, I won't give you a second chance. His eyes lit up and his voice was a little hoarse. Yes, blood, sacrifice a few heavens, and let the Tao practitioners of the Ancestral Court, the Jade Capital, descend. Yes, hee. No one can defeat me and seize my power. His eyes were filled with viciousness. He summoned the 5 Emperor Thrones and gave them some instructions in a low voice. The 5 Emperor Thrones' divine emperors were shocked. Hua Luzhao, who was the leader of the thrones, had cold sweat on his forehead. He bowed and said, His Majesty has already sent a few troops to the other heavens to plunder slaves and forage. This move has already made many soldiers in the army unhappy. Most of the soldiers in the army come from all over the universe. A fierce glint appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, and his voice was hoarse. Minister Hua, say it again. Hua Luzhao knelt down and kowtowed. I will definitely not disappoint your Majesty's expectations and do this matter well. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky gave a snort and waved his hand. The 5 Emperor Thrones retreated and immediately took stock of the troops under their command before rushing away. And you, Heavenly Emperor Mu. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven stared at Qin Mu in the distance. The domain of Qin Mu's divine treasure had already shrunk to a radius of 1 mile, and seemed to have run out of oil. You are also waiting to plot against me. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven snorted angrily. I won't fall for your trick. The 5 Emperor Inner Thrones led the army out of the Heavenly Court's camp, and headed toward the heavens on the left. Hua Luzhao had a worried expression on his face while the other 4 Emperor Thrones looked at each other. Brother Hua, the situation in Heavenly Court is great. They have broken through Carefree Village and are closing in on eternal peace. As long as they break through Lanfeng Valley, eternal peace will no longer be able to resist. Why is Brother Hua still so worried? Heavenly Court might look like they are attacking cities and plundering land, defeating Carefree Village and eternal peace, but in truth, they have been losing all sorts of side battles. Hua Luzhao sighed and said, Now Heavenly Venerate Su has died in battle and Yudu is lost. If Xiandu is lost as well, then the situation is really over. Your Majesty. He hesitated for a moment. He still said, If your Majesty raises an army and attacks Lanfeng Valley, then there's still a chance to flatten eternal peace. However, your Majesty has made a wrong move at this moment, and wants us to sacrifice the other heavens in blood, so that the prehistoric Tao practitioners can descend. Hee, the vast majority of our heavenly court soldiers come from all over the heavens. He frowned deeply, he lowered his voice. What do the soldiers think when they sacrifice blood to the other heavens? When Heavenly Court came to crusade against the origin world, how many of the other heavens came to help? If it was in the past, with a single order from Heavenly Court, all the heavens would have responded and piled up eternal peace to death. Now there are only a few people from all over the heavens and 10,000 worlds who came to help Heavenly Court crusade. On the contrary, there are quite a few gods and devils from the other heavens in eternal peace camp. He let out a turbid breath. If His Majesty were to sacrifice blood to the other heavens, all the heavens and 10,000 worlds would probably have to support eternal peace. And in the army of Heavenly Court, there would probably be quite a number of gods and devils mutinying or even rebelling against the enemy. The other 4 emperor thrones looked at each other in dismay. Brother Hua, what should we do now? Hua Luzhao raised his head to look at the sky. 2 lines of old tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. What can we do? Serve the Heavenly Court and repay the kindness of His Majesty. We can only go down one path to the end. If the Heavenly Court wins, it's still fine. We will write the history books. If the Heavenly Court loses, the name of the future generations will be cursed. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji led the 2 armies of Heavenly River Navy and Heavenly Court respectively. One on the left and one on the right, they marched 3,000 miles away from the place where Qinmu was stationed. Heavenly Venerate Sun and Heavenly Venerate Moon stayed in the middle of the army. They were constantly monitoring Qinmu's movements. Qinmu sat there with his head lowered, not moving at all. Suddenly, the domain of Qinmu's divine treasure completely vanished, and his aura vanished. Reporting to Heavenly Venerate. A god general hurriedly came to report. Heavenly Venerate of Sun is dead. 1. Heavenly Venerate of Sun and Heavenly Venerate of Moon received the news almost at the same time, and they couldn't help being overjoyed. However, there was still some hesitation in their hearts. The 2 of them looked at Qinmu and saw blood flowing out of his corporeal body like a river, turning into a sea of blood. Qinmu's corpse was sitting in the sea of blood, and there was purple qi surging in the sea of blood as well as chaos qi pervading the air. Qinmu's world tree and returning ruins lotus flower were still there, but they didn't have any aura. Heavenly Venerate Mu is really dead? The 2 Heavenly Venerates didn't dare to confirm. Fake. Heavenly Emperor Haotian stood in front of the hall of the other palace and laughed loudly. Old dog Mu, don't you dare lie to me.